Thou, as my knight. Volume 1, by Hatake Rintaro. Translated by Ren Kuan at JP Translations for Fun. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. A car races through the night on a main road, the interior filled with chaotic radio chatter. Team 1 here, confirming the sinking of Team 4. Team 6 is at its limit, we're counting on you. Ooh-ah. Amidst occasional sounds of explosions, the radio transmissions abruptly cut off. The man in the passenger seat curses under his breath as he adjusts the radio channels. Damn it. Half of us are already gone, he murmurs, casting a glance at the rearview mirror. Holy, the girl sitting in the backseat, feels his gaze and darkens her expression. It was undeniably her who had created this situation. She was aware of that fact. But she lacked the power to do anything about it. With a frustrating feeling, Holy averted her gaze and caught sight of her reflection in the cracked window glass. A girl with silver hair tied halfway up and blue eyes. She exuded a fragile delicacy that seemed as though it could shatter and disappear with a single shock. Beneath her white skin reflecting the light of the street lamp, her thin lips trembled involuntarily. Fear gripped her once again. The guilt of involving so many people in pursuit of her own wish led her to regret her decisions. Did she ever have clear confidence in those decisions to begin with? She couldn't say. Hence the fear. Holy shook her head, cutting through her hesitation. The situation had progressed to a point of no return. The car carrying her sped along the riverbank in the northern part of the Balga Empire, without headlights, persistently cutting through the darkness. In the pitch-black night devoid of moon and stars, spotlights from several rotorcraft illuminated the river. They were all chasing after high-speed boats racing along the water's surface. The voices over the radio since earlier belonged to them. Every time flames rose on the river, her comrades trying to help her escape vanished. Holy bit her lip in frustration. We're almost at the planned port. It's crucial to make our move while our comrades keep the pursuers occupied. The men in the car discussed their final strategy in between radio transmissions. Listening to their voices, Holy finally felt the urgency of the situation. The backup intel won't make it in time. Once she's on the boat, we depart. Got it. Inside the cramped car were 4 men, all with bloodshot eyes. The car veered across lanes towards the port. Even as it raced through the maze of stacked containers, flames continued to rise from the river. Finally, the car caught sight of the intended boat. It surged towards the black-painted high-speed craft, rocking on the waves. However, the driver slammed on the brakes much earlier than planned. Holy lurched forward in the car, colliding with the front seats. Amidst the chaos inside the car, the driver exclaimed, "Damn it! They're one step ahead." At the moment the driver shouted, a gunshot rang out, causing a crack to spider web across the front windshield. The driver's head jerked up, and something splattered inside the car. Something dripping from the ceiling hit Holy's cheek. Time seemed to stand still for a moment within her. Her lips quivered, on the verge of letting out a scream, but the angry shouts of the men echoed louder. "It's an ambush. Get out of the car." The remaining men crouched low and leaped out of the car. Holy was pulled out with them as if being dragged. As she briefly shrank from the sudden rush of cold air enveloping her body, they were met with a barrage of gunfire. Holy let out a small scream as glass shards rained down from above. The man beside her, still crouching, shouted with a strength that matched the gunfire as he held her close. "Run to the boat. We must get her out of here at all cost." The men exchanged determined glances, their eyes devoid of hope for survival, their resolve to sacrifice everything solidified. It was a desperate gambit. They had risen solely to protect Holy. They formed a protective circle around Holy and sprinted forward. Trembling with fear, she had no choice but to desperately follow their lead. In the darkness, only the flames of the dead reflected on the distant water surface, and it served as their guide. Holy gasped for breath, her throat parched from extreme tension, unable to breathe properly. Her legs threatened to give way at any moment. To an observer, it must have seemed like she couldn't run properly at all. Her body leaned forward, swaying from side to side. Despite her vision repeatedly blacking out, Holy ran with all her might. However, contrary to her hopes, reality revealed a cruel outcome. The man running beside Holy collapsed at the corner of her vision, falling to the ground head first like a broken puppet. A scream erupted from the man who had been running behind him, but it was abruptly cut off, merging with the gunfire. They were so close, just 50 meters from the target boat. If they could just board the rugged high-speed craft, they might survive. Yet, for some reason, the mere tens of meters ahead seems blurry with tears, stretching infinitely far away. Suddenly, a hand of malice crept silently from behind, wrapping its fingers around Holy's slender neck. A chilling sensation seized her heart, and Holy reached out to the man running ahead, as if seeking help. Wait. The man turned at Holy's voice, but a bullet grazed past her fingertips, effortlessly piercing the man's forehead. In the blink of an eye, Holy's vision was obscured by the splattering blood. She hastily wiped her face, but it was futile. She stumbled over the fallen man's body. Her vision blacked out. Next, she felt the shockingly cold and hard sensation of the ground beneath her. Thrown onto the paved ground as if slammed, Holy let out a short scream. Pain shot through her body as she curled up on the cold ground. Let's put an end to this escape attempt here. It's futile to struggle any further. From the darkness, a voice called out to her, as several soldiers emerged. They were all clad in matching uniforms. In the center stood a commander, distinguished by his beret. Holy met his gaze with defiance, prompting her to shake her head in disbelief. You never thought you could defect from the start, did you? This is the endgame. Accept it, he said. Holy rose to her feet, trembling from the cold, fear, and pain. Nevertheless, she clenched her teeth and directed her gaze towards the high-speed boat behind her. The boat was right within reach, just a stone's throw away. There was still hope if she could seize the opportunity. With that in mind, she tried to stand up. However, the commander saw through Holy's shallow tactics and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a white flame erupted in front of Holy. The intense light, amidst the darkness of the night, emanated from the very boat itself. What was it? Holy soon felt the scorching heat on her cheeks, realizing what it was. The boat she was supposed to board had been detonated. The last hope, so close it seemed within reach, had spectacularly exploded into oblivion in an instant. After a moment, fragments of shattered metal rained down from the sky. Violently disturbing the water's surface, splashes enveloped the surroundings. Holy gazed up at the rising smoke, rendered speechless. Each tiny remnant of the boat scattered into splinters at Holy's feet. They were once the hopes of freedom she had dreamed of. However, it no longer mattered. True to its word, it was just wreckage now, useless debris. Holy couldn't tear her eyes away from the cruel reality. Folding to her knees on the spot, she sat down, her trembling lips barely forming words. I hate this. I hate it so much. The already dim harbor gradually darkened further. The sounds that had filled her ears grew distant, and her consciousness began to fade. Holy, drained of energy, looked up at the approaching soldiers. Unable to muster any resistance, she watched as they closed in on her. With a sadistic grin, the commander looked down at the girl who had become powerless to resist, issuing cold instructions to his subordinates. Take her into custody. Use force if necessary. Multiple armed soldiers closed in, roughly overpowering the helpless girl. Pressed down onto the still snow-covered cold asphalt, Holy cried silently, her tears streaming down. It had come to this. Holy felt the small glimmer of hope she had desperately clung to fading away right before her eyes. Beyond her tear-blurred vision, the endless expanse of pitch-black scenery swallowed everything. Her life would end here. Every emotion melted away into the night as the end approached. Perhaps it was time to give up. She had done her best. Even if she were to die, she had done everything she could. At least trying to console herself, Holy swallowed the rising sob. Slowly, she tried to accept the end, closing her eyes. However, something reflected in her eyes stopped her from closing them completely. In the brink of despair, she saw something eerie flickering beyond her half-closed eyelids. In the tear-blurred darkness of the night, she felt the presence of two will-o'-the-wisps. For the girl, the shimmering blue light was not a pleasant memory. Yet, inexplicably, as she glimpsed at those lights, Holy felt a strange sense of hope rekindling in her chest. There was no conscious thought behind it. Nevertheless, she instinctively drew in a breath and, with a metallic taste in her mouth, she spoke. "Help! I'm here." The sudden rise in the girl's voice bordered on a scream. The commander, startled, lifted his gaze. And as he looked to where Holy was staring, his expression stiffened. "Kill the informant," the commander's voice rang out, and all the soldiers aimed their guns into the darkness. Without any compromise, every muzzle erupted in flames. Holy covered her ears with both hands. The simultaneous gunfire was so intense it felt like it could rupture her eardrums. Empty cartridges littered the ground, piling up to the point where there was no room to step. Thousands of bullets were fired toward the target. However, unbelievably, none of the bullets even touched their mark. As if there was something between them, the bullets veered off course in another direction. Amidst the chaos, a blue light swayed at the center, drawing closer with each flicker. Holy stared intently at the enigmatic figure. With each flash illuminating the darkness, the figure gradually emerged, as if crawling out from the depths of the shadows. The commander hesitated, intimidated by the lone informant. Gradually, his soldiers began to retreat as well. No matter how many bullets they fired, the informant's stride remained unyielding. Instinctual fear enveloped them. The wave of retreat spread around Holy. The soldier who had pinned her down slowly rose to her feet and grabbed her hair. Forced to stand up, Holy, jolted back to awareness by pain, screamed as she twisted in discomfort. "Stop. Let me go." Immediately after hearing her voice, the soldier who had grabbed her burst into flames. A scream unlike anything human echoed, and freed from his grip, Holy rolled on the ground, half in terror. She couldn't comprehend what had just happened. What? Sensing a presence approaching behind her, Holy timidly raised her gaze. In her field of vision, a man emerged amidst the fiery glow of the burning soldier. Two ominous, gleaming eyes looked down at her. Despite the chilling winter, he wore a half-length jacket, wrinkled shirt, and boots. His purplish-black hair was unkempt, with strands falling haphazardly around his eyes. His gaunt cheeks and pale lips lacked any excess flesh, giving him a frail appearance at first glance. However, his eyes glinted unnaturally sharp in contrast. "Stay down for a moment. It'll be over soon," he said abruptly in a brusque tone. Unable to grasp the meaning of his words, Holy remained frozen with her mouth agape. Ignoring Holy at his back, the man directed his gaze towards the soldiers. Despite the overwhelming numerical advantage, he showed no signs of haste. Absolute confidence radiated from his demeanor. As he extended his arm with precision, his eyes glowed brightly once more. Simultaneously, the space around him seemed to distort slightly. Then, a blazing white beam, scorching the air, was unleashed upon the soldiers from seemingly nowhere. The heat beam unleashed by him cut through countless containers and steel, engulfing the soldiers amidst screams, chaos, and cries. With just one belated informant, the tide of battle astonishingly turned in a flash. In the once dark harbor, torches fueled by soldiers lined up one after another, illuminating the surroundings with their fiery glow. Indeed, it was hell. Witnessing the scene reminiscent of sinners being consumed by flames, Holy forgot to even breathe. The bone-chilling cold she had felt just moments ago was swiftly replaced by an intense heat. Realizing her mistake, Holy looked up at the man standing beside her. He was undoubtedly the hero who had saved her from danger. However, Holy couldn't bring herself to think of him that way. It wasn't just the aura he exuded that gave her pause. Illuminated faintly, he was smiling devilishly. He systematically incinerates the soldiers appearing one after another, thoroughly subduing them until they perish. Yet, he is laughing. There's no way he could be considered a hero. As the area falls silent, the man finally begins to dim the blue glow in his eyes. Surveying the harbor, now filled with flames and ash as nearly all the soldiers have perished, he takes out a cigarette from his pocket. "Who are you?" Holy asks, her arms trembling. Rubbing a weathered oil lighter, he lights the cigarette and looks at her. "I'm Tsushima Rindu, hired for a job." From his manner of speaking, Holy quickly understood. The informant hired by Storm's Peak for her defection is this man. Upon hearing this, along with relief, a bubbling feeling of regret surged in Holy's chest. She wiped her tear-streaked face and stood up. Then, to mask her fear and vulnerability, she strengthened her tone. "You're late. Why didn't you come sooner? Everyone is dead." Her emotions overflowed, her voice trembling. Nevertheless, disregarding it, Holy confronted Tsushima. However, he, with emotionless eyes, glanced over the corpses she pointed to. "But you're alive. Isn't that enough?" Holy choked on her words. Heavy emotions surged from within her, likely dominated by self-loathing, a feeling she couldn't articulate well. Yet, Tsushima's indifferent gaze prevented any further argument. He clearly possessed the eyes of someone who lived in a different world, who saw the world differently from her own. Looking down at Holy, her eyes moistened as she clenched her fists, Tsushima sighed. "They had to die here. It was necessary to protect you. Considering the outcome, I'd say I did my job sufficiently," Tsushima stated matter-of-factly, exhaling smoke. Despite realizing she had no right to argue back, Holy directed a sharp gaze at him. "So it's okay for them to die because it's just a job? They wanted to live too." As she spoke, Holy felt a pang of pain at the contradiction in her words. She was the one who let them die. These weren't words she could say. Unable to neatly organize her conflicting emotions, Holy bowed her head, feeling the warmth in her eyes. Tsushima's words pierced her mind without reservation. If it's for the mission, death is sometimes inevitable. They simply desired that. That's all there is to it," Tsushima said coldly, putting the cigarette in his mouth. His words made Holy clench her fists tightly. "Are all informants so heartless? Who knows? You can ask other informants such trivial things." With apparent disinterest, Tsushima replied and then turned his back on Holy. "We need to leave before the pursuers arrive. Follow me." Watching his figure melt into the darkness of the night once again, Holy felt a sensation akin to fear. She couldn't quite believe he was an ally, but there was nothing else she could rely on besides his back. Feeling frustrated, Holy had no choice but to follow him. Chapter 1. Along the narrow road still covered with remnants of snow, a small car was parked in front of a clothing store in a sparsely populated area. Tsushima, wearing an air of weariness, puffed on a cigarette under the overcast sky. The smoke he exhaled was heavier than usual, refusing to dissipate into the air. It seemed to mirror his state of mind. Of all places, to be babysitting in this country, he muttered gloomily, his words sinking into the snow-covered ground and vanishing. Just as his solitary remark seemed to continue, a tired bell opening the door echoed in Tsushima's ears. Tsushima discarded his shortened cigarette and glanced at the entrance of the store. There stood a girl with elegant silver hair and blue eyes. Holy, the girl with an affinity for the snowy landscape, was checking her newly acquired clothes with a hint of dissatisfaction. She wore a skirt that complemented her slightly oversized white shirt, a combination that didn't necessarily stand out. However, the slightly ill-fitting length of the attire seemed to be due to her slender frame. Nothing could be done about it. As Tsushima's gaze coincided with Holy's, who was checking her outfit, her expression turned hostile. "What's wrong? Is something off?" she demanded. Tsushima shrugged lightly in response to her question. "No, nothing. It's better than being covered in blood. Get in." He opened the passenger door and gestured for her to get in. Without making eye contact with Tsushima, she got into the car. Tsushima intentionally closed the door roughly and let out a heavy sigh. "This is why I hate kids." Reaffirming his discomfort, Tsushima settled into the driver's seat. The two of them had been driving without a moment's rest since the previous night's raid at the harbor. Thanks to that, there was no sign of pursuit, and they seemed to have managed to evade the surveillance network somehow. They were able to afford new clothes for Holy, who was stained with blood, mud, and soot. Finally able to discard her uncomfortable attire in the seat next to him, Holy sighed softly while gazing out of the window. As the car continued on the snowy road and the heating began to work in the swaying interior, Holy finally spoke up. "Thank you for helping me yesterday." She said it curtly, still avoiding eye contact. Tsushima, holding the steering wheel, replied coldly, "It's just a job." So, you're the informant hired by Storm's Peak for my defection, right? Yeah. I'm Tsushima Rindu, grade 7 informant from the independent city-state of Elba. Upon hearing his brief introduction, the girl glanced sideways at Tsushima once again. It was clear that her gaze wasn't friendly. Tsushima responded to her inquiry, spurred on by that gaze. Is there something wrong? Not really. As if she couldn't care less about who he was, she replied dismissively, and then began to take off her shoes. She struggled with the shoelaces for a while, but upon noticing Tsushima's gaze, she looked up. What? I've introduced myself. Now it's your turn. Although he was simply stating something reasonable, for some reason, her mood soured further as she pouted. Reluctantly, she muttered her name. My name is Holy. It's a pseudonym. I'm the youngest child of a local noble family, and for various reasons, I hope to seek asylum in Elba. Didn't you ask when you took the job? Just confirming the facts. Somewhat exasperated by Holy's rebellious attitude, Tsushima took out a cigarette from his pocket. As he took one out from the ash-gray, brand-new pack, Holy frowned. I'd prefer it if you didn't smoke. It's unbearable in this small car. Tsushima chuckled and took out his oil lighter, disregarding her protest. Deal with it. It's not like we'll be together for long anyway. With that, he struck the lighter, and the scent of tobacco immediately filled the car. Holy shook her head as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. You're an informant, right? Smoking, which impairs blood flow to the brain, should be strictly prohibited for informants, shouldn't it? You seem to know a lot. But someone who's affected by something as trivial as cigarettes isn't competent. Holy glared at Tsushima, who seemed to be enjoying the smoke, as if he were looking at filth. Informants, as they were called, were a group of individuals who possessed special abilities, comprising a small percentage of the world's population. Informants could usually generate various phenomena by executing codes for scientifically possible events. The codes they constructed in their brains were transmitted to atmospheric information factors through their eyeballs, causing various phenomena. The phenomenon of eye glow was a characteristic reaction that occurred during this process. While their abilities were once referred to as magic or alchemy, it has become apparent that they operate within scientific laws. Using substances like alcohol and nicotine had various negative effects on the use of informants' abilities. Many informants tended to avoid them. Contrary to the common sense of informants, Tsushima continued to speak with a cigarette in his mouth. Originally, your handover was scheduled for tomorrow. What happened? As Holy untied her shoelaces, she shook her head. I don't know even if you ask me. I had the same intention. But before I knew it, we were being chased by those guys, and before I knew it, we were cornered at that harbor. Then you showed up. That's all. Throwing her discarded shoes roughly, Holy curled up on the seat, hugging her legs. Despite the cramped space of the passenger seat, she could easily fold her legs, revealing a more delicate figure than expected. Sniffling softly and burying her face in her knees, she trembled slightly. She must be recalling the incident at the harbor. Despite her tough exterior, she was just a girl of her age. Tsushima softened his tone according to his feelings and continued. They were from the 4th Division. Regular troops of the Balga Empire's army. To be chased by those guys. What did you do? It's none of your business. Holy pushed him away with her dismissive tone and fell silent. Tsushima opened the car window slightly and let out a sigh along with the smoke. The Balga Empire is considered one of the world's 3 great powers. It boasts the largest territory among existing nations and competes for hegemony in every aspect, including military and economy. Understanding what it means to be targeted by such a country, Tsushima was not ignorant. With a reluctant cough, Tsushima resumed the conversation. Anyway, regardless, it's my job to get you to asylum. As for the plan going forward, we'll head to Shern as scheduled. From there, we'll take the railway to the international port along the Central Sea. At the port, we'll board an international ship bound for Elba for your asylum. Got it? Wait a minute. It's kind of sudden to be told all this. Can you repeat that? As Tsushima suddenly started an important explanation, Holy hurriedly sat up. She then rummaged through her belongings and pulled out a map of the entire empire, sandwiched between two books. Unfolding the map, which had been folded multiple times, she muttered, "I think we're here now." Even from a distance, it was evident that she had already mistaken the starting point. Furthermore, she hadn't even noticed that the map was upside down. Despite her earnest expression as she desperately searched for place names on the map, Tsushima sighed and dropped his shoulders. Stretching his arm from the driver's seat, he pointed with his index finger on the map. "This is our current location, the northernmost region of the Balga Empire. And the destination we're heading to, the independent city-state of Elba, is here." Tsushima's fingertip traveled from the northwest of the Imperial territory, descending sharply southward until it stopped at the corner of the map. His finger pointed across the sea to the other side. In this world, many countries, including the Balga Empire, exist on a vast continent. In the center of the continent lies a large sea, known as the Central Sea. And at the center of this sea is a small island, the final destination of asylum, the independent city-state of Elba. Tsushima continued by tapping his finger on the southern end of the Empire map. "The international port is here. Use the forged passport to enter Elba during the immigration process. After that, your allies from Storm's Peak should have arranged a place to live and a new identity for you. Anyway, if things go smoothly, it should all be over in about 3 days." Storm's Peak is the name of the anti-government organization that commissioned Tsushima for this job. Those who sacrificed their lives to protect Holy at the harbor last night were also members of Storm's Peak. Ideally, there would have been sufficient information exchange between them, but circumstances being what they are, Tsushima stubbed out his shortened cigarette in the ashtray and settled back into his seat. Even as his presence receded, Holy continued to scrutinize the map with a thoughtful expression. Then, perhaps a question occurred to her. She looked at him. "You seem quite familiar with the geography of this country. Are you perhaps from the Balga Empire? Most adults besides you can usually read a map about this well." "Sarcastic adults," Holy retorted, furrowing her brow at Tsushima's sarcasm. Sensing her reaction, Tsushima replied earnestly, "This country is not new to me. In fact, I'm quite familiar with it. So, rest assured, I won't get us lost." "Just because you can read a map doesn't mean you won't get lost sometimes," Holy remarked with a prickly tone in her words, followed by a wide yawn. Realizing her own small act of rebellion, she hurriedly covered her mouth. She glanced at Tsushima subtly to see if he had noticed her slip. Of course, Tsushima had noticed, but he simply shrugged. "The pursuers won't be here for a while. Take a little rest." "I'm fine, really. I don't need a nap," Holy insisted. "If the pursuers come after us at night, you won't be able to rest. That's why I'm telling you to rest while you still can." "I'm not trying to be nice to you," Tsushima stated bluntly. Despite his straightforward manner, Holy seemed dissatisfied, but her sleepy demeanor was evident. After blinking her eyes several times, she quietly reclined her seat. Dealing with the unique attitude of a teenage girl could be quite cumbersome. Tsushima suppressed the urge to sigh and adjusted his grip on the steering wheel. However, Holy's demeanor exceeded Tsushima's expectations. She sat up within seconds of lying down. "What's wrong?" "If the sleeping position is uncomfortable, tough luck," Tsushima retorted. "It's not that." "Well, that's part of it, but there's something more important," Holy replied. Tsushima looked at Holy with a melancholic expression. "Do you have any guarantee that it's safe to sleep next to you?" she asked with an expression that suggested it was a matter of course. "What do you mean by that?" Tsushima replied, his emotions evident on his face. "Well, think about it. In the current situation, even though we're in a car, we're alone together in a confined space with a stranger like you. So, there's a possibility that you might do something to me, right?" Holy explained. Holy displayed the sensitivity expected of a well-bred young lady, revealing her guarded nature. The unnecessary fuss over trivial matters only made things more troublesome. Tsushima, looking to the heavens, remarked, "Unfortunately, I'm not stupid enough to lust after a little girl like you." It was a line meant to reassure Holy, but it backfired. Holy seemed to interpret it as being told she had no charm and being made fun of as a little girl. Her cheeks flushed as she stuttered, I am capable more than you think. Tsushima restrained her as she seemed about to blurt something out, shaking his head in dismay. That's enough. Now go to bed quietly before we both regret having asked each other. Holy rubbed her chest with her hand and felt a strange sense of defeat. Tsushima had no intention of belittling her, but it was already too late. Having suffered unnecessary mental damage, she quietly reclined in her seat. After a while, she muttered something, her words barely audible, but it seemed she was murmuring a grudge. Tsushima quietly turned on the car radio and pretended not to hear it. Within minutes, he could hear her breathing softly in her sleep as the car filled with carefree country music that seemed oddly out of place. Section. Tsushima drove for several hours and found the silhouette of a house deep in the pasture. As he turned the car onto the worn-out farm road, Holy woke up at the change in vibration. Rubbing her eyes sleepily, she sat up and looked out of the window to see nothing. What? Where are we going? She asked. I found tonight's lodging, Tsushima replied. Lodging? Looking out at the empty pasture, Holy tilted her head in confusion. However, as they advanced and she spotted the ruins ahead, she fell silent. Ha! Surely, the lodging isn't here, right? She exclaimed. That's exactly it. Tsushima pulled the car up to the ruins and got out, leaving Holy staring at the building with her mouth agape. In the recently annexed northern regions of the Balga Empire, such ruins were not uncommon. They were places still bearing many scars of the invasive wars. Tsushima looked up at the remnants of the wearying war and approached the ruins. Despite the overgrowth of grass at the doorstep, the structure's pillars and framework remained sturdy, contrary to its appearance. If it hadn't collapsed under the snow in this area, it should serve as suitable lodging for the night. Having thoroughly surveyed the house, Tsushima now checked for signs of pursuit. Scanning the surroundings, he assured Holy of their safety. It's safe, he said. Holy, with a look suggesting she'd rather not leave the passenger seat, glanced up at the vacant house in front of her and murmured, Hey, can't we just stay at a proper inn, even if it means arriving a bit later? The Imperial regular army is on the move. If we use a town inn carelessly, we'll be easily traced. At times like this, ruins are the most practical option. That's the decision. It's not about practicality or anything like that. With Holy still hesitant to get out of the passenger seat, Tsushima casually remarked, It's much better than sleeping outdoors, at least. That comparison is absurd. Absolutely absurd, Holy muttered under her breath as she reluctantly stepped out of the car. She stuck close behind Tsushima, her footsteps crunching the grass beneath her. The interior of the ruins was surprisingly well kept, with some furniture still intact. Tsushima meticulously inspected every inch from ceiling to floor as they walked over creaking floorboards. It's slightly better than I imagined, he remarked. Holy, walking timidly behind Tsushima, hidden by his back, tried to sound confident. Tsushima pointed to a sofa left in the living room and instructed Holy, Rest there. I'll check the other rooms. I refuse. I won't let you leave me alone in this creepy place, Holy retorted with a hint of defiance. Indeed, outside, the late afternoon sun was casting its rays. But the interior was so dimly lit that one had to strain their eyes to see anything. If one were to call it eerie, it certainly was. Despite her prickly demeanor, Holy was clearly frightened. Tsushima reluctantly took her hand and placed it on his back. I don't think there's anything, but don't stray too far, he said. I know, Holy replied. Leading the visibly scared Holy, as if they were visiting a haunted house, Tsushima finished checking the first and second floors. Holy, reacting nervously with every door he opened, insisting, Signal when you open one, was honestly getting in the way. After finally inspecting all the rooms, the two settled back in the initial living room. Darkness had completely enveloped the outside by now. Tsushima handed Holy a blanket he found in one of the bedrooms. Thank you, she said. Taking Holy's concern at face value, she shivered noticeably and curled up tightly on the sofa. Tsushima settled by the window, where moonlight seeped in, keeping his focus outside. Watching his back, Holy voiced her concern. Hey, why don't you rest a bit too? I'm fine. I'll rest when necessary, Tsushima replied. You've been awake for over a day already. It wouldn't do for you to collapse when I am going to need you, she insisted. It was her way of showing concern. Tsushima noticed, but didn't change his posture. If the enemy has located our position, they'll likely attack at night. We've already lost a direct confrontation once. They might switch to ambush tactics. The darkness of night is perfect for that, he explained. You're so cautious, Holy remarked. It's part of the job, Tsushima replied. Tsushima casually glanced at Holy as he spoke, but surprisingly, she wore a non-hostile expression. There was a distant look in her eyes, as if she were recalling something, with a hint of vulnerability that seemed unexpectedly girlish. That expression somehow stirred a memory of her in Tsushima's mind. Her face, her personality, nothing should match. Yet, for some reason, the image of a girl flashed through Tsushima's mind, overlapping with Holy, prompting him to let out a small sigh. Unaware of Tsushima's internal turmoil, Holy spoke in a slightly relaxed tone. "Hey, can I ask you something?" She started cautiously, as if probing Tsushima. Tsushima nodded in response, still gazing out of the window. "You mentioned you were a 7th grade information officer, right?" "Yeah. 7th grade according to international standards," Tsushima replied. "That's a lie, isn't it? If you're in 7th grade, you should be mediocre as an information officer." "You're clearly different," Holy protested, her lower lip protruding in dissatisfaction. She seemed to sense that she was being lied. Tsushima answered matter-of-factly. "I haven't taken exams for higher grades, nor do I intend to. Besides, many information officers from Elba Independent City participated in the War of Independence. They're more skilled than the inexperienced lot you'd find in this country." "Are you one of those with combat experience?" Holy inquired. "That's right," Tsushima confirmed. It seems Holy was satisfied with that explanation, as she nodded lightly and uttered a casual hum. Information officers are ranked according to their abilities, with a system of grades. Grades range from 1 to 10, with higher numbers indicating higher ranks. The volume zone encompasses grades 5 to 7, and those above grade 8 are considered skilled information officers. However, in recent years, information officers who couldn't be placed within the 10-grade system emerged, leading to the establishment of their extraordinary grade, which ranks from 11 to 13 based on relative comparisons. Their extraordinary grade is a title bestowed only upon those information officers who possess abilities beyond human comprehension. For example, there were only 2 individuals in the world with the highest rank, grade 13. "In my estimation, I'd say you have the skills of about a 9th-grade information officer," she said. Then, she continued speaking, seemingly adding on to her previous statement. Unlike when they were in the car, she was now quite talkative. It's said that information officers can accomplish almost anything through science. Conversely, they shouldn't be able to do anything that hasn't been explained by science. Your abilities seemed a bit out of touch with reality, so I thought you must be fairly skilled, she explained. You're surprisingly knowledgeable. I thought Balga was an empire opposed to information officers. Well, this is just basic knowledge, isn't it? Well, I do have some personal reasons for knowing a bit more. Leaving the chatter lingering in the air, Holy avoided touching on the crucial points with vague words. Sensing her intention, Tsushima decided not to delve deeper into the conversation. Information officers can't do everything just because there's a scientific basis. It requires individual skill and a sense for crafting codes. Codes? Holy asked, looking a bit puzzled. It seemed she only had a patchwork of knowledge gathered from somewhere. Reluctantly, Tsushima elaborated, feeling compelled by his own words. A code is like a spell constructed within the mind. It's a way of interpreting the scientific mechanisms of events and storing them in one's mind on how to manipulate them. Some codes are publicly available, but most information officers possess their own unique codes. The simpler the construction, the shorter the execution time and the less strain it puts on the user. So, having a sense for crafting codes is crucial, he clarified. Oh, I see. That's interesting, Holy responded. Was she genuinely impressed or mocking him? With a silly tone, Holy casually stifled a yawn. Observing her demeanor, Tsushima furrowed his brow. If you're tired, just go to sleep, he suggested. It's fine. Just let me talk a bit more. I feel like I'll have unpleasant dreams if I sleep now. Holy narrowed her eyes as if gazing into the distance, then rolled over on the sofa. Certainly, it hadn't been long since that dreadful night. Perhaps her excessive chatter was a manifestation of her underlying anxiety. It wouldn't hurt to indulge her a bit as part of caring for her mental well-being. Tsushima gave Holy a nod, encouraging her to continue speaking. You mentioned that this isn't your first time in this country. Yeah. I've been here a few times for work. When was that? Holy inquired, delving a bit deeper into her questioning. Tsushima's expression tensed slightly at the probing question. However, in the dimly lit room, his expression wasn't visible. Holy's innocent eyes pierced straight through him. Sensing a nostalgic feeling welling up within him at the sight of those pure eyes, Tsushima felt as if he was lifting the lid off a long-closed memory, releasing a fragrant aroma. To dispel the confusing emotions stirring within him, Tsushima reached for his cigarettes. However, instead of quelling those emotions, the smoke rising from the cigarette seemed to drag him further into the past. This situation must be triggering memories from long ago. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Tsushima to speak of things he had buried deep within himself. It's a story from over a decade ago. I used to live in this country. I was a mercenary, following the orders of the Empire, traversing various battlefields. During that time, I used to sleep in ruins like this. As he spoke, memories from the past flickered behind his closed eyelids. Though he had experienced many things since then, they all stemmed from his life in this country. Learning how to interact with people, surviving as an information officer, learning how to kill enemies, these were all skills he had learned in a harsh environment that demanded such knowledge to survive. Over a decade ago, so that would be around the time of the recapture of Jabal, right? Yeah. I participated in that war, Tsushima confirmed. And perhaps also in the Elba Independence War? Holy continued. Well, it's possible, Tsushima replied vaguely. The recapture of Jabal occurred over 12 years ago, a large-scale civil war within the Balga Empire between information officers and the government. Despite initially gaining the upper hand, the rebel forces led by information officers ultimately suffered a devastating defeat due to betrayal from within their ranks. Surviving information officers went into hiding, only to reorganize 4 years later. This led to the Elba Independence War, where information officers fought for independence against the world. Due to its significance in the events leading up to the Independence War, the recapture of Jabal is engraved in history as a major prelude to the conflict. So, that's what real combat experience is like, Holy murmured softly in the dimly lit room. Tsushima let out a self-deprecating laugh and shrugged. It's not uncommon for my generation, he replied. Were you born in this country? What about your family? Holy inquired further. I'm a war orphan. I don't know who my biological parents are, nor do I know my birthplace. However, there was someone like a sister to me, Tsushima answered. As Tsushima spoke, he felt a small prick of pain in his heart, a reminder of an irreplaceable yet unwanted memory resurfacing. Perhaps his emotions had become apparent on his face. Holy, sensing his discomfort, spoke gently, her tone filled with concern. Someone important to you, huh? Holy murmured, clutching something at her chest. Tsushima glanced at her discreetly and let out a quiet sigh. Perhaps she was. But now, I'm not sure anymore, Tsushima replied. It's about yourself, isn't it? Why wouldn't you know? Holy asked. I've chosen to forget that memory. It's a painful one to recall. Holy fell silent, sensing the underlying meaning behind Tsushima's words. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked, Holy said timidly, showing a hesitant gaze from under the blanket. Tsushima couldn't help but soften at Holy's genuine apology and demeanor, which was different from her usual rebellious self. It's fine. It's a memory that I can't recall without something like this. Yeah. But it's a bit lonely, isn't it? What do you mean? Well, it's like the memory of someone important slowly fading away, you know? It feels kind of sad, Holy said, as if overlaying her own inner memories onto the conversation. She disliked sentimental talks. Tsushima exhaled smoke and replied in a detached tone. Forgetting is also important. especially when it comes to painful memories that can affect the future. Is it one of those experience is the best teacher things? Who knows, Tsushima replied curtly, causing Holy to soften her expression. Then, she gazed up at the ceiling with a melancholic look. What do you do when you want to forget painful memories quickly? What's this? Did you go through a breakup or something? Tsushima retorted. Not exactly, Holy replied. Tsushima, who teased her, received a dampened glance from Holy, who puffed her cheeks slightly in response. Then, she returned to a somewhat serious expression. I have my own painful past too. Maybe not as much as yours, though. She clearly had no intention of discussing that past. Holy buried herself under the blanket, sighing loudly enough for Tsushima to hear. Besides, a couple of heartbreaks aren't enough to make me worry this much. Youngsters are all troubled by love. I thought you might relate. Isn't that what they say? Experience is the best teacher. Tsushima replied with a cigarette between his lips, gazing out the window for a while before exhaling silently. Sensing the subtle silence, Holy smirked. Hit the nail on the head. Everyone goes through that phase. Until just now, Holy had appeared drowsy, but suddenly she perked up, her expression brightening. It seemed the girl was sensitive to talk of love. With obvious signs of a maiden's curiosity emanating from her, Tsushima wore a somewhat annoyed expression. Why do you ask? It's just curiosity. Come on, it's not a big deal. We're in a deserted place like this, after all. Talking about something a little frivolous might lift our spirits. Certainly, considering the events of the day, a bit of relaxation was warranted. Tsushima, unusually, acquiesced to Holy's request with a begrudging expression. Both work and personal life are easier when you're alone. It's something a kid like you wouldn't understand. So, you're single, aren't you? Not bad looking either. Well, maybe it's what's on the inside that counts. Get it? Like, soul? Holy seizes the opportunity to tease. Tsushima can only glare at her, cigarette still in his mouth. What's with that look? I'm just trying to help. I'm telling you, a little kindness goes a long way. I'm practically giving you advice on how to be more attractive. That's none of your business. Tsushima stubs out his cigarette, then strides over to Holy. Grabbing the blanket, he forcibly covers her head with it. Just go to sleep already. We have an early day tomorrow. Holy lets out a short scream, then peers up at Tsushima from under the blanket. Observing Tsushima's attempt to deflect the situation, Holy realizes he's not genuinely angry. She chuckles softly under the blanket. I feel like I understand you a bit better now. Thanks for talking, Tsushima. Tsushima, avoiding eye contact, grimaces uncomfortably as Holy expresses her gratitude. He hadn't expected to be thanked for just chatting, so he grimaces uncomfortably and reaches for a new cigarette. Outside the abandoned house, the sound of birds chirping can be heard from somewhere afar. It was a nightmare that Holy repeatedly experienced. In the midst of a seemingly peaceful day, with nothing unusual happening, the sound of gunfire and screams echoed through the mansion. Contrary to the serene sunlight streaming in, there was a carpet of blood spread out before her. Men rushed in, one after another, only to collapse and become corpses upon the floor. The mansion became akin to the center of a battlefield, filled with the scent of blood and gunpowder. Amidst the chaos, Holy, drenched in blood, could only stare in shock at the scene unfolding before her. The bodyguards who sacrificed themselves to save her lay piled on top of her, forming a protective barrier that kept her alive. Her whole body immersed in a sea of blood, could do nothing but tremble. Before her crimson eyes, there stood the figure of the information broker, the root of all evil. It was no longer human. It continued to scream as if it had lost its sanity, killing the soldiers rushing to her aid. The trembling, pale blue eyes were once a testament to the knight's vow to protect the girl. But that was in the past. Everything had betrayed the girl, changing the reason for her existence. She reached out to the fingers lying in the pool of blood. Among them, the ring her knight used to wear as proof of his knighthood lay. Grasping the blood-soaked silver ring, the girl sobbed. Why did you, my knight, betray me? With tear-filled eyes, the girl closed them and covered her face with both hands. She could no longer bear to face the tragic reality. Desperately, she closed her eyes, ears, and mouth, waiting for the storm to pass, clinging to whatever shreds of sanity remained. Someone, anyone, please help me. Her prayers went unheard by anyone. Still, she had no choice but to keep praying. Escaping from the evil intentions and scheming hell that engulfed this world was never going to be easy. If there were someone capable of doing so, that person would be even more wicked than the demons showing this hell. Whether they could be called human or not was beyond knowing. Slowly awakening from her dream, Holly sensed someone's voice. Following the guidance of that voice lifting her from the depths of the nightmare, she slowly returned to the real world. Section. In the early morning, at a time when the other side of the horizon had just begun to lighten, Tashima shook Holly, who was thrashing in her sleep. "Hey, wake up." Holly, her forehead beaded with sweat, abruptly opened her eyes and looked up at Tashima. She took a deep breath and gazed around, still seeming unsure of the boundary between dream and reality, her wide eyes darting from side to side. "You were having quite the nightmare." As Tsushima spoke with concern, Holly lifted her upper body heavily and wiped the sweat from her neck. Pressing her fingers against her forehead with a pained expression, she strained to speak in a hoarse voice. "I see nightmares all the time. So, it's okay." "Okay, if you say so." With a usual response, Holly wore a dark expression. Tsushima refrained from saying anything unnecessary as he looked at her. "Night, betrayal, help me." Those were the words muttered by her in her nightmares. Regardless of how they were pieced together, they formed a series of unsettling words. Tsushima noticed the shadows that seemed to lurk around the girl named Holly, but hesitated to delve any further. It should only be a professional relationship. He maintained a defensive line, sensing the possibility of crossing some boundary. "I'm a bit thirsty. I'll go get some water," Holly said as she got up from the sofa. Along with the creaking of the floor, Tsushima noticed something and immediately stopped Holly. "What's wrong?" Ignoring her curious head tilt, Tsushima directed his attention outside the mansion. A subtle fluctuation in the information factor, familiar to him. Feeling a sense of relief at the recognizable presence, Tsushima replied, "I sense someone's presence." "An enemy?" "Yeah. Probably an informant," Tsushima responded. "What? How do you know that?" "There's less presence for the 4th Division. Plus, the intuition of a colleague tells me so." While saying so, Tsushima naturally had a smile on his face. He might not have been aware, but it wasn't a particularly commendable expression. Observing his expression, Holly's own expression stiffened slightly. "So, what should we do?" "The front is already surrounded, so we can't get to the car. We have no choice but to confront them. However, if the informant is involved, I can't protect you while fighting." With those words, Tsushima scanned the room, searching for a suitable hiding spot. His gaze settled on the ash-covered fireplace. "No," Holly preempted Tsushima's next words with a firm refusal. It wasn't that Tsushima was needlessly resisting her decision, she truly wore a look of genuine disdain. Tsushima let out a heavy sigh. "But that's not a place for people to go. Look, it's covered in ashes. Surrounded by fire-resistant bricks. It's the strongest structurally. Hurry up." Holly was forcibly pulled up from the sofa by the scruff of her neck, like grabbing a cat, and she cast a cold, resentful glare at Tsushima. Tsushima pointed to the fireplace with his chin. "We're almost there. Hurry. Remember that later." Leaving behind what sounded like a parting shot filled with various emotions, Holly slipped into the fireplace. Her delicate body easily fit into the large fireplace. Tsushima breathed a sigh of relief and waited for the unwelcome guest. Tsushima took out a cigarette from his pocket to start his morning smoke, just as the sound of the front door opening could be heard. Soon after, the presence of 2 people entering the house followed. The sound of leather shoes creaking against the floorboards echoed. Tsushima deliberately made a show of it, loudly striking his oil lighter, almost as if to reveal his location. On the other side of the wall separating the entrance and the living room, the footsteps of his pursuers halted. Tsushima slowly met the gaze of the information officer beyond the wall, his eyes shimmering with a cool blue light. "I won't say it twice. Turn back now." To the information officer on the other side of the wall, Tsushima delivered his final warning. It was both a warning and an act of mercy from Tsushima. However, it was all in vain. The information officer who had pinpointed Tsushima's location from his voice executed a code on the other side of the wall. In the fleeting moment when he thought he saw the remnants of the blue light, the wall was forcefully crushed. The information officer, whose bodily functions had been enhanced by basic code, rushed towards Tsushima. Approaching, shrouded in dust, the man with eyes shimmering blue locked gazes at Tsushima, emitting a sharp aura of hostility. However, Tsushima's gaze is not directed towards the man in front of him. The reason for having two information officers is to divide into vanguard and rearguard for fighting. In such cases, the vanguard often serves as a decoy and shield. It is invariably the rearguard that executes more aggressive code. As Tsushima anticipated, beyond the dust, another information officer was kneeling on the floor. It was a female information officer. She had her body fixed and a pistol aimed, and without blinking, she pulled the trigger. Immediately after the intense gunshot, the code executed by the female information officer on the fired bullet manifested an effect. The code added speed to the bullet, and the accelerated bullet generated flames in the air. Normally, the speed of that bullet would be beyond human reaction. However, Tsushima had his right hand poised in anticipation of its trajectory, predicting its path from the muzzle. Tsushima warped the trajectory of the bullet by enveloping his right hand with heat intense enough to distort the air. The bullet fired by the female information broker left only a scratch on his cheek before shattering the wall behind him. The movements of the information brokers who launched the ambush were flawless. However, the situation was still tipping heavily in Tsushima's favor. "Watch out!" a man shouted with urgency, pushing back against the sense of crisis with his angry voice. Tsushima immediately switched his attention to the man in front of him. With a violent sound, the body of the informant who received Tsushima's fist reeled back significantly. His fist had struck Tsushima's cheek. However, in exchange, his head was gruesomely blown off, leaving nothing above his neck. Without hesitation, Tsushima swiftly grabbed the body of the man who fell to his knees with a dull thud and used it as a shield. "Damn it! Useless!" The female informant spat venomously, witnessing her colleague's death, and without executing the code, she pulled the trigger. Yet, the burly man's body took the bullet flawlessly. "Sorry," Tsushima muttered softly, comforting him from behind the corpse. Then, his blue eyes glinted as he glanced at the woman. Even from behind the corpse, Tsushima's blue eyes were visible, and the female informant executed the code. However, even in the speed of code execution, Tsushima was superior to her. At the moment the female informant attempted to pull the trigger, her held-up handgun turned red. Then, the barrel, once a solid chunk of metal, began to bend according to gravity. Boom! As Tsushima, hidden away, muttered the explosion, it was as if a time bomb had been triggered, and the gun in the informant's hand went off uncontrollably. The female informant, blown back by the violent explosion of the gun, collapsed to the floor and lay there motionless. Tsushima slowly stood up, confirming that both informants were incapacitated. His cigarette still hadn't turned to ash. In shock at the sudden turn of events, Holy, peering out from the fireplace, could only utter, "Tsushima. Who are you really?" The way Tsushima handled the informant, his precision in executing the code, and his calm demeanor while taking lives, all of it set him apart as an informant. In response to Holy's question, Tsushima replied, exhaling smoke as he spoke. "I'm just a regular informant you'd find anywhere. Is that unsatisfactory?" "No, it's not that." "Then good. There might be more pursuers on their way. Let's get out of here quickly." Holy, emerging from the fireplace, made her way towards the entrance, keeping as much distance as possible from the body lying in the center of the room. Watching her, Tsushima muttered with a sigh, "Try not to look at dead bodies too much. It ruins your appetite. Coming from the one who did it." Holy conveyed that to Tsushima with her gaze, and he chuckled, a cynical smile playing on his lips. Section. The day was a stark contrast to the overcast weather of the previous day, with clear skies stretching out overhead. Having not eaten properly since the day before, The two of them decided to satisfy their hunger with a meal they bought at a gas station along the way. While Tsushima had been considering eating on the go, Holy insisted stubbornly, "I want to relax at least during meals," so he relented and decided to park the car. Stepping out of the car under the spacious sky, Holy stretched widely. Beside her, Tsushima, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, took out a lighter. "Hey, you really do like cigarettes, don't you?" Holy called out to Tsushima with an exasperated tone. Taking a moment to glance at her, Tsushima replied with the cigarette still in his mouth. "It's not like I smoke because I enjoy it. It's more like a curse," he said. "Don't equate nicotine addiction with curses and the occult," Holy retorted. "Well, not in that sense." Tsushima began to explain but then gave up halfway. It wasn't really something worth discussing, he thought. Holy sent Tsushima a piercing stare in response to his vague words, but she didn't press further. She seemed to have come to the realization that he was just that kind of person. Carrying the groceries she had taken from the car, Holy hopped onto the hood. The bag she held seemed unusually large, but Tsushima, unaware of what she had bought, glanced at her meal out of curiosity. To his surprise, all she seemed to have bought were snacks and junk food, indistinguishable from one another. Tsushima couldn't help but frown, and by chance, he locked eyes with Holy. She licked the cheese oil off her fingers, a questioning look on her face. "What's wrong?" she asked. "There could have been some more decent food, couldn't there?" "Well, I've always wanted to try these, so I couldn't help it," Holy replied. Realizing from Tsushima's attitude that her meal choice was odd, Holy blushed slightly. As if to tidy up her appearance, she put back some of the snacks into the bag. Still feeling Tsushima's gaze, Holy pursed her lips and made excuses. "I couldn't afford to eat this kind of junk food before. It's kind of a longing, you know? Especially when everything is within reach, you want to try it all," she explained. "Well, I can understand the sentiment," Tsushima said. Even Tsushima couldn't bring himself to interrogate Holy further after hearing her sincere explanation. Nevertheless, it was quite a terrible meal. Tsushima reluctantly offered her a sandwich with vegetables from his own bag. "At least eat some vegetables like this. Eating too much strange stuff will upset your stomach," Tsushima advised. "Oh, really? That would be troublesome," Holy replied, munching on oily and salty junk food, briefly thanking Tsushima for his concern. Beside Holy, who happily smacked her lips with ketchup on her cheek, Tsushima tasted something other than smoke after a long time. Just by eating shoulder to shoulder, there was a strange feeling that their distance was somehow getting closer. Perhaps that's partly why. Tsushima unusually brought up a topic of conversation. "You mentioned you were the youngest child of a noble family, right?" "Well, sort of," Holy replied hesitantly, wiping her cheeks repeatedly. It was clear from the start that she was hiding something. However, what Tsushima wanted to ask wasn't about that. He smoothly transitioned to the main topic. "What's your connection to Storm's Peak? It seems risky for nobles to associate with them." For a moment, Holy paused with her hand halfway to her mouth, taking a brief moment to think. "How much do you know about Storm's Peak?" she asked. With a serious expression, Holy inquired, and Tsushima responded succinctly. "I understand them as a relatively large anti-government organization within the Balga Empire." "Not a wrong interpretation, I'd say," Holy replied. Turning from her previously foolish expression to one of seriousness, Holy sat up straight, furrowing her brows. "Our relationship with Storm's Peak is just about seeking asylum. They help people and organizations within Balga who have nowhere else to turn, assisting them in escaping the country or providing support. It seems they're part of the domestic anti-government activities," she explained. "Given that the Balga Empire is a country with strict control, it would be difficult to make contact with such anti-government groups." "How did you manage to get in touch with them?" Tsushima inquired. "They actually reached out to me. A sympathizer who had been observing my situation approached me with a proposition," Holy explained. There was no sense that Holy was lying, but she was clearly withholding crucial information. Lowering her tone, she eventually buried her mouth into her knees. "But you see, despite being called an anti-government organization, they're not bad people. Sure, sometimes they resort to violence, but there's always a legitimate reason for it. Besides, there are those in the Balga Empire who simply can't abide by the government's ways. The consequences of repeated invasions and annexations. They exist to help such people, she concluded. You're not a member of Storm's Peak yourself, then, Tsushima inferred. Of course not. I'm just a client, Holy confirmed. While there may have been some minor falsehoods in Holy's narrative, there didn't seem to be any fatal lies at its core. Thinking this, Tsushima decided on his course of action. I'm hesitant to bring this up, but... Tsushima began. Prefacing his statement, Tsushima continued, I'm concerned about the movements of our pursuers. Only Storm's Peak and us know the route for your asylum. Yet, as if they knew in advance, a large force was waiting for you at the port. And they were regular military forces. Furthermore, despite the involvement of such an organized force, the next pursuers were highly mobile, two-person cell informants. Perhaps Tsushima's implications weren't coming across clearly, as Holy tilted her head with wide eyes. Tsushima reluctantly decided to provide a more detailed explanation. Listen, for the military to ambush us, they must have known for certain that you would come to the port. On the other hand, after repelling them, they wouldn't have had an accurate fix on your location. So, they likely sent informants as hounds to track us down, Tsushima elaborated. So, what? The enemy knew our movements in advance? Holy asked. That's right. I hate to think about it, but there might be a mole within Storm's Peak. Any ideas? Tsushima inquired. A mole? That's... Holy trailed off, taken aback. Holy looked at Tsushima with apprehension. The color drained from her face, and she began to stare at the ground, lost in thought. Beside her, Tsushima crushed the remainder of his cigarette under his shoe. It seems there are more people who want you gone than I thought, Tsushima remarked. Rising as if to signal the end of the meal, Tsushima stood up and cracked his neck before facing Holy head-on. She looked up at him with even more anxiety in her eyes. First, we need to cut off information from suspicious sources. From now on, we'll proceed without seeking assistance from Storm's Peak, Tsushima declared. But can we still seek asylum that way? Holy asked. Admittedly, our opponents will come at us with organized efforts. We can't afford to be too leisurely, but we do have options, Tsushima assured her. Knowing that losing the support of Storm's Peak, a knowledgeable ally on internal affairs, would leave them at a disadvantage, it seemed they would have to forcefully push through the shortest route possible. Fortunately, I have some acquaintances in this country. Let's see if we can enlist their help, Tsushima suggested, exchanging a glance with Holy and offering a slightly relaxed expression. He intended to convey a message of reassurance, but she still seemed uneasy. I trust you, but are you sure it'll be okay? Holly grasped something at her chest and spoke in a voice that seemed to be fading away. There was no meaning to her inquiry. She could deceive as much as she wanted if she intended to tell lies. Tsushima let out a deep sigh, making sure his message was clear to Holy. In response to his demeanor, Holy directed a stern gaze at him. Facing her pure and innocent heart, Tsushima delivered harsh words. Don't trust people so easily. That's how you get betrayed. But if there's one thing I can say, it's that my job is to take you to Elba. So don't go trusting me too much either. That kind of thing makes me feel creeped, he said. What is this man talking about? Holy seemed unable to comprehend, her mouth slightly agape. Tsushima's attempt to encourage her came off as awkward, as their distance hadn't narrowed enough for it to be effective. Watching Tsushima sheepishly return to the driver's seat, Holy seemed to vaguely notice his consideration. Eventually, she regained a bit of her spirits, and a small smile appeared on her lips. Chapter 2. The capital city, Balga. The sky visible from the elegant study's window was filled with heavy clouds drifting by. A man standing alone in the room swept his golden hair back and let out a rough sigh. Damn it. Storm's Peak and the 4th Division are both useless, he muttered, crushing the scrap of paper from the telegram in his hand. He then turned around with a sinister gaze. Standing before him was a young man clad in a splendid military uniform. Under the flickering light, he raised his eyes, just like his master, with a fondness for blood. After all, we're just pawns who know nothing of the circumstances. I suppose our job is to do the dirty work, the young man muttered disdainfully, shaking his long, blue-hued bangs. It seemed to be a sincere remark rather than sarcasm or insult. However, his master interjected to rebuke his insolence. The man with golden hair widened his eyes at the boy's words. His crimson eyes fixed on the boy, and he momentarily clouded his expression. You useless fools can't even handle simple tasks. Get going, he ordered. Are you sure? While posing the question, the boy lifted the corners of his mouth as if to bare his teeth. The man with golden hair huffed irritably, tossing the crumpled paper into the wastebasket. I don't care. If things proceed as planned, that's all the better. But it's also a fact that there's no more room for delay. If they resist, kill them. Even so, the outcome will be sufficient, the master commanded. Acknowledging the order, the boy bowed deeply on the spot. Then, he wore a sticky smile. Indeed. I'll see to it as you wish, he said. Accepting the order, the boy promptly left the room. Watching his gleeful departure, the man with golden hair muttered resentfully, Let the scum fight amongst themselves. That's what their collars are for. Section. The city of Shern is one of the Empire's foremost transportation hubs. It is a modern metropolis where various public transportation systems, including railways, ports, roads, and aviation, converge. Tsushima finished making a call at one of the public telephones along the street and replaced the receiver. The road, paved neatly with 3 lanes, stretches straight ahead. Along the road are modern buildings with stone-like facades. The people bustling about exude a certain ethnic atmosphere, yet their attire, such as suits and coats, is striking. Tsushima, how do I look like this? As Tsushima stood on the bustling street, he was hailed. Placing the cigarette he had been holding back into its box and extinguishing it, he turned around to find Holy, dressed in a blouse adorned with decorations and a pleated skirt reminiscent of a school uniform. I look a bit like a student. It's nice, don't you think? I've always wanted to wear clothes like this. Regardless of whether it suited her, Holy seemed pleased with herself. Indeed, at Holy's age, it was common for young women to don school uniforms at least once. While it was rare for a noble to admire the attire of commoners, such tastes and preferences existed. Tsushima gazed at her intently. The outfit is fine, but it stands out too much. Perhaps it's because of your unnecessarily good looks. It's troublesome. Put on a parka coat, a cardigan, or something to layer over it. I don't like it. I went through the trouble of picking out cute clothes. And what's with the unnecessarily good looks comment? Are you complimenting me or criticizing me? Neither. I simply said you stand out. Indeed, under the sunlight, Holy's appearance became even more beautiful. She had a model-like figure and a well-sculpted face. Her fair skin and clear blue eyes resembled the transparency of a sunny sky. She was uncomfortably conspicuous, like an unwanted target of attention. Go buy a coat at that store that can conceal your body's lines, hair, and face. Choose a design that doesn't attract too much attention. Tsushima added instructions while handing crumpled bills from his pocket to Holy. She reluctantly took them, and for some reason, stood still holding the bills in her hand. What's wrong? If you're going to give so many instructions, Tsushima, you should come with me. Why do I have to go alone? Because I have no sense of fashion. As long as the conditions are met, you can choose whatever you like. That's all. True, Tsushima doesn't seem to have that kind of sense. Holy observed Tsushima's outfit from head to toe. She sighed deeply, shrugged her shoulders, and said, well, whatever, before darting into the store. As she dashed off, Tsushima called out a reminder to her back. Hey, feel free to buy whatever you want, but don't forget the requirements. In response to his voice, Holy turned around, her skirt swaying. I know. Buy another one of the same thing, right? Got it. I'm not a child, Holy retorted, as if to say, don't bother confirming the requirements every time. With a small flick of her tongue, she darted into the store. Tsushima, with a complex mix of emotions, relit the cigarette he had just put out. As smoke wafted around him, some passers-by glared at him with evident disapproval. Hey there. Meeting in a place like this must surprise even the higher-ups. Just as the cigarette began to burn the filter, a man approached Tsushima and spoke. He had a large build and dark skin. In contrast to Tsushima, the man wore oversized casual clothes and flashed a smile, revealing white teeth. Long time no see, Joe. It's been how many years since I've been called by that name? Just so you know, I've washed my hands of the underworld business for good. My bad. Didn't mean to drag you back into the underworld. Don't say that, brother. Getting a call from you is so rare, it made me wet my pants. The cheerful man who laughed was known as Joe. He was one of the agents Tsushima used to associate with back when he was still in this country. In response to Joe's familiar banter after a long time, Tsushima smiled with a hint of nostalgia. So, you're carrying some goods. Where are they? In high spirits while shopping. Shopping? Following Tsushima's gaze, Joe turned his eyes towards the store. Then, shaking his head in disbelief, he responded. By goods, you mean that young lady? Yeah. Well, looks like we'll need some additional preparations. That's why I asked you. I'll pay you half of the promised reward upfront, as agreed. If you need more money for preparations, I can add some more. With a sigh, Tsushima revealed an envelope stuffed with bundles of bills from inside his jacket. Joe whistled teasingly when he saw it. With that much cash, who on earth is that young lady? Who knows? But knowing that won't change what we have to do. Just complete the mission, huh? You're so blunt. Are you saying you have no ulterior motives for bringing such a beauty along? Nonsense. A beauty might be a beauty, but a kid is still a kid. Tsushima chuckled and lit a new cigarette. As he blew smoke, he watched Holy adjusting her clothes in front of a mirror inside the store. Following Tsushima's gaze, Joe let out a sigh-like voice. Oh well, he said. We're both getting older. You used to be around that age. Joe's words carried another meaning that he didn't express outwardly. Whenever he saw a girl of that age, he couldn't help but remember the image of that girl who was always by Tsushima's side. Let's save the reminiscing for another time. Right now, it's business talk. About the doll we discussed over the phone. As Tsushima began to speak, Joe interrupted, pointing his index finger at him. Of course, everything's ready. But get ready to be amazed, Joe said confidently, then eagerly started explaining about the tools he was about to reveal. Section. In the heart of Shern City stands a massive railway station, the hub of the sprawling railway network spanning the entire Balga Empire. The station boasts a magnificent design, blending the brick-built old building with the modern new building featuring abundant curves. Inside the lofty, open-ceilinged hall, numerous people mill about. At its center, a huge advertising monitor shines brightly. Welcome to Shern Station. Our station serves as the hub for all railways extending throughout the empire. If you need assistance, please approach our staff wearing this uniform. A well-known actress in the country smiles while wearing the uniform of a station attendant. She is often utilized in Balga Empire propaganda. Tsushima, with his hat pulled low, guides Holy's hand as they pass by the monitor. Keep your gaze fixed on the floor at all times. Don't worry about the surroundings. As he leads Holy by the hand, Tsushima walks briskly. With the fastest pace matching her stride, Tsushima scans his surroundings. Several men have caught Tsushima's eye, clearly tailing them with professional precision. It's unclear at which point their location was identified. However, it's certain that the net is gradually closing around them. We need to pick up the pace. Watch your step, Tsushima says to Holy as he quickens their pace even further. There's less than 30 minutes until the train they're planning to board departs. 3 groups of pursuers are steadily closing in on them, blending into the crowd from behind. There must be someone watching from a vantage point somewhere. Tsushima looks up and looks around the station. Tsushima notices surveillance cameras installed on brick pillars and metal beams stretching overhead. Ah, those. No matter how hard we struggle, we're being cornered, Tsushima mutters. The visible pursuers are like hunting dogs. They deliberately make Tsushima aware of their presence to drive him. There must be someone else serving as the killer. Tsushima guides Holy through the ticket gate. The other men immediately turn back and disappear into the crowd. It's a switch. They've switched tailing teams stationed in the station beforehand. There should be other tailing teams nearby. Tsushima quickly scans the surroundings and locks eyes with a few individuals where they should be heading. Their gaze, visible through the crowd, is directly fixed on Tsushima. Have they checked the train we're boarding? As they spot Tsushima, they start heading towards him. Tsushima turns away, abandoning the regular route. Exiting beside the shop, Tsushima leans against the silver door from which a janitor emerges. It's the door to the employee corridor. Pushing open the lightweight aluminum door, they enter the sterile, unadorned employee corridor. Sensing a presence ahead, Tsushima momentarily stops in his tracks. Appearing from around the corner is just an ordinary staff member. Tsushima quickly resumes his pace. The staff member, looking puzzled, approaches as he sees Tsushima. "Excuse me. This area is for employees only," the staff member says apologetically, but Tsushima pays him no mind as he closes the distance between them. Then, with lightning speed, Tsushima subdues the staff member, rendering him unconscious. Gently laying the staff member on the floor, Tsushima opens the radio attached to his chest. Spotted suspicious men. Employee corridor 3 to 4, near the entrance. Requesting backup. After confirming several responses from beyond the sandstorm, Tsushima proceeds with Holy. Behind them, they hear the door opening roughly. It's the pursuers. Without looking back, Tsushima turns the nearest corner. There's a reason he deliberately showed his back to the pursuers. The pursuers draw their handguns as they face their target. At that moment, support staff rush in from another corridor, seemingly switching places with Tsushima. Suspicious individuals spotted. Secure them. As Tsushima anticipated, the voices of the staff coordinating with each other can be heard. Seeing one staff member lying on the ground, they seem to confront the pursuers in earnest. This buys them some time. Tsushima stops in front of a certain room, following the map of the building he memorized beforehand. He melts the lock of the locked room and forcefully opens the door. "All right. You'll board the designated train as instructed. Try to blend in with the crowd as much as possible." "Got it." Giving instructions to Holy, Tsushima hands her the ticket. It's for the capital, Balga, the train they're planning to take. Taking the single ticket, Holy nods. Then, with quick footsteps, she runs off. Watching her back as she leaves, Tsushima disappears into the room he just opened. Section. A man from the 4th Division pursued Tsushima, who had disappeared into the employee corridor. There were no surveillance cameras installed in the employee corridor, and that's the reason Tsushima chose this path. The commanders at headquarters were closely watching the low-quality surveillance footage while staying in touch via radio with the field surveillance team. After confirming the layout of the employee passageway, they positioned all tailing teams at exits. Thanks to this decision, the field team quickly located Holy. The radio transmitted the situation despite some noise interference. "Team C here, target confirmed. Pursuing. Understood. Don't kill the target yet. Drive her to an isolated location." The men's tone was cold and resolute, without any hesitation. "Identify the location of her companion. He should still be inside the station." The voice of the man serving as the command tower came over the radio. "Team F here, companion confirmed. He is moving in a different direction from the target." "Understood. Keep tailing without lowering your guard. If he get closer to the target, eliminate him." Team F responded shortly to the commander's order and began to track Tsushima's movements. Despite only a few minutes remaining until the train's departure, Tsushima was heading in the opposite direction. The commander felt a sense of unease at their decision to split into two groups and Tsushima's behavior. "Something's off." The commander raised his head with a question on his face. His gaze fell on the surveillance camera footage from the station. On the grainy screen, a man in a jacket was seen navigating through the crowd. The commander stared at his back for a while before realizing something. The way he walked was subtly different. There was a hint of lethargy in his movements, combined with an oddly vigilant gaze. However, Tsushima, as seen in the footage, didn't exhibit those movements. The commander grabbed the radio and spoke with urgency. The commander shouted, "Team F, That's an imposter. At that moment a figure dressed in Tsushima's clothes collapsed suddenly. Chaos erupted in the station as the crowd parted, revealing the imposter. The commander couldn't believe what he was seeing. It appeared they had been deceived. The figure gradually transformed, emitting a blue glow until it revealed a metallic humanoid skeleton. It was a decoy puppet, a sophisticated device crafted from multiple layers of code, extremely expensive and rarely seen in the public domain. "You sneaky information agent," the commander exclaimed in frustration. The commander, with a frustrated tone, relayed over the radio, "Team F, abort tailing. Prepare for withdrawal while staying alert for any ambush." The 4th Division, which should have been prepared to confront the situation head-on, found itself being manipulated like puppets in the hands of fate. This reality only added to the commander's anxiety. However, as if to exacerbate the commander's anxiety, reports came in from the field. "The target has boarded the train. What are your orders?" With a firm tone, the commander replied, "It's highly likely that the accomplices are hiding near the target. Have the tailing team assemble around the target. Everyone board the train. Don't let them escape." Staring at the image of Holy on the monitor, the commander issued bold instructions. Following the orders, the tailing team leaped onto the train just before departure. In no time, more than 20 individuals surrounded the cart Holy was in. As the train departed according to schedule, the commander instructed all members of the tailing team to remain on high alert. With ears tuned to the radio for updates, the commander listened intently as reports came in. "We've departed. Moving into action now." Granting approval to his subordinate's judgment, the commander anxiously watched their movements. Inside the train, the compartments were quiet. The heavy footsteps of stern-looking men echoed through the shared spaces. As they gathered in front of a particular room, it became evident that there was nowhere left to run. Immediately after exchanging signals, the men stormed into the room, and the muffled sounds of gunfire rang out repeatedly. As the gunfire ceased, a brief silence fell. The sound of something being lifted filled the commander's chest with a hint of unease, which quickly turned into reality. "We've been had. This was just a decoy." Seeing the disguised dummy lying in the cabin, the commander slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "All units, prepare for withdrawal. Our job ends here. Let him handle the rest." The commander exchanged glances with his comrades in the room. Then, with a resentful gaze towards the empty space above, he muttered, "Truly, this is not what we had hoped for." Section. The announcement from the conductor echoed through the train. "This train is the Sleeper Limited Express Shubarand, bound for Tansen. In addition to a regular ticket, a Sleeper Limited Express ticket is required for boarding." The train, already past the urban areas, was now traversing through pastoral landscapes along the canal. Inside the modernly designed compartments, passengers whiled away the time in their own ways. In one corner, an elderly woman sitting in a few-seat box called out to the conductor, holding up her ticket. "Excuse me, could you help me with this ticket?" The elderly woman flagged down the conductor with her ticket in hand. However, the conductor's gaze was cold. Looking down at the elderly woman, he brushed aside her hand holding the ticket. "Sorry, but ask another conductor." "I don't know." What do you mean by that?" The elderly woman politely inquired again, but the conductor remained silent, removing his hat and tousling his bangs. This conductor was Tsushima. "I quit being a conductor. It'll only lead to misunderstandings." Perplexed by Tsushima's muttering, the elderly woman tilted her head. Ignoring her, Tsushima tossed his hat out of the slightly opened window. Shrugging off the woman's gaze, he left the carriage. He had stolen the station attendant's uniform to evade pursuit. Additionally, his diversionary tactics seemed to have worked flawlessly, as no one was chasing Tsushima. Loosening the tie of the stolen uniform, Tsushima made his way to the designated carriage. Upon reaching the connecting section of the carriages, an announcement rang out. "The next station stop is East Shern Station. We will be stopping shortly." As the Sleeper Limited Express gradually slowed down, Tsushima felt relieved. East Shern Station was located about 20 kilometers east of the massive Shern Station. The exposed platform of East Shern, in stark contrast to Shern Station, passed by outside the window. Among the few passengers, Tsushima recognized two familiar faces and breathed a sigh of relief. As the train doors opened, he stuck his head out and signaled to them. Holy had left Shern ahead of Joe in his car. The plan was for Tsushima to disrupt the 4th Division alone and rendezvous at East Shern Station. Joe, the first to spot Tsushima, raised his hand and approached. "Hey, how did it go?" The continuous operation time extended unexpectedly. "Quite impressive." "Right. I've been refining it over the 10 years we haven't seen each other." Joe grinned happily, puffing out his chest in a deliberate manner. Tsushima, with a slight smile, replied, 10 years is an exaggeration. The decoy disguised dummy used at the station was Joe's homemade creation. It was likely a custom tool that only Joe, who possessed world-class talent in dummy fabrication, could make. While the two exchanged friendly words, Holy standing next to them seemed displeased. It dawned on her that she hadn't been properly briefed on the operation details. Tsushima, feeling a bit awkward, cleared his throat. "So, everything all right?" Meeting Tsushima's gaze, Holy replied, "According to plan, everything's going smoothly. Once we board this train, we'll arrive at the Mediterranean Sea by tomorrow." She gestured towards the blue-bodied train, and Tsushima extended his hand to Holy. "Well then, I suppose that's fine," he said. Despite lingering dissatisfaction, Holy grabbed his hand and jumped onto the train. Joe, watching their interaction with amusement, exaggeratedly clapped his hands upon seeing Tsushima in his conductor attire. "Oh, that's right. Almost forgot about this. It's your trademark jacket," Joe exclaimed as he pulled the jacket out of his bag. "I can't stay dressed as a conductor forever." "Glad it came in handy," Tsushima remarked. "Yeah. But hey, this look isn't half bad either," Joe replied, weaving in one of his trademark jokes. Seeing Joe's antics, Tsushima returned a wry smile. Then, he changed clothes at the opportune moment and tossed an envelope filled with cash to Joe from his pocket. "This is the promised reward. Use it to lay low for a while. Someday, I'll owe you again," Tsushima said, handing over the envelope. "Hey, isn't this more than we agreed on?" Joe asked. "I just said it. I'll owe you again someday," Tsushima reiterated. "Is this like a down payment? You've got some nerve." "Take care of yourself too," Joe replied. As the train signaled its departure with a nostalgic whistle, Joe, lingering on the platform, watched the two with a hint of reluctance. "You're going all out for this job. It's comforting to see that familiar look in your eyes again," Joe remarked. "A familiar look?" Tsushima queried, to which Joe pointed at Holy. "This time, make sure to protect her until the end. With who you are now." His voice was drowned out by the closing door and remained unheard until the end. Joe lightly waved his hand as a farewell gesture from behind the closed door. By the time the train began to move, he had turned his back and walked away. Watching Joe's back as the train started moving, Holy looked up at Tsushima. "What's wrong?" he asked. "What did he mean by this time earlier?" Holy inquired. "I don't know," Tsushima replied, leaving with a troublesome remark. Although inwardly annoyed, Tsushima couldn't fully deny Joe's observation. If a girl of this age came to the Balga Empire, it would naturally stir emotions. "It's just an irrelevant old story. Instead of lingering here, let's go," Tsushima deflected. "You always brush it off like that," Holy remarked. Despite Holy's probing words, Tsushima entered the carriage. After confirming his ticket, Tsushima headed towards the second-class compartment. Holy, apparently experiencing her first time on a sleeper train, followed Tsushima with a tourist-like curiosity as she looked around the train. "Hey, so these compartments are private, right? Does that mean there are baths and toilets too?" she asked cheerfully, adding, "Can we see other compartments?" Tsushima, somewhat exasperated, gestured to her to zip her lips. "There's no guarantee this train is absolutely safe. Don't let your guard down," he warned. "What? Haven't we shaken off our pursuers?" Holy retorted. "I can't say for sure. If the pursuers from the intelligence agency make a grand appearance, the situation could change," Tsushima replied. As Tsushima moved through the carriage, he cast a glance back at Holy. Seeing the look in his eyes, she seemed to regain some level of tension. Consulting the map inside the train, they realized they needed to pass through the dining car to reach their compartments. With Holy, whose eyes lit up at the mention of a dining car, in tow, Tsushima made his way to their designated carriage. The dining car had a spacious layout without walls or partitions. Rows of tables with white tablecloths were neatly arranged. There was hardly anyone around, and aside from the sound of clinking dishes and the rumble of the train, the cart was eerily quiet. However, Tsushima sensed it, the same gaze and hostility he had felt when they entered Shern Station. Tsushima slowly concealed Holy behind him. If you're going to hide, you'd better do something about that hostility. Even a fool would notice, Tsushima taunted, prompting a young boy to emerge from the shadows behind the counter in the middle of the carriage. With blue hair and fair skin, the boy wore a small but impressive military uniform. His androgynous features retained a hint of youthfulness yet conveyed a sinister aura with his malicious eyes. The navy blue uniform with crimson embroidery was reserved for high-ranking military personnel. Given Tsushima's familiarity with the industry, he didn't need much time to understand what the boy's attire signified. One of the 6 Emperor's blades. Tsushima frowned as he gazed at the boy in front of him. The boy, wearing a smug smile, clapped his hands together. For a country bumpkin from Elba, you seem to know quite well. Indeed, I am Canis Miles, one of the 6 Emperor's blades, the renowned information officer of the Empire, the boy boasted, his chest puffed out as he placed a hand upon it, displaying an attitude of self-importance. The 6 Emperor's blades, a prestigious title bestowed upon information officers in the Balga Empire who wielded significant power, politically indispensable and often associated with the collar that bound them to serve the Empire. While consisting of only 6 members, the group known as the 6 Emperor's Blades comprised mostly elite-level information officers, with their combined strength rumored to rival that of an entire nation. They were literally the strongest force in the Empire. What made matters worse was this boy named Canis. Despite his young age, Tsushima exuded a tension he had never shown before in the presence of the boy. So, you're the Canis Miles who made a name for yourself on the Empire's northern invasion front? Tsushima inquired. You seem to know quite a bit. Impressive. But information should be accurate. To be precise, I am Canis Miles, the 11th ranked information officer who single-handedly ravaged the once stalemated Empire's northern invasion front in just 3 months, the boy corrected. Despite his arrogance, Canis straightened his back as he boasted of his achievements. But his accomplishments were genuine. The presence of such an information officer here was painfully clear to Tsushima. The enemies targeting Holy were none other than the Imperial family members seeking to monopolize the glory of the Balga Empire. This explained why the regular army, the 4th Division, was involved. Tsushima glanced at Holy, who was hiding behind him. She looked apologetic as she averted her gaze to the floor, clutching Tsushima's jacket. So, if I recall correctly, you're Tsushima Rindu, the 7th ranked information officer of the independent city of Elba? Canis inquired. Remaining completely defenseless, Canis casually read aloud the scrap of paper he held between his fingertips. However, in the face of the vast difference in skill between the 7th and 11th ranks, Tsushima's usual bravado was utterly meaningless, though he maintained it to reassure Holy behind him. Yeah, so what? Tsushima retorted in his usual manner, despite knowing full well the futility of his bravado in the presence of such a gap in rank. It's quite a journey you've made. But you can stop here. It would be troublesome if you were to interfere any further. So, kindly hand over the woman quietly, Canis remarked, seating himself at the table and pointing towards Holy. As their eyes met, Holy nervously bit her lower lip. It seemed they were not meeting for the first time. Observing their exchange, Tsushima pulled a cigarette from his pocket. Would her defection really be that detrimental to the Imperial family? He asked, taking a drag. Really? From the way you speak, I take it you don't know who she is, huh? Interesting, Canis replied lazily. It's not uncommon for those under protection to tell a few lies, Tsushima remarked. A few lies, huh? Canis echoed, his tone laced with skepticism. Bringing the lighter to his lips, Tsushima lit his cigarette. As he exhaled smoke, Canis observed him with a sticky grin. Are you all right? Your hands seem to be trembling with fear. You don't need to rush to smoke that cigarette. If you just quietly tuck your tail and run away, I might let you off the hook. Just hand over the girl you're protecting, Canis taunted, his tone mocking. Dropping the cigarette ash onto the floor, Tsushima narrowed his eyes. Normally, he would have had plenty of retorts at this point. However, facing the Six Emperor sword, even Tsushima had no room for such confidence. Canis smirked, enjoying the tension between them as he raised his chin. It seems you really haven't heard the whole story from her. Otherwise, you wouldn't be making such a fool of yourself. How about you tell us the truth for once? Canis's gaze turned cold and sharp as a snake's as he directed his words at Holy. She huddled closer to Tsushima, shrinking in size. In their line of work, if a client was found to be withholding vital information, their contract could be terminated. Understanding this, Canis chose to reveal the most effective and damning truth. Do you realize that the girl you're protecting is none other than Princess Lapus Filir, the daughter of the Emperor of the Balga Empire? And yet, you still choose to aid in her escape. Canis said triumphantly. At the mention of such a prominent figure, Tsushima's expression changed. He turned his unsettled gaze towards the girl behind him. The Emperor's daughter? Tsushima exclaimed, unable to believe it. His voice carried disbelief. Holy's face twisted in anguish, confirming the truth in Canis's words through her actions. The burden of the fate of the Empire's princess weighed heavily on them. Tsushima felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The scent of imminent danger, something he hadn't experienced in a long time, made Tsushima grimace involuntarily. This is beyond unexpected. We need to consider our response, Tsushima said. At Tsushima's words, Holy lifted her head abruptly. Her eyes were a mixture of sadness and anxiety. She grasped Tsushima's sleeve as if pleading, her delicate fingers turning white from the pressure. Tsushima's heart wavered as he desperately clung to the faint hope embodied by Holy. Memories of the past he had tried to forget overlapped vividly before his eyes. Emotions, not logic, began to warp Tsushima's judgment. So, this is fate at work, Tsushima murmured, meeting Holy's gaze. Then, he sighed deeply, more profoundly than he had ever shown before. I'll hear the details later. For now, stay hidden behind me, he said. Holy's eyes sparkled at his words. Tears gathered in her eyes, tracing down her cheeks before she smiled genuinely for the first time with emotions from the depths of her heart. Yeah. The expression on Canis, who had been observing their exchange, darkened. He shook his head incredulously. You're truly foolish. Do you intend to challenge me? I admit I may be foolish. But I possess a quality that refuses to bow to status and power, Tsushima declared firmly. Seeing Tsushima make a clear declaration of war, Canis pointed to the ceiling. Well, there's no helping it. Fighting here would endanger other passengers. I wouldn't want to incur the Emperor's wrath. Let's settle this upstairs. After I've killed you, I'll hold her and kill her too. The eyes of Canis, smiling cruelly, glowed blue. Then, from Canis's back, a grey, spider-like appendage extended. Skillfully moving its 8 limbs, Canis pointed at Tsushima and said, "Don't keep me waiting," before leaving. Feeling unsettled by the eerie sight, Tsushima watched Canis depart, leaving behind a bitter taste. As Tsushima rested his hand on the window frame, Holy called out to him, "Tsushima, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you the truth." Watching her fidget as she held onto her dress hem, Tsushima pointed to the floor of the room. "If you're truly sorry, think of an explanation before I return after kicking his ass." "Got it." Seeing Holy nod obediently, as if scolding a child, Tsushima confirmed it and stepped outside the window. The battlefield was atop the roof of a train. Feeling the fierce wind, Tsushima glanced up at the sky with a hint of annoyance. It was just past noon. The clear sky was fitting for the decisive battle ahead. The train running along the tracks passed through vast fields and was about to enter a dense forest. Despite the fierce wind blowing, Tsushima stood coolly on the roof of the train, while Canis, facing him, also appeared unfazed by the unstable footing. Their eyes were already faintly glowing blue. Persistently executing code on each other, they made actions on the train's roof, which should have been difficult. For information specialists like Tsushima and Canis, such level of coding was as easy as breathing. It was within the realm of basic knowledge. Well, it's about time. I'd like to finish up and have lunch soon. So, could you hurry up and die? Canis glanced at the pocket watch he took out from inside his military uniform, flashing his white teeth. His every gesture was irritating, a cheeky brat. Don't worry. We're both busy. I don't intend to take too much time, Tsushima said, rolling up his jacket sleeves. Then, as if in sync, they both intensely illuminated their eyes in a blue glow. The speed at which they assembled code seemed to slightly favor Canis. Grey particles swirled around Canis at a furious pace, swiftly forming into an impressive shape. Canis summoned a creature from another world behind him. Its thin, elongated limbs resembled those of a human, yet they possessed a twisted, insect-like strength. Where a head would normally be, there were countless tentacles resembling octopus appendages, dripping digestive fluids. Its entire body was more grey than white, with patches of rusty red and crimson reminiscent of human blood. An impressive creation indeed. Tsushima was impressed. The phenomena caused by information specialists are often closely tied to their respective areas of expertise in academic fields. For Tsushima, his expertise lies in theoretical physics, while Canis seems to excel in the biological sciences. However, the depth of Canis's coding skills is unfathomable. Despite his proficiency in the field of biology, many information specialists can only assemble code up to the level of treating wounds or enhancing physical abilities. This is because without a thorough understanding of the structure and mechanisms of the phenomena they execute, they cannot even construct the code. Yet, Canis effortlessly manages to synthesize life. Moreover, he creates imaginary creatures that don't exist in the real world. This is the power of extraordinary information specialists. Those with extraordinary status are individuals who have transcended the realm of science as it should be. Some handle phenomena that are unobservable, while others deal with phenomena whose mechanisms remain unexplained. Information specialists who deal with such supernatural phenomena are considered extraordinary. Haha, let's see what you've got. Already boasting in victory, Canis shouted and moved spider-like legs extending from his body to hide behind the creature. However, even faced with techniques that would overshadow most information specialists, Tsushima remained unfazed. Despite the creature's agile movements as it approached, Tsushima didn't budge an inch. Stepping into the killing zone, the creature raised its arm, now transformed into a massive whip, to strike Tsushima. Tsushima deftly maneuvered around the giant arm, stepping forward. Just narrowly avoiding the arm, Tsushima calmly continued walking on the train as if nothing had happened, his gaze fixed solely on Canis. The creature, displaying anger, attempted to strike back at Tsushima, who was confidently striding forward. However, for some reason, the attacks unleashed from the creature's massive form failed to hit Tsushima, who narrowly avoided them. As confusion began to show on the creature's face about what was happening, Tsushima looked up at the creature's head directly above him. "What's the matter, you? Do you have emotions? If so, it's rather pitiful to toy with you," Tsushima remarked. At Tsushima's words, the creature tilted its head. In that moment, a drop of digestive fluid dripped from its octopus-like head onto Tsushima. As the liquid fell, evaporating instantly in midair, it seemed to boil and vanish in a blink, leaving behind a trail of white smoke. In the next moment, the space warped like a mirage. Then, a wave of extreme heat instantly incinerated everything above the creature's neck. Smoke rose from the severed section as the creature's body, which had been crouching, was propelled upward. And slowly, the creature toppled backward towards the ground. Just as it seemed about to collide with the train's body, the creature's form reverted to a powdery ash once more, undulating as it returned beneath Canis. Even on the moving train, the unmistakable smell of charred flesh permeated the air. Despite the unpleasant odor, Canis clapped his hands in satisfaction. "I see, quite impressive. No wonder the 4th Division couldn't handle it." With that, Canis said, looking at Tsushima with keen interest. Despite being within striking distance of each other, he showed no sign of executing the code, keeping his arms folded. "Are you really 7th rank? I don't buy it. You're hiding something, aren't you? Tsushima pushed back his disheveled bangs. His sharp gaze, now exposed, merged with the blue luminescence, and he stared straight at Canis. I've been wondering about something since earlier. Don't address me so casually as you. That's our eye. Canis was about to respond to Tsushima's retort, but his voice never made it to the end. Before Canis could finish his sentence, Tsushima blew off his upper jaw. The heat ray he had demonstrated the other day turned Canis's head into charred remains, straight from behind. However, from Canis's body, the same ash as the monster from earlier danced in the air. It was a light, powdery ash that should never have been generated when burning a human. Tsushima immediately realized that the Canis in front of him was a fake. What a nuisance, he muttered, just as a presence approached from behind him. Turning around, he saw 3 knights clad in sturdy armor. One wielded a sword and shield, another a halberd, and the third carried an oversized sword. Though their weapons differed, they all wore the same armor. However, it wasn't just their appearance that was noteworthy. Despite their obviously smaller size compared to the monster from earlier, the ground beneath the 3 knights of ash-silver indentations, conveying a sense of weight. They were clearly humanoid beings formed with a significantly higher density than the synthetic creature from before. Seeing the 3 ash-silver knights, Tsushima clicked his tongue. Tsushima's constructed code boasted high firepower but was difficult to fine-tune. It excelled in situations where the odds were stacked against him. In other words, he had an aversion to close-quarters combat that required delicate and instantaneous judgments. Facing the 6 Emperor swords would exploit this decisive weakness. Canis had discerned this trait of Tsushima's from their earlier skirmish alone. With his weakness in close combat and his guard focused on his footing, Tsushima couldn't afford to engage forcefully. Truly despicable tactics. That's why I dislike brats like you. As the ash-silver knights slowly approached, Tsushima pulled out a cigarette. In this weather, he couldn't smell the tobacco, but he had an inexplicable craving for a smoke. Tension coiled in Tsushima's fingers as he struck the lighter. Growing frustrated at the stubborn flame, he cast a sharp glance at them. Prepare yourselves. It's coming. The knights enter into a state of readiness for battle. The sword knight, with shield raised, swiftly closes the distance. The other 2 positioned themselves to cover his flank. Tsushima ignited his eyes intensely, signaling the start of the battle. Section. Several minutes had passed since the intense noise erupted on the roof of the speeding train. Holy, or rather Lupus, looked anxiously up at the ceiling from inside the train. Tsushima certainly seemed like a skilled information officer. However, against the 6 Emperor swords, the difference in power would be clear. The 6 Emperor swords were the world's strongest group of information officers. Lupus couldn't even name information officers who could rival them. Lupus stared at the ceiling with a prayer-like feeling. Someone smiled as they watched Lupus. I never expected you, well, to do something like this. Without a hint of surprise, Lupus turned towards the direction of the voice. Near the entrance of the train, Canis stood leaning against the wall. He adjusted his bangs with his fingertips, using the train's window glass as a mirror to check his appearance. Lupus steadied her breathing as she faced Canis. Even if it was just bravado, she puffed out their small chest, pushing back her fear to show as much confidence as possible. So, your presence here is at the behest of the second prince. I wonder what scheme he's concocted this time. Care to enlighten me? A scheme? That's an interesting thing to say. But even if you were to hear it, what would you do? There's barely anything you can do at all. In the end, someone like you, tainted by impure blood, was never suitable for the Emperor's bloodline. That's all there is to it. Canis readjusted his bangs and seemed satisfied, sitting up. He then looked at Lupus with a lazy gaze. Despite his supposed youth, his expression was mismatched with his age, filled with arrogance and disdain. One of the 6 Emperor swords, Canis Miles, also serves as a knight to the Imperial family's second prince, Los Rubel. Known for his hot-blooded nature, the second prince, Los Rubel, is considered a hawkish figure even among the Imperial family. He harbors particularly discriminatory views towards information officer, actively engaging in efforts to eliminate those he deems useless. And Canis, an information officer, shares his master's fondness for blood. Called as a genius information officer at the tender age of 10, he rose to the exceptional rank of 11th rank. With an extraordinarily high pride and a tendency to disdain others, he prioritizes his own emotions, making him unpredictable and dangerous. Alone with such an information officer, it wouldn't be strange if one were to be killed at any moment. Lapuz took a deep breath, facing Canis. Her fingers trembled with fear, but she clenched her fists slowly, trying to hide her apprehension. "Sorry, but I can't stick around with you two. I've had enough of these petty power struggles. However, fleeing isn't a wise move either. In the end, you'll just be used because you keep running away. You're so transparently easy to manipulate, it's almost foolish." Canis spread his arms as if beginning a speech, a faint smile playing on his lips, revealing his eerie canine teeth. As Lapuz listened to his words, she felt something tug at her heart. "Used? What do you mean by that?" In response to Lapuz's question, Canis's smile grew more sinister. "Oh, could it be that you haven't realized anything? Well, what a fool." Canis spoke with his eyes wide open. Sensing that something she didn't know was unfolding, Lapuz unconsciously pondered. Initially, Lapuz had thought that Los Rubel, who had obtained information about her defection, was trying to kill her. Defecting from the Imperial family was such a grave offense. However, there were aspects of the situation that couldn't be explained by that alone. The organization behind the defection plan was called Storm Peak. Only they and Tsushima knew Lapuz's defection route. Then why were the 4th Division waiting at the port? The security situation at Shern Station was the same. And to top it off, Canis, who is also a knight of Los Rubel, appeared. Staring as if he could see through her thoughts, Canis continued the conversation with a gleeful smile. "It seems that Lord Los wants to somehow eliminate you, tainted by impure blood. However, it's forbidden to kill family members with one's own hands. So, it seems he plans to use you to his advantage before disposing of you. Now that I've explained this much, you should have a pretty good idea why I'm here and how this situation came about, right?" With a disdainful smile, Canis, filled with arrogance, seemed to delight in tormenting his weaker opponent. Despite realizing she was being manipulated, Lapuz couldn't help but follow the trail of her own thoughts. Unconsciously reaching for her neck, Lapuz clenched something tightly over her jacket, her breathing becoming shallow. "So, you're saying you orchestrated my defection from the start?" Lapuz began to experience a sensation of lightheadedness from hyperventilating. Canis, seemingly enjoying her distress, pushed a little further in a hushed voice. "Is that how it's going to be? Well, you see, the Storm Peak you believe to be allies is actually a puppet organization manipulated by Lord Los. So, being incited to defect by Storm Peak, you've fallen right into their trap." That's what Tsushima had disclosed. There was also the possibility of an insider within Storm Peak. However, his expectations were completely off the mark. Betrayal wasn't as simple as it seemed. The organization Storm Peak itself turned out to be an adversary, using Lapuz. But that's not all, Canis added in a devilish tone, as if delivering the final blow. "Remember that incident that solidified your resolve to defect? The bloodbath that happened at your mansion. All the servants and guards, everyone was massacred in that incident. Why do you think something like that happened?" With his words, Lapuz's mind was flooded with nightmarish memories of the past. Every blink brought back the scenes of that day. The overpowering stench of blood covering her entire body, the screams of dying servants. And then, the despair as trust and friendship crumbled in an instant. Lapuz bit her lip, tears welling up as she spoke. "Was it you who deceived my knights?" Seeing Lapuz's expression, Canis's eyes widened with delight. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened, would it? Canis's final blow decisively shattered Lapuz's heart. Lapuz lost sensation in her legs, and her vision began to darken. What was she even living for? The decisions she thought she made with her own will were all orchestrated by Los. However, that despair, sorrow, and pain were all manufactured by others. Upon realizing this, intense feelings of regret and anger surged within. Lapuz's face contorted. Veins bulged on her beautiful face, deep wrinkles etched into her skin. And then, her eyes began to glow blue. She began to construct code she had self-taught in her mind. Arg! Lapuz's scream of rage and murderous intent pierced through Canis. Yet, Canis remained composed, even displaying a sense of anticipation. His expression seemed to indicate he had been waiting for this moment. How splendid! Those eyes are the proof of your tainted blood. You are fundamentally an information officer. That's why I'll kill you here and now as an information officer. It's what my master desires. They refuse to acknowledge Princess Lapuz Fieria as royalty. They aim to eradicate her as a tainted descendant of information officer. That's the wish of Los Rubel, and it's the sole justification for Canis to commit regicide. Lapuz, bearing her fangs as an information officer, was about to grant Canis the permission to kill her. She was so engulfed in her emotions that she couldn't see through Canis's intentions. However, there was one thing that could halt her advance. At the moment Lapuz's code was about to be executed, a beam of heat shot down from above like it was to save her. Piercing through the vehicle's ceiling, a strange mix of red and white light struck Canis like a hammer. Canis was one of the few 11th-ranked informants in the world. However, his lack of experience and arrogance proved disastrous. Slightly delayed in reacting to the strike from above, Canis activated his glowing eyes to generate ash as a protective barrier around himself. But the heat beam merely refracted slightly, grazing Canis's soft face untouched and slamming into the ground. It was just a fleeting moment. Yet, Canis's left cheek was burnt and blistered, spewing bright red blood from his skin. This time, it wasn't Lapuz but Canis who was screaming. Tsushima emerged, shattering the vehicle's window. His jacket was heavily coated in ash, and his bangs, casually falling, were pushed aside, revealing his bloodshot eyes glowing blue. Tsushima. Lapuz, who seemed on the verge of collapsing right then and there, couldn't help but scream upon seeing Tsushima's figure. With the momentum of jumping into the vehicle, Tsushima immediately hauled up Lapuz. It seemed standing upright was already beyond her limit. As she was embraced by Tsushima's arms, she collapsed into him, entrusting herself to him. "Sorry. Looks I kept you waiting." Tsushima whispered in her ear closer than ever before. Lapuz gazed back at him. His eyes, dark as the abyss under the blue light, met with Lapuz's moistened gaze. An indescribable atmosphere filled and Lapuz buried her face in Tsushima's chest as if to hide her tears. At that moment, Lapuz felt a warm, moist sensation on Tsushima's abdomen. Looking down at her touched palm, Lapuz widened her eyes. Her white hand was dyed with bright red blood. "Tsushima, is this?" Tsushima, looking even paler up close, returned a smile to Lapuz, as if implying it wasn't a serious injury. Does the princess dislike being stained with blood? Even in such a moment, Tsushima added a joke with his characteristic sarcasm. Holding Lapuz tightly to his chest to calm her down, simultaneously Tsushima stared at Canis. "You don't think you'll be forgiven for daring to leave a scar on my face, you worthless trash." Canis trembled with pain and anger. While covering his injured face with both hands, he directed his deeply wounded gaze at Tsushima. However, there was no indication that the assembly or execution of the code was being done correctly. His brain was in disarray due to his extreme rage. His once formidable skills seemed non-existent. His anger was so intense that it was palpable. While facing Canis, who was trembling with anger, Tsushima stared absent-mindedly out the window. The vehicle was crossing a bridge over a river flowing through a mountain valley. Checking the scenery outside the window, Tsushima took out a cigarette from somewhere and put it in his mouth. "Don't get so worked up. You're squealing over just a scratch. This is why immature brats like you, who haven't even grown a full set of pubic hair, are." He pointed his index finger to the end of the cigarette, igniting it. It was Tsushima's specialty, generating heat. As he looked at this scene, Canis's anger only increased. "Don't think you'll die easily." Ignoring Canis's angry outburst, Tsushima flicked the long cigarette towards Canis. The cigarette flying through the air traced a beautiful parabola. In the next moment between them, the ordinary cigarette emitted a powerful light. It was a cigarette rigged with a code to convert heat into light. Taking advantage of the momentary opening, Tsushima burst through the window and threw himself along with Holy out of the vehicle. The melting snow from the glacier flowed beneath their eyes. Once inside it, it would be easy to hide. Realizing Tsushima's intention, Canis let out a scream so intense that it could be heard clearly from outside the vehicle. Tsushima. As if hearing the roar of a beast, Tsushima extended his hand toward Canis. Enduring the pain from the injury to his abdomen, he displayed a mocking declaration of victory. As Canis disappeared from view, leaning out from the train and falling towards the surface of the river, Tsushima finally grimaced in pain. And as they plunged into the winter river, creating a large splash, the two vanished beneath the surface. Section. It was a bitterly cold day, where even a single exhaled breath froze instantly in the frigid air. Above, heavy snow clouds spread out, casting a leaden hue. The snowflakes descending were large, each one seeming to make a sound as it landed on the ground. In a warm room with a fireplace, a family smiled at each other while sipping soup. Under normal circumstances, it would have been such a day for an ordinary family. Yet, beneath this sky, a young boy held a girl in his arms. "Shun, I don't want you to die." The girl, aged around 16 or 17, was called Shun. To the boy, still around 10 years old, she was a sister, a mother, an irreplaceable beloved family member. However, Shun's life now hung by a thread. Half of her body was gone. The girl's entrails, flowing from her abdomen, left a clean crimson trail on the pure white snow. The boy could only helplessly hold onto her upper body, faced with a scene of utter despair. Shun gazed up at the boy with vacant eyes, uncertain if she could see. She already had a premonition of her impending death. With trembling fingers, she took out the last cigarette from her chest pocket and lit it. "I'm sorry. I want to end it here. So, it's okay now. Please, run away quickly." "No, I don't want to. I can't bear it without you, Shun." Tears streaming down his face incessantly, the boy held on to the blooded Shun. His entire body was soaked in blood to the point where it was impossible to tell the color of his clothes anymore. "Even if you say that, you know. I mean, what can I do without legs?" Shun, with only 4 cigarettes left, smiles despite her condition. And as she touches the end of the cigarette with her finger, she weakly tries to light it. However, she no longer has the strength to light the cigarette. No smoke rises from the cigarette, and her trembling finger just wanders in empty space. "It's okay, I'll figure something out. So, please, don't die. Please don't leave me alone. I won't leave you alone. You'll become a great information officer and protect everyone. I'm sure you'll make lots of friends. So please, escape quickly." With the last of her strength, Shun stroked the boy's head with her lifted arm. Beyond the shadow of her arm, high in the sky, a vast ring of light executed by an intricate code floated. This magnificent ring of light, several kilometers in radius at an altitude of several thousand meters, displayed a pattern resembling a crest. Numerous arrows of light swayed as if suspended from it. It must have been the work of an exceptionally skilled information officer. However, to the boys, that light was nothing but a beacon of hatred. The girl, Shun, who now held them in her arms, had been reduced to this state by none other than that ring of light. Pierced by the spears of descending light, she was injured. The result of her desperate struggle to protect her many comrades was this. "I'm glad I could see your face one last time. Thank you." With those words, Shun, gazing up at the sky, breathed her last, leaving behind the gentle smile that the boy loved so much. Her arm fell to the ground, and the cigarette she had been holding slowly fell onto her chest. A life was slipping away. It was a scene the boy had witnessed many times on the battlefield, but the overwhelming sorrow he felt now was incomparable. The boy buried his face in Shun's cooling body, letting out voiceless cries and shedding tears. He cried until there were no more tears to shed, until he had exhausted all words and sorrow right there. And how much time passed? By the time the falling snow covered the ground and buried Shun's fresh blood, the boy stood up. His face no longer held the innocence it once did. Looking down at Shun's lifeless body lying at his feet, the boy made a decision. He picked up the blood-soaked cigarette remaining at Shun's chest and placed it between his lips. Mimicking her, he lit the cigarette, though he had never smoked before. Bitter smoke filled his mouth. Coughing, tears streaming down his cheeks, the boy bid farewell to Shun. He would never forget this bitterness for as long as he lived. He couldn't bear to experience the same pain again. Unable to even mourn his beloved, the boy stared up at the unforgiving sky of Jabal with a heart heavy with anguish. Everything that obstructs the boy's path becomes an enemy he must eradicate. The reason the boy fights against the world was born on this day. Section. He had been dreaming. Waking up from a world he rarely visited in his waking hours, Tsushima struggled to open his heavy eyelids. He found himself in a dense forest. Concealed by the leaves of the trees, there was no moonlight in the abyss. Tsushima strained his eyes to survey his surroundings. How long had he been asleep? In his still groggy state of consciousness, Tsushima touched his own wound. Along with a slight pain, there was a soft sensation on his fingertips. He wondered if his organs were protruding, but it didn't seem to be the case. Curious about the strange sensation, Tsushima looked at his hand. The surface of the wound bore traces of forced cell division for repair. There was no sign of bleeding, and the wound itself was sufficiently closed. But he must have been in a real panic to have treated it that hastily. The scars were prominent and uneven. Where did that girl go? As Tsushima moved his groggy head and looked around, Lapuz emerged from the nearby shade of a tree. She was covered in wounds, with mud clinging to her cheeks. She looked terribly exhausted, but she hurried over when she saw Tsushima wake up. "You're awake, thank goodness. I was worried sick about what would happen if you died. If I died, just toss me somewhere. The animals will eat me and clean up nicely. Don't say such ominous things." Tsushima meant it as a joke, but it seemed inappropriate here. Lapuz narrowed her eyes and confronted Tsushima. "Where are we?" Tsushima asked Lapuz, turning his gaze back to the forest. She tilted her head curiously. "You were the one who brought us here, Tsushima. Don't you remember? My memory cuts off around when I jumped off the train. I hardly remember anything up to this point." "I see. It was quite an ordeal after that." Lapuz, with a trembling voice, she placed the small branches on the ground which she had been carrying for firewood and began to speak. "After we got off the train, you carried me, and we swam along the bottom of the river, generating an atmosphere with the water and nitrogen for hours. Meanwhile, the creatures created by the Canis were constantly chasing us." "Is that so?" While arranging the twigs to start a fire, Lapuz looked at Tsushima with concern. "And then, we entered this forest and walked for about an hour. Suddenly, you collapsed while walking. I thought you were dead. It was probably due to the bleeding and the strain from executing the code. I'm sorry for causing you worry." Lapuz sniffled and glanced at Tsushima from under her brow. She must have felt quite helpless. Though she didn't voice it, that sentiment was evident in her expression. Tsushima rubbed the poorly healed wound on his abdomen. It was clear that such wounds, which would not heal with normal regenerative abilities and without bleeding, had been treated. Judging by the appearance, it could only have been treated by an informant. Tsushima asked Lapuz, partly to organize his own thoughts, "Are you an informant?" Lapuz seemed a bit sheepish as she glanced down before answering Tsushima's question. "Yes, I am. I treated those wounds as soon as we fell into the river, but because you were moving so violently, I had to treat them repeatedly. It's not pretty, but please forgive me for that." "I see. No wonder the treatment was so unconventional." As he touched the wound, Tsushima remarked, "It might be so," and Lapuz muttered discontentedly, seeming a little sulky. Tsushima, ever astute, decided to offer some reassurance. "Still, I'm grateful." "Thank you." Tsushima expressed his gratitude. "That's my line. I never thought we'd escape from Canis," Lapuz replied. Canis, one of the 6 emperors. He would inevitably have to clash blades with that guy again. Tsushima reached for the firewood, protecting his wound. The night chill here was relatively mild, but they still needed warmth because their clothes have gotten wet. The shadows of the forest could somewhat conceal the flicker of the fire. Executing a simple code, Tsushima lit a small fire. Sitting across Lapuz by the fire, he remembered something he needed to confirm. While stroking the scars, Tsushima gazed earnestly at Lapuz's face. Although she realized she was being stared at, she avoided meeting his eyes and kept her gaze fixed on the fire, feeling uneasy. There seem to be many things worth discussing, Tsushima remarked. Yes, there are. Where should I start? Lapuz replied, then fell silent for a moment. While adding wood to the small fire, she seemed lost in thought. Tsushima didn't rush her. Birdsong echoed faintly from somewhere, and Lapuz took a deep breath as if gathering her courage. Then, facing Tsushima directly, she looked him straight in the eye. My true name is Lapuz Filir. I am the daughter of Emperor Balga, the third princess, she declared, revealing her true name. Lapuz Filir, one of the many children of the emperor, is known within the country as a princess of benevolence, righteousness, and friendship, with strong support from the people. Most of the royal family members bear the golden hair and red eyes, symbols of the imperial lineage. However, Lapuz before me had silver hair and blue eyes, quite different from those features. Upon seeing her again, it all made sense. Indeed, the Lapuz Filir I had seen in videos and photos was standing right in front of me. Tsushima, frustrated with his own foolishness, rubbed his temples in disbelief. In my memory, the third princess had golden hair and red eyes. Which one is your true appearance? I changed my hair color to gold using code execution. My eyes were originally red, but I've changed them to blue for now using code execution as well. Red eyes would attract too much attention. The rest of the differences might be due to makeup. Without the symbols of the royal family, people probably wouldn't notice much. By revealing one of the secrets she had kept hidden, Lapuz seemed to have lightened her burden slightly, smiling faintly. Tsushima, still gazing straight at her, redirected the conversation. For a princess like you to seek asylum in Elba, what circumstances led to that? Depending on the situation, it might be beyond my control. Lapuz's expression clouded slightly at Tsushima's cold remark. Then, with a feeble smile, she poked at the firewood with her fingers. I grew tired of the succession struggle in the Balga Empire to determine the next emperor. In a world of daily conspiracies and intrigues, I had to keep winning. Otherwise, I'd be killed. I got sick of that fate, she explained. As she spoke, Lapuz clenched something around her neck. Amidst the tumultuous journey of escape, her neckline had shifted, revealing a gold necklace around her neck. The gestures I've seen her make several times seemed to indicate that she was holding onto that necklace. Tsushima watched over her, silently listening to her story. I'm the child born between the emperor and an informant. Among the royal family, it's taught that the blood of informants is impure. So, even though I'm a member of the royal family, I've lived hiding that fact. Naturally, I had few allies even among my own family, but there was one knight who had always protected me, even knowing my background since I was a child. He was the only one I trusted, the only one who had always been on my side, Lapuz explained. As she spoke, Lapuz took out the necklace from around her neck. Hanging from it were 2 rings, designed to form a single shape when brought together, one made of gold and the other of silver. Do you know the meaning of these rings? She asked. Lapuz looked at Tsushima with sorrowful eyes, and Tsushima nodded quietly. Indeed, among the Balga royal family, the emperor has the authority to appoint knights. Those rings seem to be a proof of the bond between the royal family and the knight. Am I right? Tsushima speculated. Correct. You really are knowledgeable, Lapuz replied. The relationship between the royal family and the knights wasn't just about simple protection. It held significance as a community sharing a common fate. Knowing this, Tsushima understood the weight of those rings. However, the reason why there were 2 rings here instead of the usual division between knight and royal family rings was easily imaginable. Did your knight betray you? Tsushima's words dissolved into the abyssal darkness of the forest. Lapuz, weakly, smiled as she looked at the rings. Yes. We were attacked on the day of a certain festival. I barely survived, but everyone I knew died, including my knight. Despite walking together for nearly 10 years since his appointment, he betrayed me and tried to kill me. That's when I realized, as long as I stay here, I can't live, Lapuz recounted, her voice trailing off as she remembered the past. Tears streamed down her face, and she wiped her cheeks as if to hide them in the darkness. However, the tears kept flowing, choking her words for a while. So, Storm's Peak came to listen to my situation. There were only enemies around me. So, the only way to survive was to seek asylum. I thought so too. But it was different. My knight's betrayal, Storm's Peak approaching me, it was all a scheme. Everything I thought was my last hope turned out to be a lie. Isn't that a cruel joke? Lapuz sneered through tears. Her expression was so filled with sorrow that Tsushima instinctively rose from his seat. The two of them, separated by the fire, drew closer. Tsushima gently embraced her small shoulders. At first surprised by Tsushima's embrace, Lapuz then broke into uncontrollable sobs, tears streaming down her face without restraint. Feeling the warmth of another person through their clothes, Lapuz buried her face and cried like a child. Tsushima silently rubbed her shoulder. Lapuz was still a child, burdened with a heavy fate. Despite that, there was no one beside her to support her, and she was on the verge of collapse under the weight of her emotions. In the midst of her desperate struggle against loneliness, which seemed to echo his own past, Tsushima found himself facing her feelings as if they were his own. However, after a while, Lapuz, having released her emotions, sniffled and lifted her face. With a slightly regained composure, she shyly wiped her face while facing the fire. The one who orchestrated this plot is Los Rubel, the second prince without a doubt. He's the one who undoubtedly instigated my knight and approached Storm's Peak to get close to me, Lapuz said, averting her gaze as the firewood crackled. In that moment, their eyes met. Lapuz continued to gaze at Tsushima with clear intent in her straight gaze. And that's what I want to know. Who sent you here? Lapuz found herself in a sea of intrigue where she couldn't tell who was an ally and who was an enemy. First, she needed to determine who was on her side and who was against her. Understanding her reasoning, Tsushima lowered himself to the ground. I'd like to say it was arranged by the Elba Informant Guild, but the reality is different, he confessed. With that one statement, Lapuz's expression hardened. Unnoticed, her eyes had transformed into those of someone scrutinizing an enemy. Tsushima gave a slight smirk and shrugged his shoulders. It's a direct request from Tochibana, the mayor of Elba Independent City. It's not uncommon to receive requests for the protection of foreign dignitaries. I never imagined it would be a member of the royal family. Perhaps Tochibana knew about your status as royalty, Tsushima explained, his gaze fixed on the fire. Tochibana was the man at the helm of Elba Independent City, a hero who had fought through the War of Independence and a mastermind of diplomatic strategy. Elba Independent City, which garners attention worldwide, is constantly surrounded by various vested interests. The political maneuvering there is more complex and challenging than even the succession struggles of the Balga Empire. It requires intricate and sophisticated negotiations, managed with a long-term strategy. At the forefront of this is Tochibana. It wouldn't be surprising if he knew everything. Tochibana, the mayor, right? I've met him once. A man whose thoughts are inscrutable. I believe he's one of the 7 heroes of the Independence War, Lapuz remarked. You're quite familiar with him, Tsushima noted. Well, I'm no stranger to the world of informants. I remember the names of the 7 heroes, Lapuz replied with a hint of a smile, her eyes still red from crying. The Elba Independence War was an unprecedented battle in world history, giving rise to the informants known as the 7 heroes. 4 of them are still involved in the governance of Elba Independent City. Sniffling, Lapuz counted on her fingers, showcasing her knowledge. The 7 heroes of independence include Mayor Tochibana, Iman Drog, the 13th ranked informant, Kiria Haina, the commander-in-chief of the City Defense Force, and Kumo Kagari, the representative director of Tsukumo Heavy Industries. These 4 are still alive. As for the remaining 3, we don't even know their names. They're known only by their titles, the Thunderous Informant, the Dusty Informant, and the Solitary Informant. Is that correct? Lapuz asked. Yes, that's correct, Tsushima confirmed. Tsushima nodded as he watched the flickering flames of the fire. Even though they were heroes of independence, half of them had disappeared without a trace. Rumors suggested that this was, in a way, part of the dark side of Elba Independent City. Were they eliminated by Tochibana, or did they flee to other countries? Few knew the truth. Unaware of such darkness, Lapuz gazed up at the sky. If one of the 6 Emperor's blades has emerged, it would be appreciated if one of the 7 heroes could also come to our aid. But I suppose that's wishful thinking, Lapuz said with a laugh, as she tended to the fire. Indeed, when it comes to informants rivaling the 6 Emperor's blades, there are likely only the 7 heroes of the Elba Independence War or the 4 heavenly kings of the Kilbis Empire. Tsushima frowned and touched the collar of his wet shirt. Well, who knows? If you really wish for it, you could try making a wish on a shooting star, Tsushima suggested. And will they come true if I wish? Lapuz asked. If superstitions hold true, Tsushima replied with a half-smile. However, Lapuz, sitting next to him, was looking at him with a serious expression. Tsushima narrowed his eyes for a moment at her gaze. What I wish for isn't the 7 heroes, Lapuz began after taking a deep breath, adjusting her posture to face Tsushima squarely. This is my personal request. So, I can't force you as someone who came here for work. But if you're willing to hear my request, I'd like you to lend me your hand a little longer. Until we reach Elba, she said, lowering her gaze for a moment before closing her mouth. The words she was about to say wouldn't come out. After a brief silence, she spoke in a voice so small that it seemed to be drowned out by the crackling of the fire. I want you to stay by my side. Lapuz said so, clenching her fist on her knee. Even in the darkness, it was evident that her cheeks were flushed. Tsushima looked at her and let out a quiet sigh. The problems Lapuz was facing were immense. It would be reckless for Tsushima to deal with them alone. There was no possibility of receiving any reward, and the job no longer held any meaning. It was clearly time to call it quits. Yet, Lapuz's plea resonated with Tsushima, reminding him of the image of Shun, whom he had seen even in his nightmares, overlaid with Lapuz. Their struggles to escape from hell, separated by over a decade, presented Tsushima with a choice once again. To save or to lose once more. Faced with a choice that was once impossible to make, Tsushima felt no hesitation. I understand. Really. Upon hearing Tsushima's response, Lapuz leaned forward eagerly. Tears, barely visible in her round eyes, glistened in the light of the campfire. Her expression, unconcerned with appearances, was too radiant for the adult Tsushima. Unconsciously, Tsushima averted his gaze. But there's one condition, he said. A condition? Lapuz looked up at Tsushima with moist eyes, her gaze pleading. It was a gesture that touched his heart deeply. The fact that she had no ulterior motives made it even worse. Tsushima raised his hand to shield himself from her gaze and held up his index finger. I'll protect you. But you must ensure that you can execute the basic codes as an information agent. What do you mean by that? Retreating from her forward posture, Lapuz tilted her head. You don't need to fight. However, being able to use certain codes will expand your options for protection in the future. So, even if you learn just a few codes starting from now, it will make a difference. Tsushima finally faced Lapuz directly and, with a blue glint in his eyes directed towards the darkness, executed the heat ray code. It was smaller in scale than what Tsushima typically used, and much simpler, but it provided sufficient firepower. Lapuz cheered at the sight of it. Then, she noticed something. But, isn't this code made by you, Tsushima? Is it okay to teach it to me? Lapuz's question hit the mark. For an information agent, their unique codes encapsulated both strengths and weaknesses, making them valuable assets. Teaching them to others meant exposing everything. However, Tsushima responded with a cool demeanor, as if to say, don't worry about it. Codes that you're familiar with are easier to learn. Besides, we're short on time. Tsushima remarked that he had chosen the most rational approach. Still, Lapuz could feel his kindness and dedication penetrating deeply. You're actually a good person, aren't you? I had misunderstood you, Lapuz said, softening the corners of her eyes with genuine warmth. After enduring a barrage of remarks until now, Tsushima seemed to be struggling to find the right words to respond. Flattery won't get you anywhere. Anyway, I'll teach you the code now, so pay attention. I won't repeat it, he replied. Got it. Despite appearances, I'm actually pretty quick on the uptake. You can count on me, Lapuz said confidently. For someone who can't even read a map, you sure talk big, Tsushima retorted. Tsushima spoke with a slightly exaggerated tone, perhaps to hide his embarrassment. Lapuz leaned against him, shyly listening to his lecture. Section. The next morning, thanks to walking early in the morning, the two were making good progress towards their destination. It was around 7 o'clock, and there was a hint of rising temperature. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Tsushima, with his brisk and uninjured legs, stopped. Behind him was Lapuz, her breathing heavy, lifting her heavy legs with a laborious pace. Are you okay? I might need a little break. You just rested a while ago. We still have a long way to go. If we don't cover some distance before the temperature rises, the afternoon will be tough. I know, but this path is too tough. Lapuz, sitting on a stump next to Tsushima, seemed to give up as sweat dripped down her forehead and trickled down her neck. Lapuz, with a weary expression, looked up at the sky, panting in a manner that didn't befit a princess. Due to her shirt's collar being wide open, large beads of sweat were visibly trickling down her fair skin. Tsushima glanced away from Lapuz to check the time on his wristwatch. Considering the road ahead, it seemed like it would take longer than expected. It seems like you have less stamina than I thought, Tsushima remarked while checking the injury on his side. Indeed, compared to Tsushima, who was injured, Lapuz had lower stamina. With a damp gaze directed at Tsushima, Lapuz replied with a hint of sarcasm, "When you're a princess, you can't just walk around like that. As a princess, you should build up your stamina. You need to be prepared for any eventuality," Tsushima retorted. "Others have prepared to prevent such eventualities. This time is just an irregularity," Lapuz explained. "I apologize for not meeting your expectations," Tsushima responded. "I'm not blaming you. It's partly my lack of foresight," Lapuz sighed, gazing at the ridge of the mountain they were about to climb, her eyes filled with various regrets. With an annoying smirk on his face, Tsushima chuckled. In response, Lapuz, like a child, bared her teeth and scrunched up her face in a mock-threatening manner. Tsushima checked that Lapuz's breathing had steadied and then clapped his hands urgingly. "Well then, let's go. Get up." Let me rest a little longer," Lapuz protested. "No, we need to cross this mountain by mid-morning at least," Tsushima asserted. "Are you kidding me? My legs can't take it. And where exactly are we going anyway? How about giving me some explanation?" Lapuz shouted after Tsushima, who had already started walking ahead. Tsushima responded to her inquiry, "I have an acquaintance ahead. To get out of these mountains quickly, it's best to rely on them." "Do you really have an acquaintance out here in the middle of nowhere? What kind of connection is this?" "I'm impressed by your network," Lapuz exclaimed. "Thanks to that, I've made connections with royalty as well. Stop grumbling and start walking. We don't have much time before sunset," Tsushima urged. "You're such a demon, Tsushima. Where did yesterday's kindness go?" Lapuz muttered with a hint of weakness, but she slowly got up. Adjusting their pace somewhat, the two began to walk. As they continued walking without breakfast or lunch, the sun began to set. Finally, they arrived at their destination. It was located along a narrow, paved road, suggesting it was close to a main street. They saw a row of old garage houses and a neat lodge standing side by side. Though there were no other residences nearby, the relatively well-maintained appearance indicated that it was likely not abandoned. Tsushima confirmed the light from the lodge from afar before gesturing to Lapuz. "Do you really live here?" "Yes." "Well, if I'm not dead, that is." "So, there's a possibility you're dead." "Yeah. I was quite the old man even 10 years ago. If I were still alive, I'd be incredibly old by now." "Wow, thanks for that unsettling yet charming story. Anyway, I just want to rest wherever there's warm soup and a chair to sit on." Lapuz squinted at Tsushima as if staring into the distance, then nudged her shoulder with his elbow, indicating they should hurry. Tsushima sniffed and responded, "I don't think our pursuers have caught up this far, but let's not get careless." "I know. I will walk one step behind Tsushima, always using you as a shield, right?" Repeating the tactics discussed the previous night, Lapuz shot Tsushima a cool glance. Seriously, you're not very charming. Tsushima muttered a word and turned her heavy feet toward the cabin. As the two crossed the road and entered the property, the door of the cabin suddenly opened, revealing an elderly man with a beard like a bear. Without much surprise, the old man raised a hand in greeting upon seeing them. Well, you're Tsushima's boy, aren't you? Rare visitors indeed. You've grown quite impressive since I last saw you. I'm glad you're still here. It was a bit of a gamble, but it paid off. Indeed. So, you've been driven to rely on an old retiree like me. Well, I don't mind being relied upon. The old man then noticed Lapuz blending into the darkness of the dim forest. Seeing her dirted appearance, he quickly grasped the situation. He gestured for the two to come into the lodge. The young lady there looks like she could use some rest. Have you been pushing others beyond their limits again? That won't do. Especially for someone stronger than oneself. You're a special kind of man, different from the rest. I understand. Save the sermon for later. I want to let her rest first. Watching their exchange, Lapuz bowed respectfully to the old man. I apologize for the late-night visit. Oh, no need to worry about that. If it's Tsushima's companion, you're always welcome here. Thank you. We appreciate your hospitality. Lapuz struggled to move her feet forward, then entered the lodge. Tsushima followed behind. While the old man guided Lapuz, Tsushima decided to pass the time in the living room. The cabin wasn't spacious by any means. The living room connected to the kitchen, with several chairs and a table arranged. Thanks to the comforting warmth from the fireplace, the room was enveloped in an inviting heat, inducing drowsiness. After a few minutes, the old man returned to the living room. He sat in a rocking chair, puffing on his pipe, and then directed a questioning gaze towards Tsushima, as if seeking an explanation. Tsushima cleared his throat before speaking. Firstly, I want to express my gratitude for accepting us. It seems there's more to the story. Can't just leave you to fend for yourselves, the old man replied. Yeah. That's why I relied on you. For the transportation of that young lady, the old man preempted Tsushima's words, lifting his thick, white mixed eyebrows and exhaling smoke. That's right. I want to hire you to take us near the inland sea. Preferably, in a way that avoids pursuit. I see. That's fine, the old man replied. This old man was someone who had helped Tsushima back when he was in the Balga Empire. His main profession was a transporter. Half a century ago, he had been a fighter pilot, so he had good piloting skills. The old man puffed on his pipe, lost in thought for a while. Tsushima leaned against the kitchen counter, arms folded. Is this job a big deal? The old man asked slowly. It's best not to ask too many details. Once you're involved, you won't be able to stay in this country, Tsushima warned. Is it really that serious? A delicate flower like her having such a big impact? The old man squinted his eyes and began to gaze at the old photo hanging on the wall. Whenever such an elderly person starts telling stories from the past, it never ends well, Tsushima thought to himself, hoping the conversation wouldn't stray too far. However, I can't help but recall when you used to bring that young girl around. Shun, wasn't it? As expected, that topic came up. Though Tsushima couldn't help but think so, he couldn't deny the old man's observation. As he reached for the paper cigarettes on the counter, Tsushima replied, She's nothing like her, but somehow their presence overlaps. Thanks to that, I'm in this mess. Haha. Men have always been at the mercy of women throughout the ages. That's some good advice you got there. Tsushima could see a slight smirk on the corner of the old man's mouth behind his pipe. At the same time, the old man's gaze drifted into the distance as he blew smoke into the void. You've been fortunate to survive. The War of Independence was never a war with any hope of winning. When that girl died, I thought you wouldn't last long either. It's good that you've grown up safely, the old man remarked. Safely, ha. Tsushima finally found a match in the small box and lit it. He let out a sigh of relief at the smoke from the cigarette he hadn't smoked in a day. The old man turned his head at the sound of his voice. What's this? You've taken up smoking too. There's something strangely similar to Shun about you, the old man said. It's complicated, old man. I'm not smoking because I like it, Tsushima replied. Seeing Tsushima's smirk, the old man rose from his chair with a look that resembled scolding a mischievous child. Smoking will deteriorate your intelligence. Quit while you can, the old man warned. Actually, it disrupts the brain's coding process. It won't affect me much if I smoke. If anything, that's the whole point, Tsushima retorted with a smirk. I'm not pushy. Care for a drink while you smoke? The old man, unsteady on his feet, made his way to the kitchen and retrieved a bottle of amber liquid from the shelf. It must have been whiskey or something. Toshima wrinkled his nose and shook his head. I'm not keen on alcohol. I'll pass. Ooh. You're a lot like Shun in that regard. That kid was a drinker second to none, even compared to me. Let's pretend I didn't hear that. Besides, Shun was underage at the time. Haha, well, it's past the statute of limitations since it was wartime. The old man's distinctive laughter overlapped with the sound of the door opening at the back of the room. Lapuz seemed to have emerged from the bath. With a pitter-patter of footsteps, she appeared wearing an oversized shirt and pants. Her long silver hair cascaded from under the towel atop her head. Coupled with her attire, she looked much younger than she actually was. The bath was just right. It washed away all my fatigue, Lapuz said contentedly, looking at Tsushima. She tilted her head in confusion at his strange gaze. What's wrong? Do I look weird or something? Lapuz stretched her arm to check her appearance, inadvertently revealing the milky white skin of her neckline. Unaware of it herself, it was undoubtedly a sight to behold. Unable to discern the reason for Tsushima's gaze, Lapuz looked back at him with a puzzled expression, tilting her head once more. Her gaze was equally captivating, a potent sight to behold. Her carefree demeanor was probably her true nature. However, Tsushima, feeling an odd sense of protectiveness towards her, averted his gaze and exhaled smoke. His gaze met the old man's amidst the swirling smoke. The old man shook his head as if to say, "Oh well. That old man is so noisy," Tsushima muttered under his breath. "Hey, what's with that attitude?" Lapuz approached defenselessly and grabbed his arm, emanating the scent of her bath. Tsushima held her back with his hand and spoke as if in a serious situation. "Don't come closer. I'm smoking. That's nothing new. But what was with that look earlier? You're hiding something again, aren't you?" "Again?" "Yes, again." Despite their exchange, Tsushima avoided making eye contact, fueling Lapuz's growing suspicion. She continued to close the distance between them, causing Tsushima to instinctively pull away. Concerned, Lapuz sniffed herself. "Wait, do I still smell? I did wash properly." "No, that's fine." "Then why are you avoiding me?" Lapuz, arms crossed and squinting, looked up at Toshima beside her, but he stubbornly refused to meet her gaze. It was because from that angle, he might see something he shouldn't. Amidst Lapuz's unconscious actions and Tsushima's determined resistance, the old man finally intervened. "Young lady, you shouldn't let yourself get cold. Please wear this." With a warm smile, the old man handed Lapuz a thick cardigan. The meaning behind his smile surely didn't register with Lapuz. As she began to put on the cardigan as instructed, Tsushima hastily extinguished his cigarette and stood up. "I'll take a bath too. And hey, old man, don't give her anything strange to drink. Especially no alcohol. She's underage." Tsushima nailed the point home to the old man, who raised his hands in understanding but continued to tip the glass of whiskey he had poured himself. Worry gnawed at Tsushima. He decided to head quickly to the bath, anticipating Lapuz's imminent arrival. After getting out of the bath, Tsushima regretted his foolishness upon seeing the scene in the living room. There were the elderly man and Lapuz, both holding glasses filled with the same brown liquid, toasting each other. He had half expected this to happen. Yet, witnessing the sight of Lapuz, a minor and a princess, indulging in cheap alcohol once again stirred up strong feelings of disapproval. Tsushima approached the elderly man, holding his head in his hands. "Hey, old man. What are you giving her to drink?" "Oh, just some booze," the elderly man replied, with no hint of remorse, sporting a grin. Behind the kindly smile he wore as if looking at his granddaughter, Lapuz, who had already flushed her face red and was happily swaying her glass on the sofa. "This drink is quite tasty. Why don't you have some too?" There was a slight slur in her speech, not just a figment of his imagination. Lapuz offered Tsushima the glass with a melting smile, seemingly unaware of her own drinking. "If you keep drinking this cheap booze, you'll end up like this old man. We have an early day tomorrow. Let's go to bed now." "What? I want to hear more of your stories before bed." "Right, Grandpa," Lapuz declared loudly, flashing a smile at the elderly man. He hesitated for a moment, his expression hinting at disapproval, but soon he too was smiling, swayed by the beauty before him. "If it's stories from the past you want, I'll tell them myself. So let's go to bed. The attic will do for a bed, right?" "Oh, yeah. See, there's a hidden staircase up there. It's above that." The elderly man's somewhat hesitant response came as he felt the weight of Tsushima's questioning gaze. It was clear he was being pressed for answers. In response to Tsushima's silent inquiry about what he had just mentioned, the elderly man reluctantly pointed to an old black and white photograph framed on the wall. Tsushima looked at the photo and his eyes widened. It was because there was an incredibly familiar picture right there. In the photograph, Tsushima's comrades stood together, on the verge of the liberation battle of Jabal. In the corner of the photo, next to a memory only preserved in his mind, was the image of a girl. Standing next to her was the young Tsushima. Feeling a twinge of pain in his heart, Tsushima couldn't help but squint his eyes. The girl in the photo, evoking both nostalgia and agony, had a radiant smile as she held a cigarette between her lips. Her gentle smile from that time remained unchanged. Feeling overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, Tsushima looked away from the photo. "You've got piloting duties tomorrow too. Keep the drinking in check." "Yeah, I know. I'll drink moderately and hit the sack." With Lapuz muttering incomprehensibly, Tsushima carried her and ascended to the attic room. Upon reaching the top of the makeshift storage staircase, Tsushima found that the attic was surprisingly well appointed. Although the ceiling was low enough to require Tsushima to stoop, the rest of the space was satisfactory. Turning on the single incandescent bulb, the room revealed itself with several mattresses laid out on the floor. Tsushima settled Lapuz onto one of them. "What's with you?" "I can still drink." "Don't drink. It's a hassle." Despite Lapuz's grumbling as she was placed on the mattress, she eventually succumbed to the warmth of the blankets and wrapped herself up in them. To cool his overheated body in the moderate chill, Tsushima pulled out a chair from the corner and sat down. Then, to encourage Lapuz to fall asleep, he turned off the light. As the room grew dark, moonlight streamed in through the window in the roof. Illuminated by the bluish light, the room was eerily quiet. Tsushima looked up at the moonlight, calming his mind. Listening intently, he heard Lapuz's breaths, distinct from the sounds of sleep, and he turned his gaze towards her. Lapuz peeked out from under the blanket, looking at Tsushima with drowsy eyes. There was a look on her face that suggested she had something to say. When Tsushima tilted his head inquisitively, she parted her small lips. "I heard about your sister earlier. Stories from the liberation battle of Jabal, and such." Unlike her earlier drunken demeanor, Lapuz spoke with a cautious tone, as if touching upon something delicate. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Tsushima as if probing him. "I didn't mean to dig into your past, but you were acting like that." The old man probably felt like reminiscing after a long time. "It's nothing to worry about. It's not like it's a story to hide." Leaning back against the chair's backrest, Tsushima turned his gaze out of the window. Bathed in the bluish light of the waxing crescent moon, he began to speak slowly. "There was a girl named Shun. She was probably around 16 or 17. She was also an information officer. Did you see the picture in the living room?" "Yes." "She had a lovely smile. And the boy next to her was you, right?" "That's unnecessary." "Hee. You were cute back then." Lapuz peeked out from under the blanket, looking at Tsushima as he sat in the chair. Unlike his youthful self, he had become a mature adult with shadows of darkness surrounding him. It was both a good and a bad thing. "I lived with Shun for about 3 or 4 years. She took care of me a lot. Even though we weren't related by blood, I saw her as a real sister. She was strong-willed, kind, and a good person. Yeah. Could she have been your first love? Tsushima chuckled at Lapu's sudden question. Maybe she was. But now, I hardly remember. All I know is that she was important to me. That's all. Yeah, I guess. If you're together for more than 3 years, you're practically family. Lapuz empathized as she clasped the ring hanging from her necklace. Then, perhaps feeling hesitant to delve further into this topic, she changed the subject. I also heard about your involvement in the Elba Independence War. You were involved in the preparations before the war, right? Seriously, the old man sure loves to talk. Tsushima shrugged in exasperation, then nodded briefly in affirmation. Seeing this, Lapuz raised her voice slightly. Did you meet any of the 7 heroes during the Elba Independence War? Well, I saw them around, but that's about it. Why, are you a fan of the 7 heroes? Of course. Every information officer admires the 7 heroes of the Independence War. They fought for their rightful cause without any powerful backing, the best information officers ever. Lapuz spoke as if trying to convince the skeptical Tsushima. In contrast, Tsushima wore a slightly reluctant and bitter expression. In reality, they're not as great as you think. But at least you agreed with their cause enough to fight alongside them, right? To Lapuz's innocent inquiry, Tsushima couldn't simply say yes. He shook his head in puzzlement. Well, I'm not sure. I don't know the answer, but at least everyone lost something important. At that time, everyone was searching for a place to die. We needed a purpose and a battlefield to burn our ideals and convictions. Everyone lost something significant in Jabal. Enough to feel like they had no attachments left in this world. Lapuz was left speechless by Tsushima's heavy, realistic response to her casual question. There's a vast difference between knowing about war through words and experiencing it firsthand. I see. I didn't know much about it back then. Of course not. You were still a child. Weren't you still a child too, Tsushima? I was around the same age as you, or maybe a bit younger. But that's all in the past now. As if implying that he had let go of all past matters, Tsushima spoke with a somewhat somber atmosphere, despite the moonlight illuminating him, unable to dispel the darkness. Seeing him like this, Lapuz clouded her expression with concern. Do you really think so? Tsushima didn't understand what Lapuz's question was referring to. He returned her questioning gaze with a puzzled expression. Struggling to articulate her words, Lapuz spoke hesitantly. Earlier, Grandpa said something. He said he sensed a lingering grudge or something like revenge from you. He thinks maybe it's because of the past wars, and that those feelings still linger deep inside you. He was very worried. A grudge of revenge. It's not entirely wrong. Tsushima suddenly erased all emotion from his face. For me, who has no family, Shun was the most important person. But during the retreat in the liberation battle of Jabal, I couldn't protect her. She was supposed to be more important to me than my own life, yet I survived while she died. Do you know why? Lapuz wiped away the smile she had shown moments ago and shook her head in silence. Seeing this, Tsushima made a self-deprecating smile. It's because I was weak. I was weaker than those who took. So everything was taken from me. But this time, it won't be like that. This time, yeah, I'll deliver you to Elba, even if it costs my life. The circumstances are different from before, but for me, this might be a kind of revenge. To protect what I couldn't protect that day. That's the kind of battle it is. Is it really something to be pleased about in Tsushima's words? There was no joy reflected on Lapuz's face. Instead, a sense of unease was evident. His intentions weren't inherently evil, but the dark aura surrounding him puzzled Lapuz. Tsushima, you're a bit scary right now. Lapuz spoke to Tsushima while gripping the edge of the blanket. His demeanor, tinged with negative emotions, snapped back to reality at her cautious tone. The stagnant atmosphere, thick with darkness, dissipated like smoke. My apologies. I got a bit emotional. Tsushima rose from the chair and took out a half-smoked cigarette. As he felt the familiar sensation of the tobacco in his mouth, he began to return to his usual self. I appreciate your feelings, But don't push yourself too hard. I'll be fine. Rather than saying it to Lapuz, Tsushima muttered to himself as if reminding himself. As he attempted to flick the oil lighter he had taken out, he stopped. Come to think of it, you're also an information officer. Is second-hand smoke bothersome? If you think so, you should quit smoking. Besides, even if I'm not an information officer. All right. No need to point it out every time. Tsushima returned to his usual demeanor, reluctantly putting away the lighter. However, from his reluctance to put away the cigarette he had lit, it was clear that he harbored some lingering attachment. Tomorrow, we'll fly to Chukai, right? Yes, that's right. If everything goes smoothly, we might find a ship heading to Elba by tomorrow. You should make a list of things you want to do after seeking asylum today. You're planning ahead, aren't you? But thank you. Lapuz chuckled under the blanket and shifted in her sleep. Her flowing silver hair began to ripple in sync with her breathing, even before a few minutes had passed. As Tsushima gazed at her back, he shook the cigarette between his lips. Despite feeling regret for talking too much, he realized the true nature of his desire to save her, which lay deep within his heart. Karma comes back around, doesn't it? A heavy emotion, which should have been sealed away with the passage of time, began to stir. In the dim corner of the room, Tsushima sensed the faint presence of a dull blue light. Section. Look, Tsushima. Isn't that Elba over there? No, from this altitude, you still can't see it. That's a smaller island closer by. Oh, really? Well, that's boring. Amidst the roaring propeller noise inside the plane, Lapuz was excited. Tsushima, cramped in the narrow cabin, felt gloomy, but seeing her radiant smile lifted his spirits, if only slightly. In the early morning, an elderly man methodically piloted the plane stored in a hangar. It was a small two-seater aircraft, with Tsushima and Lapuz squeezed into the rear cockpit seat, making it a three-person ride. As expected, the rear seat was packed tight. What's more, Lapuz's head constantly bobbing left and right beneath Tsushima's chin was quite annoying. Since this morning, Lapuz had been unusually energetic. It must be the emotions of hope generated by the imminent success of their defection. Hey, what kind of boat do we take from the inland sea? Lapuz raised her head, speaking through the headset. Frowning as if bothered, Tsushima responded. If we're taking a boat, it's likely a smuggling vessel. Don't expect much comfort. It won't be a cruise ship or a high-speed ferry. Oh, really? Not looking forward to that. Actually, it'll be my first time on a boat. I've mostly traveled by plane or car. Starting to gesture as she spoke, Lapuz's expression darkened briefly as she recalled the past. However, she quickly regained her enthusiasm. Traveling over the sea must be so exhilarating. Watching fish swim by, listening to the birds, it sounds wonderful, doesn't it? It's not as elegant as you imagine, but you'll see once you're on board, Tsushima remarked, recalling the discomfort of the smuggling boats he had been on many times before, while his gaze shifted outward. The scenery outside visible from his seat was breathtakingly beautiful. Beyond the overlapping blue mountains, the sea sparkled, and white clouds gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. It was as if the landscape directly reflected Lapuz's heart filled with hope. However, Tsushima harbored a small unease within him. The situation was dire enough for the Six Emperors' sword to come into play. Anything could happen. Despite Tsushima's unease, Lapuz looked up at him again. In the process, her small head collided with Tsushima's chin. With a dull impact, Tsushima gave her a stern look, and Lapuz, feeling apologetic, offered an awkward smile. Sorry. Did I get too carried away? You finally noticed, Tsushima replied. Yeah, you're right. My bad. But, just when I thought we might finally leave this country, I can't help feeling happy, Lapuz said, shaking her knees with excitement as she sat in her seat, looking out the window. For her, this view was freedom itself. Even if she felt a bit dizzy soaring high above the ground, it was worth escaping from the harsh reality that lurked below. Tsushima let out a sigh and lightly patted Lapuz's shoulder. So, what do you want to do once we arrive in Elba? I told you to make a list last night, remember? Ha! Well, there are so many things, Lapuz replied, her expression suddenly turning serious as she began to murmur while folding her slender fingers. I want to buy sweets at the store, try some crepes, I've heard they're delicious. Oh, and I heard there's this huge pizza there, so I want to try that too. Also, I want some cute clothes, and I want to go to the movies after school. And, wait. First, prioritize which one you want to do the most. If you try to do everything at once, it'll be chaotic, Tsushima interjected, unable to contain himself. Lapuz looked at him with a puzzled expression, then slowly widened her eyes. Tsushima had a bad feeling about this. Are you trying to fulfill my dreams, Tsushima? It depends. We're going to live in the same city anyway. We'll still have to spend some time together. Really? Yay. Then let's start with crepes together. Please, spare me that. Imagining himself devouring crepes with Lapuz in the streets of Elba, Tsushima grimaced. Why not? Seeing Tsushima's attitude, Lapuz intentionally bumped her head against Tsushima's chin this time. Feeling the impact and the pain in his jaw, Tsushima responded irritably. Ouch. Stop it. Can't you at least indulge me a little? You act all grown up only when it suits you. I'm not acting grown up. I am grown up. Oh really? Is that so? You have quite a few childish moments. I know. The elderly man sitting in the front seat watched the two of them start their odd argument with concern. Realizing that their conversation was private, he awkwardly opened the communication. Sorry to interrupt your lovey-dovey moment, but we'll start our descent in 10 minutes. Get ready, he said, sensing the tension. The elderly man, speaking through the headset, glanced at Tsushima through the mirror in the rear seat. Tsushima, who had been fidgeting in the cramped seat, straightened his hair with his hand, trying to maintain his composure. All right. Seat belts are fastened. Proceed as planned, Tsushima replied. Got it, the elderly man acknowledged. As the elderly man's hands moved the control stick, the plane tilted its nose towards the planned landing site. At that moment, Tsushima noticed something shining through the gaps in the clouds. Just as he thought it might be a bright ray of sunlight entering the cabin, the aircraft suddenly jolted. What the? Suddenly, a part of the aircraft shattered into fragments and scattered into the sky. Simultaneously, the propeller slowed its rotation. The plane began to behave erratically, and the elderly man grabbed the control stick in panic. What's happening all of a sudden? Shut up. You'll bite your tongue. With Lapuz's head in his grip, Tsushima looked out of the canopy. This wasn't just a malfunction, it was clearly an attack. However, there were few methods to attack a small aircraft flying at this altitude. It was undoubtedly the work of an information officer, and it was executed with precision. Tsushima shouted, shaking off the chill running down his spine. Old man, release the canopy. Tsushima's voice echoed in the cockpit. While controlling the aircraft, the elderly man initiated the emergency canopy purge. At the same time, Tsushima prepared for combat. He unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up. However, the enemy's actions were much faster than Tsushima anticipated. As the canopy was removed, a figure, hidden by the sun's glare, landed on the nose of the aircraft. The plane shook violently, causing Tsushima to lose his balance and fall to his knees. A shadow loomed overhead, and Tsushima looked up. There stood a woman dressed in a familiar navy blue military uniform with crimson embroidery. The informer, with her unearthly pale skin and long white hair that seemed to absorb light, looked down at Tsushima. Though her eyes were golden, they radiated a blue glow, indicating she was executing a code. At the sudden appearance of the information officer woman, Lapuz trembled. Fine Primus. Why are you here? Upon hearing the name of the informer spoken with a sense of despair, Tsushima discarded the code he had been constructing in his mind. Among the 6 Emperor's swords, Fine Primus's name was renowned. Known as the Radiant Informer, she was a heroic 11th rank informer who had built mountains of corpses on numerous battlefields. Even among the elite of the 6 Emperor's swords, her name outshone the rest. In name and deed, she was the pinnacle of the 6 Emperor's swords. Such a monstrous figure stood before them. With the initiative lost and the target they were meant to protect squarely within the kill zone, Tsushima knew there was little he could do. Reluctantly, Tsushima raised both hands in surrender. It was a gesture of capitulation. Seeing this, Fine casually remarked, "A wise decision. If your intention was to kill us, you could have shot us down with the initial attack. What is your purpose?" Tsushima inquired, trying to gauge her intentions. In response, Fine replied with an emotionless expression. "By the orders of my master, I will take you with me. Resist, and you will be killed," Fine declared. "Understood. We won't resist," Tsushima replied firmly, confirming their non-resistant intentions. With Tsushima's unwavering compliance confirmed, Fine executed some sort of code without so much as a twitch of her eyebrow. Suddenly, bands of dazzling light formed in the air, enveloping the aircraft as if constricting it. The metallic fuselage creaked under the pressure, and a mysterious sensation of floating surrounded the three of them. What kind of code could trigger such a phenomenon? Tsushima couldn't comprehend it at all. Nonetheless, the plane that had been plummeting began to soar through the sky once more. As they looked down upon the destination that had loomed so close, the plane turned its nose towards the east. It seemed they were heading to the capital city, Balga, the last place Tsushima and his companions wanted to go. On the now uncontrollable plane, Tsushima noticed that Lupus was trembling. It wasn't just fear-induced trembling, she was hunched over, staring at her feet, her face pale and void of words. Once, they had glimpsed hope and were on the verge of reaching the world they longed for. Yet now, they were being dragged back to the feared capital by the hands of the 6 Emperor's swords. It spelled despair. Sensing only the presence of impending doom, Tsushima sighed in frustration. Enveloped in a light that seemed to manifest the protection of the gods, Tsushima and his companions were once again heading towards hell. The vibrant world that had seemed full of hope just moments ago now appeared monochrome. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 3. The capital city of Balga, compared to Shern, has a slightly lower urban density. This may be due to its location as a city built on vast coastal plains. It had an open cityscape with many historical buildings. About 10 kilometers east from the city center, atop a hill offering a panoramic view of the cityscape, stood a dignified mansion that exuded a sense of ancient grandeur. In one of the rooms of that mansion, Tsushima and Lupus were being held under house arrest. After being disembarked from the plane, the elderly man was released unharmed, but Lupus and Tsushima were naturally escorted to the mansion. Since then, there has been no communication, only the passage of time. Tsushima, in an attempt to alleviate boredom, shifted his gaze from the window to the interior of the room. In the room where logs crackled in the fireplace, Lupus sat on a large single-seater sofa, hugging her knees. Since arriving in this room, her eyes, red and worn from continuous weeping, had not stopped crying. In the room filled with a gloomy atmosphere, Tsushima finally couldn't bear it any longer and took out a cigarette. When he touched the tip of the cigarette with the flame from the oil lighter, his gaze finally met Lupus's after a long time. She narrowed her eyes, already tired from crying. "Even in times like this, you still smoke," Lupus murmured softly, dropping her words into the vast room, weighing heavily on Tsushima's shoulders. Tsushima quietly exhaled the tasteless smoke. "Yeah, don't be sarcastic." It was difficult to escape in that situation. Besides, his goal wasn't your life. I knew that, so I made the choice with the highest survival rate. It's not sarcasm. And I'm not blaming you, Tsushima. But I don't know how to deal with these feelings. Lupus, with her face buried in her knees, once again trembled on the verge of words. However, Tsushima couldn't afford to be disheartened in the same way. To consider their next move, he organized his thoughts while still holding the cigarette in his mouth. Fine referred to him as my lord. "Who is she serving?" Tsushima asked, prompting Lupus to lift her tear-filled eyes slightly. "The master of the 6 Imperial swords is the Emperor. But when she mentioned lord, I think she meant the first prince who appointed her as a knight." "The first prince? That would be Causa Insania." Tsushima muttered the name with a grimace. Causa Insania, the eldest son of the Emperor and the foremost candidate for succession to the imperial throne of the Balga Empire, is renowned as one of the world's greatest strategists. Even Elba's mayor, Tochibana, known for his unparalleled prowess in that field, would find him as a formidable opponent. Never did Tsushima imagine that not only the second prince but also the first prince would become involved here. He furrowed his brow, sensing that things were taking a turn for the worse. Why would he get involved in your defection? Tsushima asked. I don't know. But he's always interested only in whether it benefits him or not. That's all. So, your defection is related to his interests. Who knows? I don't know what benefits him. But there must be something. After Lapuz spoke, she glanced towards the door leading out of the room. There was a sense of someone approaching the room. Without delay, after Lapuz lifted her head, the door to the room opened without a knock. The hinges creaked as the thick door swung open, revealing Fine, whose pale skin seemed to faintly glow. She glanced around the room and succinctly stated her purpose in a flat tone. Both of you, come with me. Exhaling smoke, Tsushima stubbed out his cigarette on the windowsill, the smoke still lingering. Now, where are you planning to take us? Tsushima quipped, earning a glance from Fine. However, there was no further exchange. Tsushima reluctantly moved his heavy feet. No intention of answering, right? Well, it can't be helped. Let's go, he said, prompting Lapuz to weakly rise to her feet. Following Fine's guidance, the two walked through the mansion. They traversed unusually spacious corridors and climbed stairs until they were led to a certain room. In the simple room with minimal decoration, bookshelves packed with countless books lined the walls. In the center of the room, two sofas were arranged around a low table. Already seated on one of them was a solitary man. The man had beautiful slicked-back golden hair and sharp, crimson eyes reminiscent of a snake. His white military uniform, made of luxurious-looking fabric, lacked unnecessary embellishments and boasted a sophisticated design. His expression exuded an air of ease and confidence, accentuating his charisma and making him seem larger than life. Tsushima understood at a glance that he was Causa Insania. The difference in stature was evident. Causa raised his head as if noticing the guests after a brief pause. Then, he gazed steadily at Tsushima before smiling at Lapuz behind her. Hey, long time no see, my sister. I haven't seen you in a while, Lord Causa. I apologize for having to bring you here in such a rough manner this time. Now, please come along. Causa cordially invited Lapuz to the chair in front, seemingly devoid of hostility. However, Lapuz hesitated for a moment, seeking reassurance by glancing up at Tsushima standing behind him. Don't worry. I've got your back, Tsushima reassured, his gaze still fixed on Causa as he placed his hand on Lapuz's shoulder. Despite still appearing uneasy, she slowly took a seat on the sofa. Naturally, Tsushima positioned himself behind her, while Fine took her place behind Causa, as if in opposition. As the tension mounted, Tsushima mentally prepared himself for what was to come. Causa, who had been observing their interaction, finally spoke up. I've heard various rumors about this matter. It seems you've fallen right into the trap of Los Rubles' schemes, Lapuz? At Causa's inquiry, Lapuz turned her face slightly away, looking somewhat guilty. It's the result of my own foolishness. That may be true. However, thanks to the exceptional protection, I managed to survive. Ultimately, I'm grateful for that, Causa remarked, smoothly shifting his gaze towards Tsushima. But if you had landed in the Central Sea, mere safety wouldn't have sufficed. Not with the 6th Division already stationed there, alongside the 6 Emperor swords, Kana smiles. Even someone as formidable as Tsushima Rindu might have found himself lacking the strength to face both simultaneously, wouldn't you agree? Mentioning Tsushima's name as if it were only natural, Causa raised an eyebrow lightly, indicating that thorough research had been conducted beforehand. Tsushima, with a stern expression, tilted his head slightly in response. So, are you implying that you saved us? He asked, his tone dripping with disdain. In the face of Tsushima's insolence, Causa replied cheerfully, one could interpret it that way, but it depends on how you choose to respond from here on. Adjusting his hands, which had been supporting his chin, Causa subtly increased the pressure in his tone, signaling a shift towards a slightly more assertive stance. The act of a member of the Imperial family with a claim to the throne fleeing abroad amounts to treason against the Empire. I could easily apprehend you here and now and drag you before the Emperor, he stated matter-of-factly. But you won't do that. There must be a reason for it, right? Tsushima pressed, his impatience evident. Koza inserted a subtle pause, teasingly drawing out his response, before finally replying in a tone that could be interpreted as provocative. Why are you in such a hurry? Calm down, Tsushima Rindu. Even Tsushima, renowned for his composure, couldn't help but show signs of frustration. His eyelids twitched, betraying his annoyance. Sensing the tension, Lapuz intervened between them with a sense of urgency. From the tone of your conversation just now, Koza-sama, it sounds as though you are quite knowledgeable about this matter. Just how deeply are you involved? Fragile as glasswork, Lapuz, unexpectedly interjecting into the conversation, addressed Koza directly. He seemed to have not anticipated her interruption. Koza, slightly widening his eyes, redirected the conversation back on track. Of course, I knew that the second prince, Los Rubel, had been trying to eliminate you for a long time. It's clear he manipulated your knights, pushed you to the brink mentally, and paved the way for your exile. Although I never expected him to use Storm's Peak as a tool. He truly is a cunning man. I heard that Storm's Peak is controlled by Canis, acting as a puppet for Prince Los, Tsushima remarked. Yes, that's correct. Storm's Peak was originally established under the Emperor's leadership to root out domestic dissidents. While it's officially labeled as an anti-government organization, that's merely a facade. In terms of operation, it seems Los has taken over management from the Emperor, Koza explained dispassionately, his gaze trailing from Lapuz's feet to her neck, as if assessing her competence. Then, he let out a small sigh. It's no use beating around the bush. It might be harsh, but it seems it's quicker to lay everything out for you, Koza remarked before extending his hand towards Fine behind him. Without a glance, Fine accepted the offered documents and placed them on the low table. Lapuz cleared her throat and reached for the documents as they were handed to her. Gently opening the seal, she found numerous photographs and written records inside. These are the results of my own investigation into what Los Rubel was up to within the country using Storm's Peak. The documents contain classified information regarding the Operation Banner of Hope, which you've been involved with all along, Koza explained. Closing his arms over his folded legs, Koza watched as Lapuz found the relevant section in the documents before beginning to speak. It appears that Los Rubel has been advancing this plan since your childhood. He confirmed the fact that you come from a lineage of information officers, which had been rumored among certain members of the Imperial family, and devised a plan on how to efficiently eliminate you, Koza revealed. Lapuz's hands trembled as she flipped through the documents. Confronted with unwelcome truths, her heart seemed to be straining under the weight. This is bad, Tsushima muttered to himself. Lapuz was already in a vulnerable state, and further burdening her with this information could risk breaking her spirit. Tsushima attempted to intervene, but Koza's menacing aura halted his movement. The sharpness of his hostility, coming from a pampered Imperial, was surprisingly focused and pinpointed, causing Tsushima to pause. It's getting interesting now, so don't interfere. Koza's expression seemed to convey that intention. If he made any unnecessary moves, Fine behind her would likely act. Sensing Fine's subtle presence, Tsushima remained silent. So, you've been using me all along, Lapuz said, her voice trembling. The written documents detailed a meticulously planned assassination plot against Lapuz. It outlined a strategy of ingratiating trusted knights from her childhood, fostering trust, isolating her from within the royal family through attacks from her surroundings, inducing a long-term brainwashing leading to the decision of exile, and analyzing and executing activities to garner support from the populace. These revelations constituted a significant portion of Lapuz's life, enough to shatter her self-esteem. Tears, which she had been holding back, streamed down Lapuz's cheeks, and she instinctively hid her face with the documents. It was ironic that at this moment, the documents detailing the plan that had cornered her so effectively were now serving to conceal her vulnerability. As it states, in the final stage of Operation Banner of Hope, those unable to flee and remaining within the country would serve as a rallying point for domestic dissidents, led by the Second Prince's 4th Division, to eliminate the princess and her supporters as traitors, Koza explained. Was this the tone one used when discussing plans that would derail someone else's life? Koza's detached and emotionless delivery made it seem so. He finished speaking and unclosed his legs. Lapuz tried to utter words that wouldn't come. Instead, her throat only produced hoarse sobs, and when her voice finally emerged, it was accompanied by the delicate cries of a fragile girl. I can't believe this. How could this? With her face still concealed behind the tightly clenched bundle of documents, Lapuz's back shook as she hunched over. She had no strength left even to stand. Tsushima gently placed a hand on her thoroughly crushed back. But it seems the plan didn't go as expected. She's not dead yet, nor has she failed in her exile, he remarked. As Tsushima spoke, Koza nodded in agreement. Exactly. The entire script was rewritten with the emergence of you, the anomaly. Tsushima Rindu, Koza affirmed, pointing directly at him. You've thwarted every aspect of Loss's plan, even managing to repel the 6 Emperor swords. You came dangerously close to orchestrating Lapuz's exile, which seems to have truly alarmed Loss. He no longer cares about appearances. He'll stop at nothing to kill you both, he continued, his tone filled with amusement. Koza's narrative was remarkably effective. The disclosure of cruel facts completely shattered Lapuz's spirit, painting a bleak picture of the situation with no way out, effectively setting the stage for the negotiations he was about to present. These were merely preliminaries to ensure his advantage. Now, let's get to the heart of the matter. In Lapuz's place, Tsushima confronted the monster known as Koza. So, you've decided to stick your nose in at this crucial moment. To you, it may seem that way. But the truth is different. With a smug grin, Koza spoke, not with the demeanor of a young girl like Lapuz, but with the face of someone immersed in the adult world, mingling with malice and hatred. I've always found the second prince, Los Rubel, to be a nuisance. While his talent for violence is undeniably high, simple brutality will eventually be detrimental to this country. Essentially, I wanted him to retire from the stage sooner rather than later. Perhaps feeling a surge of excitement, Koza delved into the main topic, becoming more verbose. Without waiting for Tsushima's reaction, he continued. So, this incident came up out of the blue. I saw it as an opportunity to persuade him to step down from the stage. With a glance at Tsushima, Koza conveyed that he expected him to understand what would follow. Indeed, Tsushima could already see where the conversation was headed. Tsushima felt a wave of disgust and clicked his tongue. I see. So, you decided to use me for your own ends. That's correct, but your interpretation is a bit off. There are no coincidences, everything happens inevitably. With a theatrical tone, Koza whispered softly as an afterthought. When the Storm Peak called for a spy from Elba, I arranged it slightly on my end. In other words, it was I who brought you to this country. Koza declared confidently. I knew it, Tsushima thought to himself. Ever since receiving the job offer from Tochibana, the mayor of Elba, he had sensed something strange, an aura of conspiracy and intrigue. Now, all those suspicions were suddenly connecting. The exile incident was not just about Lapuz from the beginning. It was a story intertwined with the ambitions of the second prince, the first prince, the independent city of Elba, the Balga Empire, and various organizations and individuals. This burden is far too heavy to be solely placed on Lapuz. It's a scheme between nations. Disgustingly enough, adults surrounding just one girl were engaging in a dirty fight, reaching out for their own gains and desires, completely disregarding her will. Feeling nauseated, Tsushima took out a cigarette from his pocket and defiantly exhaled smoke. So, it was all in your hands. No wonder you're in such high spirits. So, what do you want me to do? If you're an adult, speak clearly for yourself. Seeing Tsushima's imposing demeanor, Koza smiled genuinely, pleased with Tsushima's ability to grasp the true intention even without him having to spell it out. Kill Los Rubel and his knight, Kana smiles. Then, I'll allow Lapuz to seek asylum in Elba. Understood. Without hesitation, Tsushima replied with a firm understood. The exchange between Koza and Tsushima concluded in just a few seconds. Upon realizing the quick resolution, Lapuz, despite the severity of the situation, lifted her head. Tsushima. Lapuz tried to speak, but Tsushima silenced her with his hand. His resolve was already set. Delivering Lapuz to Elba wasn't just for her sake but also his own redemption. He would accomplish what he couldn't in the past. For that, he couldn't afford to be choosy about the means. Tsushima looked down at Lapuz with a cigarette between his lips before casting a challenging gaze at Koza. 3 days. I'll kill the two of them in 3 days. In return, don't break your promise. Deliver her to Elba within 3 days. Agreed. That seals the deal. Koza elegantly nodded and rose from the sofa. Dusting off his trousers, he extended his hand for a handshake with Tsushima. Reluctantly, Tsushima reciprocated. Well then, I look forward to the report of your success. After exchanging farewell greetings, Koza began to leave the room. As they passed each other, it was as if he suddenly remembered something, and he stopped to shake Tsushima's hand. Oh, I almost forgot. I was supposed to give you a letter from Mayor Tochibana. He seems to have foreseen this turn of events. He's a truly remarkable person, Koza said as he handed a black card from the lining of his military uniform. Just by looking at it, Tsushima knew it was indeed a letter from Tochibana. The black card is called a black card, a specialized product manufactured exclusively by Tsukumo Heavy Industries, headquartered in the independent city-state of Elba. It incorporates a unique mechanism that only designated information officer can access the contents. When Tsushima received the card, Koza leaned in uncomfortably close. Whispering in Tsushima's ear to ensure no one else could hear, he remarked, "Seems like you're quite close to Mayor Tochibana. Who exactly are you?" In response to Koza's gently smiling face, Tsushima nonchalantly exhaled cigarette smoke. Looking up at the ceiling where the smoke disappeared, Tsushima replied in a casual tone, "Just a 7th-rank information officer." Is that unsatisfactory? Despite the disdainful tone that disregarded their difference in status, Koza oddly smiled with delight. "You're quite something. A fascinating character indeed. I'd love to meet you again sometime," he said, leaving with those final words, watching as Koza and his companion departed. Tsushima dropped his cigarette to the floor and extinguished it with the sole of his shoe, then relaxed his shoulders. Immediately after Koza and his companion left the room, there was a sudden movement as Lapuz swiftly rose from her seat. Tsushima couldn't react in time to Lapuz's rapid approach, and the small figure swiftly grabbed onto Tsushima's collar. "Tsushima, do you understand what you promised?" "You made a promise to kill a member of the royal family," Lapuz demanded. "Yeah. I intend to do just that," Tsushima replied. "No. Do you even understand what it means to kill a member of the royal family?" Lapuz retorted, her demeanor no longer resembling the crushed spirit from moments ago. Her fiery gaze met Tsushima's. "If you kill a member of the royal family, the emperor will undoubtedly not let you escape. You might not just be banished from this country, but you might not even live to see tomorrow. It won't just be Canis, the other 6 emperor swords will come after you too. Do you have a way to escape that?" "I'm accustomed to adversity. Besides, I told you before, I'll protect you," Tsushima responded. "Even if it means you're willing to die yourself?" Lapuz challenged. From anger, Lapuz suddenly displayed a sorrowful expression. In contrast to her raw, unfiltered emotions, Tsushima responded in a calm tone. "You don't need to carry this burden any longer. I'll take care of everything from here. You should go to Elba and start a new life. That's how we can resolve everything." "No. No." "Tsushima," Lapuz shook her head vigorously, her voice trembling. "I don't want you to die for me. I never asked anyone to die for me. I just asked you to take me to Elba with you." Lapuz no longer attempted to conceal her emotions. Her small mouth was slightly agape, twisted into a contorted shape. Tears streamed from her large eyes, tracing down her flushed cheeks. Tsushima looked down at Lapuz, feeling a heart-wrenching pain. Yet, he still pushed her away firmly. "Before, I wasn't prepared enough. I didn't have the resolve to sacrifice my life. That's why I lost someone precious to me, Shen, forever. But I won't make the same mistake twice. This time, I will definitely send you to Elba. Trust me," Tsushima said, his tone softening towards the end. Despite Lapuz's unfiltered display of emotions, he couldn't bring himself to be cruel. However, Lapuz surprised him by taking an unexpected turn. Suddenly, a sharp sound reverberated through the room as Lapuz slapped Tsushima's cheek with full force. Caught completely off guard by her sudden strike, he was taken aback. Following was the sound of the girl's scream. "You clueless fool. I'm not your precious Shin. Stop comparing me to some girl from your past. Stop it." Tsushima looked down at Lapuz while touching his slapped cheek. Confusion filled his vision as he tried to comprehend what had just happened, only to see the girl's expression of frustration. "My life has been mostly constructed by loss. I've been hiding my true self, living a life filled with lies and deception. But I thought Tsushima saw the real me. And yet, what is this? Why am I being compared to a past woman I know nothing about, being turned into some tragic heroine? I refuse to accept that. Who do you think you are?" With a face now expressing a jumble of emotions, Lapuz once again grabbed Tsushima's collar. This time, she pulled him towards her body so strongly that he couldn't push her away. Unable to avoid looking at her face, Tsushima involuntarily held his breath at her momentum. "Understand? I'm Lapuz Filir. I'm not the Shin you couldn't save. So, don't even think about sacrificing yourself for me." Lapuz's words, filled with anguish, weighed heavily on Tsushima's heart, heavier than any metal in the world. He had vaguely realized it himself. Tsushima had been overlaying Lapuz with the memories of his lost beloved, Shun. It had come to a point where he was denying Lapuz herself, letting Shun's shadow obscure Lapuz. Yet, now, as she slapped his cheek, it was undeniably Lapuz standing before him, not the smiling Shun in his memories. Tsushima lowered his gaze and closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, but no matter what, I keep seeing flashes of Shun's shadow when I look at you," he confessed. "I understand. She was important to you. But you know, Tsushima." Lapuz, trembling with anger, cupped Tsushima's cheek with her hands, her eyes glistening with moisture. Then, she gently turned his face to meet hers, bringing them inches apart as they locked eyes. "Don't look away. Look at me. I'm here, alive, standing beside you. So, I want you to see the real Lapuz Filir," she said, her eyes returning from their blue to their original red hue as she stopped enforcing the code. Her true eyes pierced directly into Tsushima's soul. Eyes speak louder than words. Confronted with her determined gaze, Tsushima realized something. "What are you thinking?" he asked. "Not you. Call me by my name," she insisted. "Lapuz. What are you thinking?" Tsushima repeated her name. Satisfied to be addressed by her name, Lapuz smiled. "You finally called me by my name. From now on, refer to me by my name," she said, releasing her hands from Tsushima's face and awkwardly clasping them behind her back, turning away slightly. Tsushima took a step closer to her back. "Hey, answer my question. What are you thinking?" In response to Tsushima's probing, Lapuz took a deep breath and straightened her posture. Her silver hair gently swayed, emitting a radiant glow. With determination in her voice, she said, "Loss. I will kill him." Tsushima momentarily couldn't comprehend what she had said. The idea hadn't even closed his mind. Slightly delayed in understanding, he muttered, "What are you saying?" "No. You haven't killed anyone yet. Once you commit murder, there's no turning back. Killing someone changes the world you inhabit." "Lapuz, you shouldn't come to this side," Tsushima reasoned. "Is that because Shun stood by your side? Because she was in the same place but couldn't protect you?" Lapuz retorted. "No, that's not what I meant," Tsushima, unusually shaken, interjected. Lapuz, holding her long hair, turned back to him with a resolute expression. "I finally understand everything after hearing from Brother Causa. This isn't just your fight, it's mine too. There's no escaping from this battle anymore. If I don't confront it head-on, I'll end up sacrificing someone, even if it's me losing you," Lapuz retorted mercilessly. With clear determination in her words, Lapuz showed no trace of the childishness or weakness that had once enveloped her. Tsushima couldn't help but be captivated by her resolute figure. "But you see, unfortunately, I can't defeat all the enemies alone. So, I want you to help me. I'll leave Canis to you. I'm sure you can defeat him, Tsushima. But no matter how hard I struggle, loss is the one I should defeat. He's the archenemy who disrupted and manipulated my life. I have to settle it with my own hands, Lapuz stated firmly. In Lapuz's crimson eyes, as she gazed straight ahead, there was a strong resolve. This was non-negotiable. Tsushima quietly asked his final question. Are you serious? Yes. I can't remain as a weak girl who's only protected by you anymore. I don't want to be just shielded by you from behind. I want to stand by your side. So. Lapuz paused for a moment and then grabbed the necklace around her neck. She then tore apart the delicate golden chain. Extending her clenched fist towards Tsushima, Lapuz slowly opened her hand. On her palm lay 2 rings. One was a gold ring, and the other was a tarnished silver ring. Let's make ourselves equals. And let's promise each other that we'll both return alive, she proposed. A lord and a knight are always bound by fate. The knight always protects the lord, and the lord always honors the knight until the end. Lapuz intended to forge this bond between them here and now. Kneel here before me, Lapuz instructed, gently pulling Tsushima's arm as he hesitated slightly. With one knee on the ground in front of her, Tsushima looked up at Lapuz, who smiled wryly. Don't want to become my knight? Lapuz asked. I prefer to stay free from titles and power. Besides, I'm feeling a bit uneasy, Tsushima admitted. It's okay. I'm a runaway princess with no status or power. This is a promise between you and me alone. A secret pact, if you will, Lapuz explained. A secret pact, Tsushima echoed. With a quiet murmur, Tsushima nodded silently. Lapuz interpreted his demeanor as affirmation and rolled up her sleeves. Normally, we'd use a ceremonial sword for this, but this will do, she said, using her right hand to mimic a sword and placing it on Tsushima's shoulder. Her slender and agile hand touched his shoulder, and Tsushima obediently bowed his head. Lapuz composed herself, closed her eyes, and regulated her breathing. You shall pledge loyalty and allegiance to your lord, vowing to stand by my side until the end of the Age of Ash, where the sun does not rise. You shall swear to uphold justice and peace for your lord, promising to stand together until the end of the Age of Black Mist, where the earth burns. You shall be my shield, protecting hope, and my sword, destroying nightmares. This is the ancient oath of the knights passed down in the Balga Empire. Having recited these words, Lapuz lowered her right hand. With this, Tsushima was officially appointed as Lapuz's knight. Now, you can't just go and die on me, Lapuz remarked. Perhaps, Tsushima replied. Not perhaps. You won't. So, don't do anything reckless. No matter how dire the situation may seem, always strive to find a way to come back alive. Got it? With a look of bitterness, Tsushima appeared to be completely reversed in his position and was being admonished. That's something we can both say to each other, right? In that case, you should be more worried about yourself than about me. Do you have any plans? He asked, wearing a bitter expression. Yes, I do. I have my own ideas. So, even if you think I might not be reliable, I want you to trust me. I want to share your burdens, even if it's just a little. So, focus on what you need to do, Lapuz replied, looking up at Tsushima with confident eyes. Section. The Imperial family of the Balga Empire usually reside in a place called the Imperial Palace, located in the heart of the capital city, Balga. Eccentric individuals like Korza have their own estates scattered throughout, but due to security concerns, many members of the Imperial family rarely venture far from the palace. Inside the palace, within the stone walls, lies neatly manicured lawns and pathways. In one corner stands a modern mansion built of white bricks, where Lapuz stands. Taking 3 deep breaths to calm her racing heartbeat, she gathers her resolve and steps through the mansion gates. Lapuz is adorned in a newly acquired pure white dress, a luxurious garment befitting her status as royalty, exuding both beauty and fleeting extravagance. She deliberately wears this dress as a testament to her determination not to avert her gaze from the blood-stained path she must tread. Lapuz's presence, enhanced by her delicate appearance, drew significant attention as she walked through the mansion. The servants, with expressions of astonishment, couldn't help but be captivated by her figure. As they passed by, they whispered amongst themselves, Wasn't that Princess Lapuz? I heard she fled to another country. Why is she here? Lapuz frowned slightly at their whispers. Currently, within the palace, Princess Lapuz Filia is rumored to be a traitor attempting to flee to another country. This, too, is part of Los's scheme. With a nauseating feeling in her chest, Lapuz approached a lone butler and asked, "Where is Los Rubel?" Perhaps due to her stern tone, the butler took a few seconds to gaze at Lapuz before lightly bowing his head. "Lord Los is in the study room at the back." "Thank you." Adjusting her heels, Lapuz headed towards the room the butler indicated. While Lapuz's path was chosen by her own will, it wasn't without fear or hesitation. She noticed her legs trembling beneath her. With each step closer to Los's room, her trembling intensified. Nerves heightened, and her stomach contents threatened to rise. In her former timid state, she would undoubtedly have fled. But Lapuz forced her trembling legs to move forward. "In this place, there's no turning back. Someone is willing to risk their life for me. To repay his feelings and reclaim my true self, I must show my presence." Finally, Lapuz arrived at the door where Los awaited. Before reaching for the knob, she closed her eyes and steadied her breath. Taking 3 deep breaths once more, she looked down at the golden ring on her slender finger. "Grant me courage and strength." Addressing the ring, Lapuz imbued herself with renewed determination. She pushed open the door forcefully. The open room was filled with the aroma of high-quality tea, reminiscent of the scent of flowers. In the spacious center of what could hardly be called a study room, Los Rubel was in the midst of pouring tea. His golden hair, a symbol of royalty, cascaded down his back, and his well-defined facial features were somewhat elongated. The sharpness of his red eyes, glowing with a fierce and combative hue, reflected his inner intensity. Los, facing the suddenly opened door, displayed his hostility openly. He must have thought it was one of the lower servants entering without knocking. However, the visitor defied his expectations. Upon seeing Lapuz in her dress, Los was astonished. Maintaining his posture of pouring tea, Los stood with his mouth agape. Tea spilled from the teacup, and the sound of it dripping onto the floor snapped Los back to reality as he placed the teapot back on the table. "El Lapuz, why are you here? It's been a while, dear brother Los." Lapuz lifted the hem of her dress and gave a slight nod. Los, unable to conceal his agitation, ran his hand through his long hair. "It's rumored within the palace that you're attempting to flee the country. Are you all right?" Los's words were blatantly insincere. Most likely, he was the source of those rumors. Lapuz caught Los's gaze and stepped further into the room. There was no hesitation in her stride. Strangely, the trembling that had plagued her moments before had vanished. Lapuz pulled a lavish chair nearby and placed it in front of Los. With a courteous "excuse me," she took a seat. Straightening her posture, Lapuz gestured to the chair in front of her. "Please, won't you have a seat?" Lapuz's tone remained polite, yet it conveyed a sense of uncertainty about what might happen if Los were to refuse. Reluctantly, Los took a seat in the chair. With both within arm's reach, Lapuz smiled gracefully. "Brother Los, I apologize for causing you concern. Indeed, rumors of exile are spreading. If this reaches the Emperor's ears, who knows what consequences it may bring. It would be wise to find a way to dispel misunderstandings. If there's anything I can do to assist, please let me know. I'm here to help. Thank you for your consideration. However, Brother Los, I've already relied on you sufficiently. There's no need for further assistance." Her words were laced with irony, hinting at her awareness of everything without explicitly stating her true intentions. "I don't recall ever assisting you, but what exactly are you referring to?" Los struggled to hide his panic and vigilance. Maintaining a poker face was customary among the royal family. Yet, this man's eyes were more honest than anyone else's. He viewed Lapuz with complete hostility. If there was an opportunity, he intended to use the rust on his saber, hanging at his waist, to deal with her. Just as he had dispatched countless displeasing servants, he believed he could do the same with Lapuz before him. While seated deeply in the chair, Lapuz maintained her masked smile without faltering. "Shall I explain? The incident at Storm Peak, the offer of exile, the attempted murder on the journey, and so on. There are quite a few things to reflect upon. What are you talking about? I have no recollection of such events, Lapuz. Los denied it outright. Such childish excuses wouldn't convince anyone. However, in Los's perception, Lapuz was merely a naive individual who could be deceived like a child. The moment Lapuz heard Los's excuse, her eyes sparkled with a blue light. Then, a slight distortion in the air shattered the teacup in Los's hand. As he witnessed the cup spill onto the floor, Los raised an eyebrow slightly. A crack appeared on his small, pristine facade. With trembling lips, Los wiped his damp knees with a handkerchief. It seems there's a misunderstanding. What exactly am I being accused of? I'm talking about how you've been manipulating my knights, the harassment you've been orchestrating within the estate. It's all clear to me now. Please, don't think you can get away with feeble excuses or deception at this point. A shadow crept over Lapuz's feigned smile. Observing her expression, Los understood that she was no longer the weak girl she had been before. Seriousness reflected in his own expression. I see. If you've come to understand that much, then you must also understand this. As descendants of the Emperor, who sits at the pinnacle and oversees the Balga Empire, we cannot tolerate individuals tainted with impure blood like yourself. At the very least, I had hoped to put those who bear the honor of Emperor's blood to work for the betterment of our homeland. But it seems you are nothing but defective merchandise. No longer concerned with appearances, Los spoke with emotion. Gradually, veins popped on his temple, and eventually, he glared at Lapuz with bared fangs. Witnessing his true nature, Lapuz discarded her own mask. Defective merchandise? Well, which of us might you be referring to with those words? Sending your own knight, Canis, while losing your temper, it's quite predictable. I bestowed upon him the title of knight, but he's nothing more than a mere hunting dog. Merely a tool to hunt rabbits like you. Then, if you can't even step outside the palace without being protected by that tool, perhaps you're even lower than a hunting dog. What did you say? Even without Canis, Los exclaimed emotionally, only to realize his own outburst. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, where veins had been bulging. Hold on, where is Canis? Well, you should probably keep track of your own hunting dog yourself. Lapuz spoke, intentionally provoking Los's agitation. The knight Canis, who should be the protector of his master, was nowhere to be found within the estate. He was too busy chasing after prey, running around. Los, seemingly oblivious to this fact, turned his gaze towards Lapuz, as if seeking something. Lapuz could only sigh in exasperation. Not even knowing where your own knight is. Aren't you in a bit of a predicament while sipping your tea? Lapuz remarked provocatively, fluttering the hem of her dress. She crossed her legs, displaying her high-handedly pristine and glossy white limbs. Los, feeling uneasy, shifted his gaze around and then placed his hand on his forehead, emitting a growl. I see. Even if you know everything, you're just desperately trying to escape, aren't you? I never imagined you would use that informant as bait and come here yourself. That's right. I was underestimated. But that assumption wasn't entirely wrong. In the past, I would have known everything and fled. No matter how much I was slandered or ridiculed, I would have fled to the ends of the earth. But things are different now. Resting her chin on her hand, Lapuz openly expressed her feelings. The ability to show vulnerability outwardly is a sign of inner strength. Los, clearly taken aback by the changed Lapuz, cleared his throat. What exactly caused you to change so drastically? What factor led to my plan going awry? You are taking me seriously. For better or worse, that's all. Jutting out her chin, Lapuz spoke assertively. Los gritted his teeth in frustration. However, he wasn't ready to admit defeat just yet. He chuckled dismissively and leaned back in his chair. Well, fine. It's certainly a turn of events I hadn't anticipated, but the question now is what you intend to do next. You probably plan to kill me, but if you do, you'll be executed as a rebellious Imperial princess. Even if you flee, you'll face the might of the Empire itself. You'll have to contend with the Emperor himself and other royals seeking your demise. Unless you have collaborators on the inside, escaping is. As Los spoke, He seemed to realize something and choked on his words. In this situation, it seemed unlikely that there were any allies willing to support Lapuz. However, for a moment, the thought of his most formidable and superior opponent crossed his mind. Thinking of the smirk on his face, Los turned red and shouted, "Could it be that Causa is behind this?" Seeing Los rise from his chair and shout, Lapuz formed a wicked smile on her lips. "It's a relief that I don't have to explain. Yes, indeed, Causa-sama's assistance is on my side. But it didn't come for free. Killing you is a condition for ensuring my safety. So, I will dirty my own hands to seize tomorrow. I won't ask for forgiveness. But you see, this is a war you started, so you must accept the consequences." Facing Lapuz, who spoke with even more determination, Los began to restrain his excited emotions. "Do you truly believe that Causa is on your side? Why don't you consider that you might be manipulated? They might be planning to eliminate both of us right here." Los spoke as if he were giving sage advice. However, for Los, this was a tactic to buy time. As a seasoned member of the Imperial family, he had faced numerous challenges. Los found a glimmer of hope. Through the beautiful dress, Lapuz's slender fingers trembled. She lacked the experience of directly taking someone's life. In the critical moment, she would hesitate to kill Los. Los was confident that he could turn the tide in that moment. With this conviction, Los began to focus cunningly on a moment of counterattack. Tension began to fill the air between them. Then, Lapuz's words were dropped into the mix. "I've grown tired of your nonsense. Let's settle this here and now," Lapuz declared, visibly exasperated by Los's words. In an instant, the tension reached its peak and action was initiated. With swift agility, Los reached for the saber at his waist. His swordsmanship, honed since childhood, was superb. In contrast to his previous failures, the saber was drawn with precise and efficient movements, extending towards Lapuz's neck. It was a moment of swift swordplay. Lapuz arched her body against the backrest of the chair. In the recoil, her beautiful silver hair was severed by the saber, and the tip of the blade grazed her cheek. A drop of blood hung in the air, and Lapuz's eyes gleamed with intensity. The azure light burned brighter than ever, more magnificent and noble than the sky itself. Los Rubel. Lapuz clenched her teeth and executed the code with determination. The code Lapuz reflexively assembled in her mind was the code for thermal conversion that Tsushima had first taught her. As the executed code accessed the information factor, a heat ray formed behind her, pierced Los's shoulders. Ayag. Struck by Lapuz's blow, Los screamed and fell to the floor. His only weapon, the saber, rolled away onto the ground. Huff, huff. The smell of burning flesh quickly filled the room. Beads of sweat formed on Lapuz's forehead as she struggled to catch her breath. For the first time, she executed code with the intent to kill a human. The fear and excitement pushed her forward, down a slope from which there was no turning back. Looking down at the writhing Los on the floor, Lapuz picked up the fallen saber. "Stop, please," Los pleaded, clutching his shoulder as Lapuz aimed the saber's tip at him. She was about to finish this man once and for all. With a gulp, Lapuz steadied herself. She hoisted the heavy saber, taking aim. "With this death, I shall forgive your sins. Farewell, foolish man, Los Rubel. Not having to see that face again will be my greatest relief," Lapuz declared. "Ah!" Los cried out as Lapuz brought down a decisive blow with all her might. The weight of the saber, combined with her force, cleaved Los's skull in two. As the sword came to a halt, buried deep into his neck, a massive spray of blood showered Lapuz. Until the very last moment, Lapuz didn't close her eyes. She burned the sight of her victim's demise into her memory with unwavering clarity. The devilish man who had been showing hell to Lapuz, Los Rubel, met his end unceremoniously. Looking down at him as he lay on the luxurious carpet, his head split open and dripping with blood and flesh, Lapuz glanced at her own hands, now no longer trembling. "It's over. I did it properly, with my own hands." Reminding herself of this, Lapuz straightened her spine. Then, she looked at the servant watching with a changed expression beyond the open door. "Could I ask you to clean up, please?" With a glamorous smile befitting a princess, Lapuz said, then left the room as if nothing had happened. This time, there was not a single servant passing by who would gossip behind his back. As Lapuz hurriedly left the mansion, a black car was parked outside. A chauffeur in a suit stood waiting, poised, in front of the car. Upon seeing Lapuz, he calmly opened the rear door without any hint of agitation. "Welcome back, miss. Please, this way," he said. Lapuz nodded in acknowledgement and got into the car. Inside, the car was set up like a limousine, with 2 seats facing each other. Across from her sat Causa, casually crossing his legs. "Did everything go smoothly?" "Yes," Lapuz replied simply. Lapuz maintained a facade of calm, but her pounding heartbeat betrayed her. This was no easy feat. She, who had always been the one taken from, was now the one doing the taking. Her resolve was formidable, tinged with a dark mix of fear and regret that still lingered within her. With his usual smile, Causa offered Lapuz a glass of water. "You should drink this. It might help you settle down a bit." "Thank you," Lapuz replied, taking the glass offered by Causa, albeit with some hesitation. She drank the water in one gulp, trying to suppress the unfamiliar nausea bubbling up from within. "Well, I must say, when you first proposed this plan, I never imagined you actually be the one to kill him," Causa remarked, his expression different from the smile he had previously worn as he looked at Lapuz in the swaying car. Like others, he had also once seen Lapuz as a fragile, innocent girl. However, the Lapuz before him now was a completely different person from before. With eyes still filled with excitement, Lapuz looked directly at Causa. "With this, Los will die, and I will fall from grace. 2 members of the royal family with succession rights will be gone at once. Now it's up to my brother to fulfill the promise," she stated firmly. "Don't worry. I'm well aware. As promised, we'll fake your execution. The arrangements for your exile to Elba have already been made," Causa reassured, displaying his usual composure. After appointing Tsushima as a knight, Lapuz had approached Causa with a negotiation. The plan was for Lapuz to lose her succession rights as a rebellious princess by personally killing Los. Of course, Lapuz had no intention of being executed for free. With Causa's cooperation, they would fake the execution and arrange for her exile to Elba. While this proposal required Causa's complicity, he accepted it willingly, albeit with surprise. Thus, Lapuz and her allies secured the powerful backing of Causa. "We should arrive at the airport in about 15 minutes. From there, my private jet will take off. Rest assured, there's no one to stop you this time," Causa said reassuringly. "I hope so," Lapuz replied. Lapuz placed her hand on her chest as if to reassure herself of her calming heartbeat and looked out the window. Heavy snow clouds hung over the ridges of the mountains to the north. "Are you worried about him?" Causa quickly guessed Lapuz's concern from her actions. It wasn't about pursuers, it was about Tsushima. Ignoring Causa's question, Lapuz's gaze outside the window hardened. Causa shrugged at being ignored. "His knight didn't appear when you killed Los. It means he's successfully drawn Canis away," he remarked, following Lapuz's gaze. "If Los and Canis gather in one place, there's no way to intervene," Tsushima thought, heading alone to the outskirts of the capital to draw Canis away. He wouldn't return until after dealing with Canis. No one knew when that would be, but Lapuz was certain. Tsushima will definitely come back alive. Even if his opponent is Canis of the 6 Emperor Swords, he will return, Lapuz asserted strongly, as if shaking off an unwanted future. In agreement, Causa nodded. "That might be true. He might create such a future," Causa said in a somewhat ominous tone. Lapuz felt uneasy at his demeanor. Despite his perfect smile, Causa began speaking as if removing a mask to reveal his true thoughts. "His name is Tsushima Rindu, right? I became curious about him, so I looked into who he is as well. He had an unremarkable career as an ordinary information officer, but his excessive ordinariness prompted me to dig deeper, and I found something strange," Causa explained, pulling out a clipboard with a report clipped to it. Lapuz tensed, her brow furrowing with caution. "When I investigated his past, it seemed unnatural. There are no photos of him from that time during the Jabal Liberation War, the Elba Independence War, or even in the records of the Information Officer Union afterward. Only textual information remains about him. And it's all about his mundane career as a simple information officer, Causa continued. What are you trying to say? Lapuz asked, her voice firm, causing Causa's fingers to pause over the documents. For example, what if this information officer named Tsushima doesn't actually exist in the world as we know it, and is someone else entirely? Or perhaps he has a past he's hiding from the public. Otherwise, it's hard to believe that there wouldn't be a single photo of him throughout his career. Causa posed his question. Lapuz couldn't offer any response to Causa's inquiry. The information officer known as Tsushima Rindu certainly existed. However, there were numerous hints of shadows and secrets surrounding him. That much was certain. Causa closed the clipboard and succinctly expressed the question they had arrived at. Who is Tsushima Rindu really? Who is behind him? He asked. Causa pondered the possibility that Tsushima Rindu might have two faces. One's past isn't easily erased. However, with Mayor Tochibana of the independent city of Elba involved, even that might be possible. So, who is this figure, Tsushima, who has such heavyweights involved? Lapuz briefly showed a flicker of unease, but the light never left her eyes. Seeing her demeanor, Causa pressed on. I've seen many worlds, but I've never heard of a 7th-rank information officer defeating an 11th rank, he remarked. He's clearly too different. Do you know anything about him? Facing Causa's puzzled expression, Lapuz responded with a determined expression, showing no intention of evasion. But Tsushima I know is rude, smokes anywhere without hesitation, and is far from being a model adult. But no matter the situation or opponent, he always achieves his goal. That's who the 7th-rank information officer, Tsushima Rindu, she asserted, her conviction unwavering even in the face of Causa's probing. And then, echoing Tsushima, she added an extra phrase. Are you dissatisfied with this answer? Causa sighed as he noticed Lapuz's demeanor. I see. If you don't know anything, it can't be helped. I would have liked to know at least who he is. Unusually for Causa, a thorough strategist, he muttered words of resignation. Lapuz felt a sense of unease at Causa's attitude. There's no way this man would give up. If he were to give up on something, it would only be for a momentary pang of guilt for something he had already executed. As Lapuz's thoughts went that far, she suddenly realized. Why hadn't she noticed until now? Cold sweat ran down her spine. Brother. If I remember correctly, the condition for my defection was to assassinate 2 individuals, Los and Canis. Indeed, that's what we agreed on. But, hasn't Canis's assassination been confirmed yet? At Lapuz's words, Causa raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. Then, he smiled. Understanding immediately what his expression meant, Lapuz widened his eyes. No way. Did you intend for Canis to confront Tsushima from the start? Yeah, that's right. Canis may be rotten, but he's still one of the 6 Emperor swords. It would be presumptuous of me to kill him single-handedly. The rightful master of the 6 Emperor swords is His Majesty the Emperor, after all. Besides, even if Canis doesn't die, it won't be detrimental to me. As long as Los disappears, everything will be resolved. Then just killing Los should have settled the matter. Why try to kill him? Causa, exasperated by her question, shook his head slightly. Then, leaning on his hand, he gazed off into the distance. You see, I really dislike outliers who don't act according to my expectations. He clearly falls into that category. Men like him need to be eliminated when the opportunity arises. Tomorrow is uncertain for us all. Please understand and accept. Causa's eyebrows formed a figure-8 shape, a sign of genuine apology. But to Lapuz at that moment, his expression seemed only to incite her further. How could you even consider such a thing? Killing the one you made a promise to keep alive. That lacks sincerity. It's downright barbaric. When Lapuz cries out, Causa looks troubled as if he's taken aback. I only guaranteed your safety. That man's life is not guaranteed at all. He should have known that when he entered into the contract. I haven't broken any promises. With a cool expression, Causa uttered harsh words and chuckled. In contrast, Lapuz froze in horror. The man sitting in front of him was indeed a true demon. I'm going to get Tsushima back. That's futile. Well, it might be better to say it's impossible. As Lupus reached for the car door in haste, she noticed something was wrong with her body. The arm she thought she had lifted was only moving about halfway. She felt a numbness in her fingertips, accompanied by a fierce drowsiness that engulfed her. Struggling against the drowsiness with her fingers pressed to her forehead, Lupus glared at Causa as her consciousness faded. "What did you mix in that drink earlier? Don't worry. By the time you wake up next, you'll be safe in Elba. Diplomatic arrangements have already been made. Unfortunately, though, you'll be the only one returning safely. It's unavoidable." He knows far too much. Despite her efforts, Lupus gradually lost consciousness, reaching out towards Causa. However, she remained lying on the seat and lost consciousness. Causa watched Lupus, who had relaxed her entire body and started to breathe peacefully, with a satisfied expression as he crossed his legs. "Anything that obstructs my path to dominance, even if it's just a pebble, must be removed. A lion doesn't spare even a mouse. Remember that well." Section. Somewhere in the distance, thunder could be heard rumbling. Following the heavy grey sky, a mass of dark clouds gathered over the northern mountains. Soon, snow would begin to fall in this area as well. Feeling the dropping pressure, Tsushima pulled his jacket collar up, looking cold. He was in the debris-strewn old city of Jabal. Once the site of a massive conflict that shook the Balga Empire, it had become a bitter place crushed by the betrayal of comrades. This place had yet to see any development. It was said to have been abandoned due to the extensive damage requiring significant funds for reconstruction, so no efforts had been made. But that wasn't the truth. This place was left as a sort of demonstration. It remained designated as an undevelopable area to show what fate awaits those who dare to oppose the emperor, serving as a reminder of the consequences of rebellion. As planned, the battlefield remained as it was at the time. Depressions from shelling, ruins of countless bullets-riddled buildings, and the skeletal remains seemingly still holding grudges were all there. Kicking a shattered skull with his leather shoe, Tsushima flicked his unlit cigarette. "It's as if time has stood still," he remarked. The land of Jabal in Tsushima's memory had not changed since that time. What had changed was the fact that he had lost the person he once wanted to protect and that he had grown up. Crossing the broken asphalt road, Tsushima stopped in front of a certain abandoned building. It was the place of his past trauma, a nightmare he had kept seeing. The place from where he had fled, leaving behind the dead Shin. Leaving her exposed to the elements without even a single flower to accompany them, had not left a single fragment. Tsushima bowed his head sincerely. "Shun, your brother is incorrigible, still working as an informant today." The dead never reply, yet his gentle voice feels as if it could reach them. "But it's just a figment." Thunder, louder than ever before, rumbles close by, causing Tsushima to look up. And there, he spots a figure beyond the road stretching through the ruined city. Clad in a military uniform with navy and crimson embroidery, he stands amidst burnt-out cars. His familiar blue hair sways as he spots Tsushima, flashing a toothy grin. "I've finally found you, Tsushima Rindu." With a triumphant roar, the Six Emperor sword, Kana smiles, spread his arms wide. "Even with your master dead, your attitude remains unchanged." "It's enough to astound any knight," Tsushima muttered with annoyance as he flicked his lighter. Canis should have known about his own master's assassination. Los Rubel had been killed by Lupus just yesterday. Yet, Canis's hatred and obsession towards Tsushima seemed to far surpass his loyalty to Los. Without ever returning to the capital, he had relentlessly pursued Tsushima, leading to this reunion. As Tsushima lit his cigarette, he gazed at Canis before him. The latter already seemed to be on edge. Brushing back his long bangs, Canis revealed the scars that marred his youthful face. "I'm in agony every night because of the wound you inflicted on me. I've been thinking about how to kill you every night, but I just came up with an idea. I'll skin you alive and turn you into a stuffed trophy. I'll peel off your skin while you're still alive. And I'll drag you across the ground until you beg for forgiveness. How's that for a brilliant plan? You've got quite the hobby. Well, do as you please. But that's only if you can defeat me," Tsushima said, exhaling smoke and flashing a confident smile. Despite being in the midst of battle, Tsushima paused to take a break, much to Canis's frustration. "You're eager to die, aren't you? Fine, I won't hold back anymore. I'll kill you right now. No mercy." As Canis shouted angrily, he executed his technique. Truly worthy of the 6 Emperor swords, Canis was engulfed by a vast whirlwind of ash without much delay, accompanied by the glowing of his eyes. From the tornado of ash resembling a dragon, the blue afterglow emitted by Canis could be seen sparkling. The undead legion, annihilate him. When Canis shouted beyond the tornado, knights emerged from the swirling ashes with unruffled behavior. They were heavily armored and diverse, including riders, archers, swordsmen, and spearmen, resembling a division being generated one after another. Even the seasoned Tsushima couldn't hide his surprise at this sight. By the time the ash vortex disappeared, he found himself facing a multitude of tens of thousands of troops. His cigarette fell from his mouth as Tsushima took a deep breath. Your weakness lies in close combat. Whether it's the characteristics of your code or its rough construction, despite your ability for extensive firepower, there's a risk of misfire at close range. That's why you can't rely on your code's strengths. Got it? Canis, amidst the troops, grinned widely and tapped his head with a finger. In the next instant, Tsushima's heat ray obliterated Canis's head. However, naturally, that Canis was an imposter. As the ashes dispersed, his detestable laughter echoed from nowhere. Now then. Once you're within reach, it's all over. Struggle for me, Tsushima, this little brat. Tsushima clicked his tongue. Immediately after, the knights rushed forward in unison. Leading the charge were the cavalry, followed by spearmen and swordsmen. But first, the archers needed to be dealt with. Tsushima generated a heat wave around his body, crouching to minimize his target area, then looked up. Thousands of archers lined up behind Canis's created army, simultaneously drawing their bows and releasing. The arrows, thicker than a person's arm, sliced through the air. The sky was instantly covered with arrows released all at once. This one's bad. Tsushima looked up at the sky, enveloping himself in a heat wave for defense. However, the raining arrows shook the ground with an impact far beyond Tsushima's imagination. It was akin to a barrage of gunfire unleashed from a fleet. Tsushima was indeed under a carpet bombing. The code Tsushima executed was literally heat. It was easy to deflect small bullets, but when they turned into arrows like cannonballs, it was a different story. To incinerate the arrows raining down, Tsushima switched from a heat wave to a heat ray. While focusing on incinerating only the ones above, Tsushima couldn't withstand the impact of the arrows landing nearby. Rising dust and flying debris assaulted Tsushima. Fragments of shattered arrows or debris blown from nearby buildings, several pieces pierced Tsushima's body. Tsushima managed to avoid a direct hit from the arrows, but Canis's attack had only just begun. As the arrows raining down overhead began to diminish, without a moment's pause, cavalry approached from beyond the obscured vision. The ground trembled as the cavalry emerged, splitting through the dust. Don't underestimate me. Tsushima lured the cavalry sufficiently, intensifying the glow of his eyes as he swung his arm. As the code formed in his brain executed at a furious pace, a heavy burden weighed on his mind. Despite grimacing in pain, the blow he unleashed was unprecedented in scale. As the atmosphere distorted behind Tsushima, space burned in sync with his arm movements. To describe it as a rough heat ray would be appropriate. However, the phenomenon was too bold and rough to be described that way. Masses of heat, burning white or red, mowed down the knights head-on. The linearly advancing columns of heat gouged the ground, incinerating all surrounding organic matter. All that remained afterwards were shapeless, high-temperature char and ash. Tsushima turned his face away from the rising heat, simultaneously experiencing intense headaches due to the execution load of the code. Really, I don't want to get any older. No, maybe it's because of the cigarettes. As Tsushima raised his face while placing a hand on his forehead, he saw many knights still alive. Fear was non-existent among them. Surviving knights, standing behind their raised shields, charged over the corpses. They were truly an undead army. However, Tsushima had mostly dealt with the troublesome cavalry. The next issue was the vast number of infantry. To reduce the load on his brain, he intercepted the approaching knights with a heat ray weakened in scale compared to before. Yet, the knights kept appearing one after another, steadily closing the distance. It seemed that they were generating new knights right after being defeated. At this rate, it's going to be a stalemate. Canis's code execution, coupled with the efficiency of his structured code, surpasses Tsushima's skills, not just his processing power. In a simple head-on confrontation, he's likely to be overwhelmed. So, even the 6th Emperor sword is decaying. Tsushima surveyed his surroundings while maintaining the current situation. If things continued like this, he had no choice but to strike at Canis himself. However, Canis's presence was nowhere to be seen around him. He intended to hide his presence and safely eliminate the enemy from a distance. But Tsushima had a premonition. A feeling that the boy would never be satisfied with such tactics. Finally, Tsushima's interception was overwhelmed, and knights poured into his range like a burst dam. Tsushima reluctantly switched to close combat, where the only safe option was to envelop himself in a heatwave. Swordplay unfolded around him. Dodging one swing, then another, Tsushima found himself quickly surrounded. Among the knights relentlessly covering the ground, he fiercely mowed down the enemies in front of him with his fists. But it didn't last long. The knights swung their swords as if they were cannibalizing their own allies' bodies. Caught off guard by a swing from an unexpected angle, Tsushima stumbled. Ahead, another knight approached. Clad in heavy armor, the knight adjusted his grip on the sword and thrust it towards Tsushima, as if to slit his belly. However, Tsushima grabbed the sword's tip, trying to defend himself. But the momentum of the sword didn't stop. In a moment of desperation, he twisted his body, shifting the sword away from his vital spots towards his side. A thick sword pierces through Tsushima's body, sending a burning sensation of intense pain coursing through him. With a groan of agony, he instinctively clenches his teeth, unable to move as if crucified. Though narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, the situation remains dire. Surrounded by knights, immobilized and unable to free the sword from his body without spilling his entrails, his prospects seem grim. As the knights close in for the kill, thrusting their swords and spears towards him, it becomes a moment of life or death, a desperate gamble. Through bloodshot eyes, he surveys his assailants until he spots something. "You fools." With a murmured utterance, Tsushima unleashed a scorching heatwave that spared no one in its vicinity. Amidst the fierce distortion and impact, the knight's armor ignited in crimson flames. The knights closest to Tsushima melted away, their forms contorting and disappearing, leaving only one heavily armored knight unaffected, retaining its original shape. Ignoring the pain, Tsushima withdrew the sword from his abdomen. The blade was bent and melting red. The handle he gripped was so hot it seared his skin. Nonetheless, he hurled the steaming sword with his own blood. The thrown sword collided with the heavily armored knight's helmet. It seemed it had degraded easily due to the heat. The outer shell peeled off effortlessly. As the cumbersome helmet fell away, beneath it was none other than Canis. Tsushima's prediction was correct. Given Canis's servile and insidious nature, he undoubtedly wanted to kill Tsushima right before his eyes in the end. He might even make him lick the soles of his shoes before dying. As Tsushima expected, he had been lurking nearby. It seems that Canis never expected his whereabouts to be discovered. He appears to be trying to execute a code persistently to protect himself. Without hesitation, Tsushima closed the distance with Canis, and without pause, he whipped his battered body with a lash and swung his fist towards Canis's cheek. Naturally, the fist contained executed code. Fushu. Tsushima aimed with a more rational form rather than emotion-driven. Canis seemed to be flustered, delaying the execution of the code. Before the construct could protect him, Tsushima's fist struck the boy's face. With a sharp, wet sound, Tsushima's fist swung. Canis's body was knocked down, piercing through the ash armor, rolling on the ground. In the time it took for the blood to dance in the air and drip onto the ground, he bounced off the ground twice. Even as he weakened his momentum, Canis somehow managed to take a defensive stance. But his footing was unsteady. He rose, knees trembling like a newborn fawn. Touching his cheek as if to confirm its presence, Canis lifted his gaze to Tsushima. His eyes, gradually igniting with fiery rage, bore into Tsushima. Team. As he screamed, several white teeth spilled from Canis's gaping mouth. Tsushima, kneeling with a smirk, chuckled to himself on the ground. After burns, now losing teeth. Guess I'll need dentures next. Tsushima, pressing on his abdomen wound to stem the bleeding, cauterized it forcefully. Somehow, he managed to identify Canis as the real threat. But Tsushima's disadvantage remained unchanged. He had a serious abdominal injury, while his enemy suffered only a few missing teeth from the punches. This is getting ridiculous. Growing increasingly fed up, Tsushima clenched his blood-soaked palm with a grimace. On the other side, Canis, having surpassed the boiling point of his anger, now wore an expression closer to a daze, his eyes glowing. "Ah, forget it. Let's turn it all to ash." With those words, Canis executed the code once again. What materialized wasn't just the infinite night. Covering him like a shroud was a colossal skeleton. Adorned with multiple exoskeletal frames, the menacing skeleton glowed with red eyes and bared its fangs as it howled. It must have been the forceful execution of the code. Due to the execution overload, blood seeped from Canis's eyes. Nevertheless, he continued to summon vast creations. Eerie spider-like monsters, quadrupedal aberrations, winged creatures. Amidst the hellish landscape unfolding, Tsushima squinted. Whatever you do, it's futile now. The match is decided. The moment you revealed yourself. From Tsushima's eyes, blue light began to fade. What remained were ominously blackened eyes, resembling the depths of the abyss. Seeing this, Canis felt a sense of unease and an eerie presence alongside it. Behind his raging emotions, Canis calmly pondered the true nature of the instinctual sense of danger he sensed. It was something he had overlooked amidst his frustration and arrogance, yet it was something trivial yet significant. Why did I notice the darkness of Tsushima's eyes at this moment? That's because I'm seeing his eyes directly for the first time now. For some reason, Tsushima's eyes were always emitting light. The phenomenon of an informant's eyes emitting light occurs during code execution and disappears upon completion. In other words, they only glow when spitting out code. So why did his eyes keep glowing? There are several possibilities. For example, perhaps he was doing something vast, intricate, and time-consuming, requiring code execution. If that's the case, what could a man capable of emitting such intense radiation execute with such a delay? Canis shudders with a chill so strong it could make him forget his anger. Hungry skull, protect me. In a moment of impulse, Canis chose to defend himself. The massive skeleton generated by Canis moved swiftly despite its size, positioning itself to protect him. Canis then issued commands to the other constructs. Turn that man into rags. Do it now. Canis's voice was rough, as if trying to shake off an unsettling feeling. Though the decision to rely on the skeleton for defense was correct, it proved to be a foolish choice. In that instant, Tsushima gestured above, indicating something to Canis. Following the gesture, Canis looked up at the sky and was struck speechless. There was a mass of light there, though calling it light seemed unfitting for its ominous nature. It emitted an evil glow, as if it had condensed the sun's wicked heat. The brilliance revealed a heat sphere, appearing gradually larger in its red-black hue, too dazzling to behold. No, it's not that the heat sphere is getting bigger. Canis realizes that it's falling, and he shouts, Do you intend to go down with me? The massive heat mass follows the laws of gravity, plummeting straight down towards Canis. Tsushima looks up at it, his jacket fluttering. Shall we have a contest of endurance? Tsushima says, whether sarcastic or sardonic, in a tone Canis finds detestable, as he hides his face behind his jacket, preparing for impact to protect himself from the heat. In that moment, Canis understands. Even with the barrier of the skeleton, the immense heat is something a mere jacket can't shield against. Tsushima must have anticipated this situation and executed thermal insulation protocols to protect himself. However, this is undoubtedly Tsushima's trump card. He'll endure until he can pinpoint Canis's location, then deliver a devastating blow that incinerates a wide area. It's safe to say it's Tsushima's ultimate attack, leveraging his abilities to the fullest. If Canis can withstand this onslaught, his victory will be assured. Don't think you've won with something as trivial as this. Canis, spurred on by his own anger, pushes forward once more. He directs the massive skeleton and adopts a defensive stance against the heat sphere descending from above. The creatures surrounding them begin to gather, forming a wall of flesh to protect Canis. In an instant, Canis's greatest defense is swiftly assembled. As the heat sphere approaches, its size seems to distort the sense of perspective, creating an illusion. The heat felt on the skin is orders of magnitude higher than the heat rays from before. Under the protection of the skeleton, Canis's hair singes, and his eyeballs begin to dry out. Then, when the sphere looms overhead, completely obscuring the view, it makes contact with the skeleton's body. The heavy impact sends cracks through the earth, and the skeleton's arms contort. Faced with the immense energy possessing both heat and mass, the skeleton's body screams in agony. However, Canis watches as the damaged parts of the skeleton regenerate from nearby debris, truly befitting of the 6 Emperor swordsmen. Amidst the scorching heat, making even breathing difficult, Canis shouts until his throat feels like it's tearing apart. His eyes blaze intensely, not only regenerating the skeleton but also simultaneously repairing the wall of flesh protecting him. The environment surrounding Tsushima and Canis has completely transformed. Anything organic has been engulfed in flames, and the once blackened earth now radiates with a bright white heat haze. But even that seems to be reaching its end. The size of the heat sphere is beginning to shrink. Realizing this, Canis starts to grasp his victory. Tsushima's onslaught has peaked. Yet, the heat sphere has not only failed to dismantle Canis's ultimate defense but has also begun to diminish. Victory is within reach. Shielding his eyes from the light with his hand, Canis glares at Tsushima. With such intensity, even Tsushima, who had prepared meticulously, is not immune. Watching the white smoke rise from Tsushima's clothing, Canis wears a sinister grin. It's delightful to see Tsushima burning due to his own foolish tactics. With victory now all but assured, Canis confidently spreads his arms, displaying his ease. Ha ha ha. I'll give you credit. You're an impressive informant, but I'm even more impressive. So, go ahead and kneel, despair. This is the mightiest of the Imperial 6 swords. Canis feels utterly victorious. However, he should have known that Tsushima is not the kind of man to end things here. Amidst the storm of light and heat, Canis catches a glimpse of a feeble yet ominous blue light in the corner of his vision. It's Tsushima's eyes, peeking out from under his jacket as if stealing a glance at him. The light seems different from Tsushima's usual eye-glow phenomenon. It has a heavy hue, despite its blue glow. Perhaps it's due to the surroundings being too bright. The eyes are like flames born from the depths of an abyss, seemingly absorbing light. In addition, Tsushima wears an expressionless face, heightening the unease and fear when witnessing something beyond human comprehension. What's wrong? Sensing something inexplicable, Canis mutters to himself. Then, after a moment's delay, he realizes that Tsushima has executed something. It was sudden. Light suddenly shines from above Canis's head, and he feels the heat. He instinctively looks up. And there, where the massive skeleton should have been, it silently dissolves and fades away like mist. The disappearance of the skeleton is clearly different from destruction caused by heat or impact. If one were to use a metaphor, disappearance would be the closest expression. Canis's eyes widen. It's certain that this phenomenon is a result of some code executed by Tsushima. However, I completely didn't understand the principle. With that, there was no way to deal with it. Canis, who had lost his greatest shield against the heat sphere, was subjected to intense heat all over his body. In an instant, flames erupted from his military uniform, and his limbs boiled and burst. Covered in flames and charred, Canis screamed in agony. Nevertheless, Canis showed one last struggle. He disintegrated the surrounding flesh walls and enveloped his body in a shell compressed to high density. He curled his body as small as possible and assumed the only defensive posture he could in the current situation. This was not a move to settle the score. It was the last resort to survive. It was a stance of thorough defense without futile resistance. When a heat ball collided with the shell of the Canis, which was only a fraction of its volume, it crushed Canis along with surrounding structures like a meteorite. And finally, the heat ball exploded violently. It gouged the ground, and the explosion smoke billowed high above. Surely, this smoke could be seen even from the capital, Balga. It was such a massive explosion. Amidst the intense rumbling and the rain of flying debris, Tsushima lay low, waiting for the situation to calm down. Sensing the storm passing, he shook off the dust and rose to his feet. The surrounding area was turned into scorched earth, but only a small space along Tsushima's body remained relatively untouched. It was thanks to the protective code execution around his body. Well, that might have been a bit excessive, Tsushima remarked lightly as he looked up at the height of the smoke. The smoke, rising into the dull grey sky, seemed to reach the clouds. It felt like his neck would ache from looking up for too long. Tsushima, looking up at the sky, relaxed his shoulders. Closing his crimson eyes tightly, he pressed his eyelids and a single drop of blood trickled down from his eyelid. It was the price paid for using high-load code consecutively. He felt a headache in his brain that didn't succumb to the pain throughout his body. It seemed he was on the verge of burning through his brain. Tsushima straightened his collar on the dirty jacket while reflecting on his actions. Then, with heavy footsteps, he began to walk to confirm the survival Canis. Canis Miles' strength was born from the accumulation of efforts to fill the void of loneliness. His parents, who were information officers, had been worn down by harsh frontline deployments and had already passed away when he was young. Without receiving the love of his parents and being treated like an object in the world of information brokerage, Canis witnessed the coldness of the world more than anyone else. Even as a young child, there was no mercy from the adults. He was thrown into the flames of war, witnessing many of his comrades perish. The weak were disposable, and the strong gained glory. In this simplified microcosm of the world, the boy began to hate the world. And he realized that to survive in this world, strength alone was necessary. From then on, Canis sought strength more purely than anyone else. He eliminated the weak who approached him and used the strong as stepping stones. He lived by any means necessary to strengthen himself. Naturally, his thirst for twisted strength drove others away. Loneliness and betrayal visited him repeatedly. Having lost those he could trust, both in the world of information officer and among ordinary people, Canis eventually distanced himself from everything and looked down on everyone. There was no one who hated the world as equally as he did. That's why he chose the solitary path. Fortunately, that loneliness transformed into a driving force that propelled him to greater heights. Seeking the love he had lost from his parents and filling the void of his own loneliness, Canis excelled in the art of biological creation. As a result, his biological creation code reached extraordinary levels. Rising to prominence as a solo division, he finally reached the pinnacle he once sought, the 6 Emperor Blades. However, the thirst and hunger for companionship that lingered in his heart due to his enduring loneliness never faded away, no matter how much he killed or how much fame he gained. This suffering alone remained. Why is that? For now, at least, that suffering seemed to dissipate. Vaguely, the cause must surely be this man. In his blurred consciousness, Canis looked up at the figure covered in dust. Tsushima Rindu. The information officer who looked down lazily clearly possessed an extraordinary strength unlike any other information officer I had encountered before. Defeated utterly. Who the hell are you? Canis, who had his full defenses broken through, was in a terrible state. His entire body was charred, with hardly any arms or legs left. His handsome face was badly burned, and his beautiful blue hair was completely charred away. Yet, even in such a state, he barely clung to life, truly befitting the title of the 6 Emperor Blades. However, his time was running short. Looking down at the dying Canis, Tsushima lit a cigarette. Without speaking, he lit the cigarette and took a puff. Exhaling the smoke, Tsushima shrugged his shoulders. Just a 7th grade information officer. Damn it, adults always have to joke until the end. Sorry. We all have our reasons. Being looked down upon by Tsushima, Canis grimaced in frustration. Then he coughed painfully. Breathing was becoming difficult for Canis. He struggled to take shallow breaths. Am I going to die? Yeah. You're going to die. Canis sighed lightly, then gradually began to struggle to breathe. As his consciousness grew hazy, he drifted his dilated eyes into the void, shedding tears. "Oh, Mom, Dad. So that's where you were. I've been waiting for you. I'm sorry." At the very end, Canis managed to muster a smile befitting his age. In his final moments, he lifted his arm, which had ceased to move. Perhaps someone took his hand. With a contented expression, he peacefully passed away. Tsushima exhaled smoke towards the sky, ruffling his bangs with a guilty look. That's the most haunting last words I've ever heard. They hit hard. Having witnessed Canis's final moments, Tsushima knelt by his side. Gently, he closed the defeated man's eyes, a small gesture of consideration. Many information officers have perished in the struggles over power and influence, and Canis was just one of them. At least in death, he believed, one could find peace in a world free from conflict, so Tsushima paid his respects to the fallen with flowers. After offering a few seconds of silent prayer for Canis, Tsushima rose to his feet, only to sense a presence looming behind him. "Of all the times for you to show up," Tsushima muttered under his breath, lifting his heavy head. Above him, a second sun had appeared unnoticed, casting a divine light over the wasteland of Jabal. Its mesmerizing hues bathed Tsushima as it peered down upon him. Amidst the enchanting radiance, the figure of an information officer materialized, the last person Tsushima wanted to encounter. Descending from the heavens like a celestial messenger was Fine Primus, bearer of the 6 Emperor Swords. Chapter 4. The luminary information officer, Fine Primus, descended from the sky along the ladder of light, as her name suggests. Upon catching sight of the blooded Tsushima, she casually let her hair flutter. "Coming all the way here, are the 6 Emperor Swords all just idling around?" Tsushima tossed a light provocation, as usual. However, unlike Canis, Fine didn't engage with his invitation at all. She calmly brushed off his jest and took control of the conversation dispassionately. And Canis? Maintaining an exquisite distance between them, the two locked eyes. Tsushima pointed to Canis at his feet amidst the mounting tension. "As you can see, I've turned him into charcoal. With that, the job I took from your commander is undeniably finished. So, is Lapuz safe?" Fine nodded quietly and slowly. "Yes. I transferred her to Elba yesterday. Then the task is complete. There's nothing left for either of us to regret. I'll prepare to leave as well. It's not that simple." Fine said so without changing her expression. Tsushima muttered, "Indeed," under his breath. It was inconceivable for Fine, one of the 6 Emperor Swords, to chase Tsushima just to deliver a message. Moreover, in the current situation where the deaths of Canis and the Imperial family members were confirmed, Tsushima, as an accomplice, was an enemy of the Empire. Therefore, there was no reason for her to let Tsushima go. "So, you've come to kill me after all?" "Yes," Fine declared unequivocally, as if she had nothing to hide. Tsushima looked down at his injuries and let out a heavy breath. "It seems like you've got something elaborate planned, doesn't it? Most likely, you intended to assign me to Canis and thought he would be able to kill me, right? But if by some chance I defeat Canis, then you'll show up. That's the script you had in mind, isn't it?" An accurate observation. But it's puzzling. Knowing all that, why haven't you fled? Certainly, anyone would hide if targeted by the 6 Emperor Swords. However, Tsushima, instead of fleeing, was preparing to confront them head-on. Fine harbored suspicions at that sight. Tsushima responded to her speculation. "Yeah, I know what you mean. I'd want to run away if I could, but there's a reason I can't." Complaining, Tsushima took out a card from his pocket. It was a black card from Tochibana, handed to him by Koza. Seeing the eerie glow of that special card, Fine tilted her head. "A reason?" "Yeah. It's a token of gratitude for coming all this way. Let me tell you a little secret." Saying so, Tsushima slowly rotated the card with his fingertips. The black, glossy surface of the card shimmered in the light emitted by Fine. In contrast to its appearance, the information hidden on the small card revealed the true nature of the dirty world. Section. "Oh my, this has turned into quite a situation," the man said with a nonchalant air in the face of the seriousness of the matter. He wore a simple outfit reminiscent of a newspaper reporter, with a white shirt and suspenders. In his hand, he held a newspaper with a prominent headline, "Princess's Rebellion, Execution Finally Carried Out." Even from the headline, the content seemed ominous, but the details revealed an even more terrifying truth. Amidst the escalating struggle for the imperial succession within the Balga Empire, Princess Lupu's Filia was accused of murdering her younger brother, Prince Losrubel. This crime reached the ears of the emperor, and Princess Lupu's Filia was promptly executed for regicide. The article provided detailed updates on the incident. A large photograph depicted the princess in her former days, juxtaposed with another image showing her wearing a sack over her head, standing on the gallows. After reading through the article, the man carefully folded the newspaper and placed it on his desk. The floor where the man sat was sparse, with nothing but his desk in sight. The expansive space seemed devoid of any structures except for the floor, ceiling, and glass walls enclosing it from all sides. Through the glass, one could see the cityscape of Elba, the most technologically advanced and environmentally secure city in the world. Sitting alone in this peculiar space, the man seemed like a fitting figure against the backdrop of the cityscape. Despite his status and power, he exuded no sense of intimidation whatsoever. Resting his elbows on the desk, he propped his chin on his hands, squinting as he spoke. "So, can I assume that your presence here is related to this article?" He addressed the girl standing alone in the center of the floor. The girl, with her silver hair cascading like a painting, possessed a beauty beyond her years. Though not yet fully grown, her blue eyes held a maturity far beyond her age, conveying a strong determination and a sense of purpose. Clearing her throat, the girl responded, "I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you despite your busy schedule, Mayor Tochibona. Well, if the princess who fled from the Balga Empire insists on speaking as soon as she arrives, I'll make time. So, what's the matter?" Sitting directly across from Lupu's was Tochibona, the mayor of the independent city-state of Elba. He was a hero who had won independence despite making enemies of powerful nations around the world. Even Lupu's, who had overcome countless plots and schemes, felt that she was not as experienced as him. However, she had a purpose that she needed to see through. Lupu's clenched her fist to calm her nerves. The presence of the ring on her finger gave her courage. "I have a request to make." "Well, what is it?" "I'll be direct. I want you to allow Tsushima Rindu to return to Elba," Lupu's stated without any pretense. Tochibona's reaction was almost non-existent, as if he hadn't heard anything, calmly crossing his legs under the table. Unfazed by his lack of response, Lupu's continued, "He saved my life multiple times when I was fleeing. Originally, he was supposed to come to Elba with me, but due to my naivety, he ended up staying alone in the Balga Empire. That's why I want to help him this time. That's why I've come to negotiate with you." As Lupu's spoke, Tochibona blinked slowly. "Negotiation, you say? I understand your request. So, what do you offer in return for your demand?" he asked. Lupu's cleared her throat, feeling the weight of the moment. "I have nothing left from leaving the Balga Empire, one might say. However, ironically, there is one thing left," Lupu's declared confidently after a brief pause. "The title bestowed upon me by the tragedy of the Balga Empire, the Princess of Rebellion." "Really?" Tochibona responded with interest. Tochibona was clearly intrigued. Being the individual he was, Lupu's knew he must have had some candidates in mind for what she would offer. Among those options, Tochibona was drawn to Lupu's proposal. Lupu's felt confident in her choice and pushed forward. "There are nearly 1 million informants within the Balga Empire, including those brought in from other countries. Though their abilities may vary, they all possess untapped potential. If I can lead them, the Empire cannot ignore us. And you believe you can do that?" The Princess of Rebellion met a tragic fate within the Empire, seemingly executed. However, she has survived within the independent city-state of Elba. Furthermore, she is an informant, ready to stand up for the oppressed. Can you imagine the implications? With an intrigued smile, Tochibona rested his elbows on the table. Lupu's conveyed two meanings to Tochibona by not explicitly stating her intentions. He quickly grasped the implications, raising an eyebrow in consternation. So, what you're saying is, your very existence could serve as a strategic weapon, causing the largest internal rebellion in Balga Empire history. Simultaneously, it could also function as the worst possible weapon, dragging Elba and the Balga Empire back into full-scale war? Yes, exactly. Well. You come with such a sweet face, yet propose such a dire negotiation. Tachibana seemed to be enjoying the negotiation, displaying a wide range of emotions. With a pensive expression, he began to speak in a light, casual tone, as if gossiping with a neighbor. It is true, Lapus Filia is a rare being who inherits the blood of the Emperor and the informationist. If you were to raise your banner, informationists from around the world who despise the Empire of Balga would gather. It is the power that I, even if I desired, could not obtain. Truly enviable. Tachibana lightly tapped the table with his palm, then pointed at Lapus with a teasing expression. So, what you're saying is that how you choose to wield that power is up to you, am I right? Lapus didn't have a ready answer to his question. Narrowing it down to two choices wouldn't lead to negotiation. If she chose the former, she might not get more than what was deemed fair compensation, possibly falling short of retrieving Tsushima. However, if she chose the latter, Tachibana would likely dispose of Lapus on the spot. The fact that Lapus always had two options was crucial to the success of this negotiation, and she understood that. She responded with a charming smile on her delicate and beautiful face. My, how terrifying. You're wearing such a lovely smile, yet your actions are nothing but intimidation. Ha. Tachibana scratching his head in apparent distress wasn't necessarily a negative reaction. Perhaps he even expected this turn of events. Seeing that Lapus's words were genuine, he let out a shallow sigh. But you seem to have misunderstood something. If you have any ill intentions and threaten the peace of this independent city-state of Elba, your life may disappear at this very moment. Here, there are neither shields nor spears to protect you. The nonchalant attitude he had displayed earlier suddenly gave way to seriousness. Tachibana's expression became more solemn, momentarily intimidating Lapus. However, she managed to hold her ground. That may be so, but you won't kill me, because I might bring immeasurable benefits to Elba. That possibility cannot be ignored. Am I wrong? Even when faced with the threat of death, Lapus didn't flinch. She refused to revert to the fear-driven, desperate days of running from one Imperial family feud to another. She had already made up her mind and crossed the line. Even if the opponent changed, Lapus wouldn't forget her fighting spirit. Having his depths read by a girl 2 decades his junior, Tachibana closed his eyes and raised both hands, a gesture of surrender. Though it might not have been entirely genuine, it was still a satisfactory outcome. He lightly applauded and relaxed his shoulders. While your negotiation tactics leave much to be desired and are rather forceful, I admire your attitude. I'm willing to entertain your request. However, I also have several conditions of my own to propose. Tachibana raised 3 fingers to illustrate his point. Firstly, you must not disclose your status as a princess without our instruction or permission. Secondly, any actions such as gathering crowds or leading organizations require our approval or confirmation. And thirdly, you must not leave Elba's territory without our permission. You must adhere to these 3 points. If, by any chance, you break these promises, we will consider you as a hostile force and act accordingly. The word exclusion undoubtedly meant death. If she broke even one promise, Tachibana would kill Lapus without hesitation. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lapus nodded quietly. I understand. Those conditions are acceptable. Good. It's a relief to deal with someone so understanding. Tachibana's sharp gaze softened, and he too let out a sigh. Taking a sip of the now lukewarm coffee on the table, he began to speak in a conversational tone. While I'd like to say negotiations are settled, the truth is, it's difficult to immediately bring back Tsushima Rindu. I hope you can understand the situation. Of course, I'm aware of his condition. He's currently attempting to defeat one of the 6 Emperor's swords. It's not just idle talk. The Knights of Causa Insania are also after Tsushima to silence him. Even he won't get away unscathed facing 2 of the 6 Emperor's swords. I want you to help him before it's too late. Lapuz remembered the moment when she had been drugged by Causa, just before losing consciousness. At that time, there was no sign of Fine, who should have always been by Causa's side. Lapuz knew the significance of her absence. As the most loyal among the loyal, her departure from her master's side meant something. Undoubtedly, Causa had sent her as insurance to ensure Tsushima's demise. Feeling a sense of urgency and praying silently, Lapuz looked at Tachibana, who was casually stifling a yawn. Speaking of Causa's knights, that would be Fine Primus, right? Ha! Tachibana was recalling information in his mind. After remembering everything, he nodded once. Well, I don't think you need to worry too much. That was all part of the plan as well. Plan? What do you mean? Lapuz didn't fully grasp what Tachibana was saying. He seemed to be suggesting that he had sent Tsushima as Lapuz's escort, foreseeing all events. However, it seemed too far-fetched for Lapuz to comprehend. Sensing her confusion, Tachibana began to explain. Well, you see, I had a pretty good idea of what Causa had in mind, more or less. I could see through Loss's strategies, your movements, and the general course of events. But it seems I wasn't the only one who foresaw this kind of future, Tachibana said mysteriously as he held a single envelope in his hand. The thick envelope was dyed a deep purple, with gold and crimson wax seals pressed into it. What's that? Lapuz asked. I was tasked by Causa to send you a capable escort when you fled. But around the same time, a separate request arrived, Tachibana replied, wearing a mischievous grin as if hinting at something intriguing. Lapuz furrowed her brow, unable to discern his true intentions. Lowering her voice, Lapuz leaned forward, almost confronting Tachibana. What was written inside that envelope? Tachibana shook the envelope from side to side before casually dropping it onto the table. It was as if the letter itself was of little importance to both Tachibana and Lapuz. With a light exhale through his nose, Tachibana leaned back in his chair, indicating that the contents of the letter were not particularly significant to him either. Well, it's nothing that concerns you directly. I was simply asked to give a little reminder to the ill-behaved Imperial children of the troublesome Balga Empire, Tachibana said casually, but the request was incredibly daunting. Targeting the Imperial family of the hegemonic Balga Empire could easily escalate into war. However, Tachibana seemed entirely unconcerned as he continued. Well, one of the targets for this reminder happened to be someone you've already taken care of. Whether that means less trouble or perhaps going too far, it might be worth considering some excuses. Ha ha ha. Tachibana spoke with a smile, but there was a hint of trouble in his expression. As Lapuz listened to his words, she felt a sense of unease creeping into her throat. From Tachibana's tone, it seemed that Loss wasn't the only target for this reminder. Who else among the Imperial family could it be? Lapuz pondered, but strangely, only one person came to mind. Causa Insania. Lapuz felt a sense of connections clicking together in her mind. She wore an expression of disbelief. Tachibana confirmed her suspicions with his response. Tsushima Rindu has already completed his mission of escorting you to Elba. He remains in Balga to fulfill this request. Once it's done, he'll return. If he fails, well, it would depend on luck. However, thanks to your negotiation, he's likely to survive without harm. If by any chance he fails, I'll take responsibility and ensure his rescue. In a complex state of mind, Lapuz decided to avoid delving further into the matter. Knowing information meant stepping into the whirlpool of schemes and plots, much like they were entangled in. Ideally, Lapuz would want to know Tsushima's situation and what it would take for him to return safely. However, she realized that revealing too much involvement in the machinations would not bode well when Tsushima returned to Elba. Meeting him with a newfound self, free from power, position, and all other constraints, seemed like the sincerest form of respect. Suppressing her feelings, Lapuz looked at Tachibana. Can I truly believe those words? Doubt is important. However, I pride myself on being a responsible adult who keeps promises. Trust is essential in negotiations, after all, Tachibana replied confidently. Tachibana conveyed his cheerful expression to Lapuz. There was no trace of deceit in his words. Even if he were lying, She wouldn't be able to tell. Lapuz nodded to reassure herself and bid Tachibana farewell. I understand. I appreciate your time for this conversation. Farewell then. As Lapuz bowed deeply and turned to leave, Tachibana called out to her from behind. His tone was relaxed, devoid of the tension present earlier. Oh, right. Before you go, may I ask one last question? Lapuz turned back at his inquiry, her expression betraying a hint of curiosity. Tachibana chuckled before posing his question. Frankly, it seems like you have no real reason to go to such lengths to help Tsushima Rindu. He's a skilled information officer, but that's about it. I can't quite understand why you're so invested in his well-being. It seemed that even Tachibana hadn't fully grasped all the events between Lapuz and Tsushima. The bond of knight and master that existed between them, as well as the trust that had developed between them, were beyond the understanding of someone who treated people as mere pawns. Well, who knows why, Lapuz murmured with a hint of ambiguity, returning Tachibana's skeptical gaze with a confident smile. Tachibana stared at her with a doubtful expression, unable to decipher her true intentions. It appears this is a field beyond my comprehension. Let's forget about this conversation, Tachibana finally conceded. Yes, then, I bid you farewell. Lapuz bid farewell once again before disappearing into the empty void. Her departure was facilitated by a special code execution that connected space and time. There were no other entrances or exits to this room, making such movements the only means of access. After firmly watching Lapuz's retreating figure until the end, Tachibana clapped his hands. She was quite assertive, he remarked. In response to his signal, an elderly man appeared by Tachibana's side seemingly out of nowhere. He stood there as if he had been there from the beginning, with faint traces of information factors surrounding him. It was clear that he had materialized using some form of code, but the exact nature of it remained a mystery. Tachibana looked up at him with a sigh. I don't know why, but she reminded me of my ex-wife. Always had me wrapped around her finger, the man chuckled. Well, at least being wrapped around her finger wouldn't weigh you down, Tachibana replied with a smirk. Even though she's slim now, who knows what she'll look like 20 years from now, the man mused. Despite exchanging jokes and laughter, Tachibana's expression shifted as he brought up the topic of their assignment. So, about that request. How's the progress? Tsushima is doing well. Just took out the first target, the man reported. Then, only one more to go. Seems like this will be wrapped up soon, Tachibana concluded. The elderly man sighed heavily at Tachibana's irresponsible remark, with a sense of exasperation apparent in his expression. The 6 Imperial swords are incomparably stronger than your average information officer. No matter how skilled he is, it won't be over quickly. With a nicotine-addled brain like his, he can't afford to be as reckless as he once was, he explained. What? He's still smoking? That's just absurd, Tachibana exclaimed. Nicotine and alcohol are effective in disrupting code assembly. They're essential tools for Tsushima, who wants to conceal his identity, the man elaborated. As he spoke, the elderly man crossed his arms, clearly appearing to be an ally of Tsushima. Tachibana looked up at him with a somewhat pleading expression as he leaned back against the chair. I may have made some foolish promises in the heat of the moment. While it's unlikely that he'll be in danger, it would be troublesome if the worst were to happen. Please, lend him your assistance, he implored. Understood. With a brief farewell, the elderly man vanished from the scene as quickly as a blink. Alone on the floor, Tachibana reached out to the photo frame placed on the desk. It was a photograph taken just after the end of the War of Independence, featuring the 7 information officer who would later be hailed as heroes. Since that photo was taken, all 7 of them had never gathered together again. It was the one and only commemorative photo. In the center of the photo, covered in mud but flashing a bright smile, was Tachibana. And in the corner of the photo, a boy with his back turned, exhaling smoke from his cigarette. Tachibana flicked the back of that figure with her finger. The charming rogue is still alive and kicking, even while hiding his true identity. It's enviable, he remarked. Section. In the fateful land of Jabal, thunder echoed through the air. Beneath heavy snow clouds, Tsushima and Fine stood facing each other in the ashen wilderness. Fine closed her eyes briefly before fixing her golden gaze on Tsushima. The truth he revealed left her bewildered. My assassination? As an overwhelmingly powerful figure, she had never encountered anyone daring enough to target her. Fine directed her inquiry at Tsushima, seeking confirmation. Ridiculous, isn't it? It's not just you. Seems they want both you and Canis eliminated together, Tsushima responded with a sigh as he returned the card to his pocket. In other words, it was fated for you and me to kill each other from the start. That's what it means. With an air of lingering incomprehension, Finet cast a cold glance towards Tsushima. Tochibana, who issued that order, is a fool. Thinking you can defeat me, challenging the Balga Empire, it's all just a mistake. Not necessarily. There are things you won't understand until you try. Tsushima tossed the shortened cigarette to the ground and widened his stance. His body creaked, and blood began to seep from the wound in his abdomen. No matter how much he struggled, the situation remained unfavorable. However, the tasks that must be done still loomed before him. Fixing his gaze on his target, Tsushima made one final quip. Well, I guess you could say we have mutual admiration now. Not a bad stage set for us, right? Even fools, when they come this far, are admirable. Fine. I'll make you regret challenging me. As Tsushima moved, Fine also prepared herself. The air between them became charged with tension. The atmosphere was on the brink of eruption. In the tense silence, a single snowflake drifted down. White snow enveloped the two, falling soundlessly to the ground. As if it were a signal, both of them fiercely narrowed their eyes almost simultaneously. The clash between Fine's emitted code execution, the blade of light, and Tsushima's emitted heat rays was intense. Locked in a standoff, they engaged in a frontal power struggle. The phenomena they executed collided with a resounding roar. What scattered were fragments of light and an immense amount of heat. As the two manifestations collided and shattered, sparks flew, either from the blade of light piercing everything or from the eruption of flames. The collision was so fierce that it illuminated the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. It seemed as if the executed phenomena were opposing each other in their clash. However, while Fine remained unchanged, Tsushima grimaced in pain. TCH, seems like I'm at a disadvantage after all. Tsushima had already fought against the Sixth Emperor sword, Canis. Despite his resilience, the wounds he sustained from the battle with Canis had not fully healed. It was Tsushima who had cried out first from the strain of the battle. Fine sensed his condition. Stepping forward, she closed the distance between them. Damn it. Once the balance of power crumbles, it can shift in an instant. Tsushima abandoned the execution of his code and turned away beyond the rubble. But Fine wouldn't let him escape. She began executing a new code. One blade flash thunder. Fine murmured softly as she executed her code. With graceful movements, she extended her slender hand towards Tsushima. At the same time, bands of light appeared from nowhere, flashing across the world to the horizon. Tsushima, without a second thought for his dignity, threw himself onto the ground. Immediately afterward, a flash of light streaked above him. Fine's single strike had pulverized most of the rubble of Jabal's destruction with just one swing. Covered in debris raining down upon him, Tsushima desperately sought cover. Yet, faced with the overwhelming execution of Fine's code, it seemed futile no matter where he hid. Beads of sweat formed on Tsushima's forehead. Damn it, what the hell did I do to deserve this? Tsushima pressed his hand against his abdomen where a serious wound had opened, blood beginning to flow. He had already lost a significant amount of blood. Any more bleeding would mean death. Seeing the blood on his palm, Tsushima discarded the option of a prolonged battle. Perhaps, Fine's code bestowed physicality upon light. Though light particles have a minimal force, they can exert pressure. It's likely that she maximized this force by compressing the light itself to its limits. The logic is discernible. But I can't comprehend what kind of code would allow such a thing. It's completely beyond me. They say information specialists deal with supernatural powers, and it's becoming clearer why. Trying to deal with such a monster. Damn it, Tochibana. In just a brief encounter, I realized Fine is an information specialist with monstrous abilities. But if I flee now, I'll only be exposing my back. As Tsushima gazes at the dust-shrouded streets of Jabal, he formulates hypotheses and searches for strategies. I have to do whatever I can. Though nearing the point of resignation, Tsushima rose from amidst the rubble. Despite being shrouded in dust, Fine, clad in light, was clearly visible beyond the dust. It seemed there was no need to hide. Executing his own code, Tsushima rushed towards Fine. She also noticed his presence and unleashed a flash of light. However, for some reason, his location was slightly off. Breaking through the barrage of light flashes tearing through his cheeks and shoulders, Tsushima finally reached a distance within reach of Fine. There, Fine realized he was utilizing light refraction due to heat. He was subtly altering his visible position using the principle of a mirage. As evidence, his figure appeared unnaturally distorted when viewed up close. And so, Tsushima deliberately engaged in close combat, a tactic he typically avoided. In terms of fighting style, Fine shared something in common with Tsushima. Codes that annihilate vast areas with super firepower become difficult to handle at close range to avoid self-destruction. It was a kind of gamble, but Fine confidently initiated close combat against the approaching Tsushima. She solidified the bands of light, gripping them like swords. Tsushima countered with fists imbued with heat. As befitting one who bears the title of knight, Fine's swordsmanship was magnificent. Her sword always moved with precision and grace, without any wasted movements. In contrast, Tsushima's approach was rough, relying solely on brute force. While deflecting her sword strikes, Tsushima steadily closed in on Fine. Though Fine tried to maintain a certain distance, Tsushima's relentless advance caused her to frown slightly. Tsushima constantly pressed forward, knowing that if he allowed Fine to create distance, his chances of victory would diminish. He was committed to closing the distance to the point of engaging in close-quarters combat. His fists grazed Fine's coat several times, sensing that he might be able to push through at this rate. At that moment, Tsushima noticed a shift in her demeanor. The killing intent that had been unmistakably emanating from her just moments ago was now receding. The reason became apparent when he looked at her expression. Fine had completely lost interest. She looked at Tsushima with the same indifference one would have towards a pebble rolling on the ground. Then, in a barely audible voice, she muttered, "Disappointing." When those words reached Tsushima's ears, he was struck by a profound shock before he could even begin to process anything. The distance between him and Fine was now only a few dozen centimeters. It was to prevent her from executing her favored code. However, Fine's skill far surpassed Tsushima's imagination. With perfect precision, akin to threading a needle, her arrows of light pierced through Tsushima. Without even touching Fine's figure by a few millimeters, a beam of light was released with flawless trajectory control, piercing Tsushima's side. Tsushima's body bent into a grotesque shape, hurtling through the air until he crashed into a distant heap of rubble, finally coming to a halt upon impact. In just an instant, with just one strike, the tide of battle had been reversed. No. There was never a moment where Tsushima was pushing Fine. As if to demonstrate that fact, Fine's long hair fluttered, almost as if she found the situation boring. So this is the man Canis lost to. The wielder of the sixth Emperor sword, reduced to this. Looking at Tsushima impaled by the spear of light like a tombstone, Fine sighed. Uncharacteristically, a hint of disappointment appeared on her face. But even a lion doesn't hold back when hunting a mouse. It's a saying of my master's, and it holds true. Let's obliterate with my maximum firepower. With those words, Fine reached her hand towards the sky, whispering, "Heavenly crown light blade." The pinnacle of her code's abilities was executed. Bands of light born on the ground rose towards the sky, overlapping and undulating like dragons. As the lights ascended into the dull-colored sky, they emitted a brilliance reminiscent of the descent of gods, forming a single large ring of light. Within that ring of light, numerous golden spears hung like chandeliers. Countless lights, too numerous to count, were formed in an instant, casting their gaze down upon Tsushima. This is the ultimate strike that returns everything to nothingness. Take pride in being able to die by this in the afterlife, Tsushima Rindu. At this point, Tsushima was nothing more than just another information specialist to Fine. She turned her back, showing no interest in how her final strike would lead him to death. Tsushima, half-conscious, saw the light of Fine's heavenly crown light blade technique in his blurred vision. The ring of light was the same as what he had seen on the day of the nightmare. This fact forcibly awakened his instincts. At that moment, the dark emotions that had been buried deep within Tsushima's heart stirred vividly. The coldness of Shun's body as he held her tightly, her gentle smile she showed in her final moments. The warmth and kindness of someone irreplaceable who had taught him the value of human warmth and kindness flashed back to him. Simultaneously, intense emotions surged within him. Resentment, hatred, anger, and all manner of negative emotions blended together, culminating in the murderous intent that had been forged over a dozen years. And then, a demon awakened within Tsushima, whispering cursed words in his ear. It whispered that this creature was the source of all his suffering. "So, it was you, the one who killed my sister," Tsushima murmured with a strangely relieved expression. Immediately afterward, countless fragments of light released from the ring of light floating overhead descended upon him all at once. The surroundings were filled with an intense light so bright that it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. And rising alongside it was a fierce dust cloud. In the blink of an eye, the area where Tsushima had been was subjected to a devastating onslaught that even altered the terrain. The lights, colliding at the speed of light without pause, mercilessly obliterated Tsushima's body. Once the thunderous roar subsided behind her, Fine, confident of her victory, began to depart. After spending such a boring time, she even exuded an atmosphere of regret. A perfect representation of a true victor stood there. However, this time was different. Just as she took a step forward, she noticed something amiss. Amidst the rising smoke and residual light, she sensed a distorted presence. To confirm her misconception, Fine turned around. Amidst the shadow of the dust cloud, she sensed something moving. A figure staggering to its feet was clearly discernible. Buffeted by the north wind, the figure gradually became visible amidst the dissipating smoke. "Why are you still standing?" Revealed in her sight was Tsushima, battered and bruised. Seeing him for the first time, Fine showed signs of unease. He was covered in mud and blood from head to toe. Having borne the brunt of Fine's strike, his body was in tatters, with his entrails spilling out and blood tears streaming from both eyes due to the execution load. It's a form that can hardly be called human anymore. Like a demon or a fiend, it resembles some wicked creature. Yet, what is clear are those evil eyes peeking through the wavering bangs. Eyes imbued with a darkness that surpasses blue, emanating a malevolence beyond mere hostility. His body is beyond repair, yet his lips curl into a smile. What kind of emotion could provoke such a grin? Fine instinctively understood upon seeing him. The reason eludes her, but at this moment, something snapped in the man called Tsushima. A sinister presence, akin to being ensnared in a forbidden realm, slowly tightened its grip. As Fine involuntarily recoiled, Tsushima directed a demon-like expression towards her. Even crappy gods occasionally do something good. Standing atop the rubble, Tsushima took a step forward from the heap of debris, staggering. Then, he looked down at his own body with a puzzled expression. "What's this? Looks like I'm on death's door." Hearing his muttering, Fine regained her composure. Tsushima appeared to be maintaining his composure, but in reality, he was hanging by a thread. One more push and he would be silenced for good. That's what she concluded. Fine constructed a scaffolding of light at her feet and soared high into the sky. Then, she executed an even more powerful code. "I never thought I'd have to use this." Fine raised her hands high into the sky. Massive bands of light converged in her hands and intertwined. The large bands of light were compressed to their limits, covering the area with light more intense than a clear sunny day. Gradually, the collective mass of light transformed into a single spear in Fine's hand. "Spear of divine retribution," Fine declared as she gripped the spear of light. This was her most powerful attack. The super-dense mass of light was so dazzling that it swallowed everything in its brilliance. Perhaps, even from beyond the horizon, this light could be seen. "You are a being that should perish here." "Accept the divine retribution of my master," she said, looking down at the ground, swinging the spear towards where Tsushima stood. The mass of light with its immense weight was terrifyingly heavy. With gritted teeth and a fierce expression, Fine swung the spear of divine retribution from her hand. The spear of divine retribution collided with the ground where Tsushima stood, dispersing the surrounding dust and debris in an instant. It pierced through Tsushima, pierced the earth, and with enough force, could have even reached the bedrock plates, an attack beyond human comprehension. However, things were not so simple. As the spear of divine retribution approached Tsushima, its momentum unnaturally weakened and disappeared. What remained was only the storm created by the spear of divine retribution. The dust and debris swirling around the town were instantly blown away. On the cleared rubble, Tsushima stood as if nothing had happened. Despite unleashing such a devastating attack, he remained completely unscathed. Not a single groove remained in the ground where he stood. Tsushima looked up at Fine with slowly glowing, ominous eyes. One of his eyes was completely crushed. His body was deteriorating even more than before, a result of excessive code execution load. However, despite shedding tears of blood, Tsushima reached out to Fine with a smile on his face. A different code, unexpected by Fine, was being executed. She sensed it instinctively but couldn't comprehend it. Not only had her ultimate attack been thwarted, but her opponent was launching an unknown assault. She had no way to escape, defend, or even move. "What is this, all of a sudden?" Fine exclaimed, attempting to conjure the spear of divine retribution once more, when she noticed a strange sensation running through her right side. It felt warm, like being enveloped by something. As she lifted her gaze, she saw her right arm, translucent like glass, illuminated by light. "What?" Fine showed a shocked expression and quickly severed her right arm from the base with bands of light. Her detached arm vanished completely without a sound before it could even reach the ground, disappearing as if melting into the world, a beautiful dissolution. Pressing her hand against the wound that began to bleed profusely, Fine knelt on the scaffolding of light. The intense pain made it impossible to execute any code. Gritting her teeth, she wore an expression of agony as she struggled to comprehend what had just happened before her eyes. What did you do?" As beads of sweat dripped down her face, Fine glared at Tsushima. He shrugged on the rubble, laughing recklessly. "Well, I don't care about logic. Heat, existence, they're all just energy, right? So, if you can make it, you can destroy it. And I've wished more than anyone to erase you from this world." Tsushima chuckled as he explained the mysterious code he had devised. Fine, sweat beading on her forehead, shook her head in disbelief. "So, you're saying you've caused the annihilation of existence energy? That's absurd. It's like an abstract concept, beyond the realm of the world of science and into the world of philosophy." "That's exactly it. I'm saying this isn't about logic. This code is, in a way, a wish. Please, just vanish from this world," Tsushima said, still half smiling, as he gazed into the void. "Is this the answer you seek?" Unsatisfied. A chilling aura emanated from Tsushima with his unsettling gesture. Fine felt the overwhelming fear of death that could consume her with just a touch, reminiscent of a sensation she had felt only once before. This absurd code. "I recall one thing about it," Fine said, rising once more on the platform of light. With a confident gaze, she looked down upon Tsushima. You're one of the 7 heroes of independence, the lone shadow informant, aren't you?" In response to Fine's inquiry, Tsushima turned vacant eyes toward her. He merely replied, "And what if I am?" with vague ambiguity. The lone shadow informant, one of the 7 heroes of the Elba Independence War, single-handedly defended and annihilated the eastern coast of Elba Island, where the Allied fleets made concerted efforts to reclaim. He's a legendary informant who's rumored to have already died. To find such a man alive and before her was astonishing to Fine as she began treating her wounds. "I see. So that's why you are concealing such absurd strength," Fine thought as she wrapped bands of light around her body, administering first aid. If Tsushima's story was true, then his code should be able to erase any object from the world. If existence itself could be erased, any code execution would be meaningless. In other words, He possessed the ultimate offense and defense. Yet, Fine harbored a question. If he had such power, why didn't he immediately erase her head in their initial confrontation? There must be a reason he couldn't do it. Fine came up with a hypothesis. Perhaps his code requires precise and accurate positional information for execution. Blind to his surroundings due to the execution load, he couldn't acquire it. So, he might have missed the fatal attack. Coming to a conclusion, Fine quietly licked her dry lips. "You've underestimated me, Tsushima Rindu." Now it was Fine's turn to smirk. She enveloped her entire body in bands of light. The radiant light, imbued with a semblance of rationality, shone so brightly that it eradicated every shadow in sight. Swallowed up by the dazzling light, Fine began to generate the spear of divine retribution in her left hand. Gazing at this premonition, Tsushima let out a heavy sigh. "You're quite annoying. Both you and this light, and this place, are all eyesores." Fine's intuition was correct. Tsushima's eyes couldn't withstand the excessive load of code execution, rendering him unable to see properly. With his remaining sight, he couldn't discern Fine's exact position. If he didn't decide the outcome with the next strike, Tsushima would be the one to lose. Nevertheless, Tsushima, in a desperate move, executed an even more enormous amount of code. The path of revenge he embarked upon was a one-way street leading into the murky depths of the world's stagnation. If there were any choices left, it was merely a matter of deciding who to take down with him. That was all there was to it. As all creation, vanish into nothingness. As Tsushima spoke, the ground around him began to blur. The land, with its existence energy being erased, appeared to overlap in multiple layers. Floating in the sky, Fine couldn't help but gasp at the surreal sight. At the epicenter of the anomaly, Tsushima looked up to the heavens, spreading his arms wide. His eyes were completely crushed, with dark red blood pooling and streaming down from his eye sockets. Yet, he shouted with a grin on his face. "Oh, sister. I'm about to avenge you now." There was no time to waste. Fine made her decision and raised the spear of divine retribution. The trajectory of the aimed spear strike, bathed in light, was invisible to Tsushima. With a single blow aimed to ensure certain death, Fine unleashed her attack. Amidst the resounding thunder echoing in the sky, a spear of light cleaved through the atmosphere, taking less than a blink of an eye to reach Tsushima. However, Fine's most powerful strike was once again shattered before the formidable defense of Tsushima. The spear of light gradually vanished as it approached Tsushima. Yet, there were signs of wavering in Tsushima's code execution prowess. The remaining glimmer of light grazed Tsushima's neck before disappearing behind him. Immediately after, with a smirk, he directed his arm towards where the spear of divine retribution had flown from. "Farewell." Blood trickled from Tsushima's mouth as he spoke. He had surpassed the limit of his execution load. This was indeed the true final blow. Fine, who had been watching from above, clicked her tongue. Seeing the band of light that had been protecting her body lose its brilliance and dissolve like smoke, she realized what Tsushima had done. What Tsushima unleashed beyond his limits was a widespread eradication aimed at a broad area, without the need to specify positions. He no longer had a means to pinpoint Fine's location. Therefore, he took the blow once, then narrowed down the direction and unleashed a widespread attack. It's simple, but that's all there is to it. As she watched her body gradually disappearing, Fine screamed. Normally, those subjected to eradication would disappear from this world as if falling asleep. However, Tsushima's strike, weakened by the diminishing power of the code execution, did not have the ability to completely erase everything about her. Fine, whose body was irregularly disintegrating, spewed blood from every part of her body as if she had been pierced everywhere. Losing the protection of light and facing the fear of death, Fine screamed as she leaped off the platform. Without any precautions, she was slammed into the rubble of Jabal. Sensing the rising dust and the presence of impact, Tsushima realized the match was over. He fell to his knees powerless on the ground. "Fine. It's a shame I won't get to see you die." Facing a future of nothing but death, Tsushima clenched a cigarette between his teeth. This would be his last one. He took out an oil lighter, eager to inhale the smoke he had been looking forward to all his life. Then, strangely, the face of Lupus appeared above his darkened field of vision. Despite nearing death, why was it Lupus' face that appeared, and not Shun's? Upon realizing the reason, Tsushima noticed. The presence of the ring on his little finger, which clicked against the oil lighter, spoke to Tsushima, who couldn't see anything. Is it okay to die like this, or are there still promises left unfulfilled? Tsushima has somewhere to return to. There are people to protect. It's a promise he made with Shun, whom he couldn't protect in the past, and a promise with Lupus, who awaits his return. Well, I can't help it. Guess I'll live and return. Muttering to himself, he struck the lighter. As the cigarette lit up, Tsushima took a step into the unseen world. He could barely feel any sensation in his body. Yet, he strangely felt the coldness of the snow that had just begun to fall. However, even as that coldness turned into the coldness of the ground he collapsed onto, Tsushima remained unaware. By that time, Tsushima had already lost consciousness. The price of surpassing the limits of code execution is death. Even with his immense strength, that reality remains unchanged. The intense battle just moments ago now seemed like a lie, as the surroundings fell silent. The two heroes engaged in a fierce struggle, and snow began to accumulate on the fleeting land of Jabal. It was as if to cover the world's impurities, deep and profound. Section. Before long, the surroundings were covered in snow, dyeing all the torn and crumbling cityscape in pure white. A snowscape where not a single trace of dirt could be seen. In this beautiful world, a man appeared. Standing in the land of Jabal as if he had always been there, the man exuded an air of elegance, wearing a finely tailored suit. Beneath his fedora hat, white hair mingled with a neatly trimmed beard adorned his chin. The dignified middle-aged man looked down at the buried Tsushima under the snow and muttered in disbelief. Youth, hair. Why do you always have to act recklessly? Leaning on his arm, the man awaited a response from the unconscious Tsushima. However, Tsushima, who had fallen into complete silence, didn't reply. It was natural. After one intense battle after another, he was close to death. What a hopeless guy. Muttering like a parent scolding a child, the man reached out his hand towards Tsushima's leg. At that moment, the man's hand stopped. He stopped his hand because he noticed the presence of a woman who appeared silently just like him. Straightening his once bent body, the man tipped his hat lightly and greeted her. Well, well, if it isn't the Knight of His Majesty the Emperor. What brings you here from afar? The person the man addressed was dressed in splendid ethnic attire. She wore hair ornaments adorned with numerous decorations and walked in lacquered wooden clogs with unusually long teeth. Beneath a beautifully patterned mask resembling a carved doll, she spoke with a voice like a butterfly. I sensed your presence, so I came. Ooh. I intended to come quietly without being noticed. There are no other men like you. It would be wise to be more aware. With a smooth, almost singing tone, the woman said so and lightly covered her mouth as she smiled. The man facing her loosened his cheeks, saying, It's embarrassing to hear that from you. While their conversation seemed carefree, these two held the reins of power in the world. The man is Iman Drug, renowned as the highest combat force in Elba. The woman is Amino Mikami, the sole knight of the current emperor. These two, each holding the rank of 13th grade informationist, of which there are only 2 in the world, have encountered each other in such a remote place due to such fate. So, what brings you here today? Asked by Amino Mikami, Iman pointed somewhat hesitantly at Tsushima lying at his feet. Came to take this man back with me, he's in the way. I have no intention of clashing with you, but how about you? I've been bored lately. It took Iman a little time to understand the meaning behind Amino Mikami's words. She had always been someone with a unique sensibility, often making communication challenging. Even now, the conversation barely held together with words translated in Iman's mind. It seemed she had taken an interest in Tsushima, and understandably so. He was the man who single-handedly defeated the 2 wielders of the 6 Emperor swords. It was understandable that someone as lofty as her would be intrigued. Iman cleared his throat and extended his palm as if to restrain Amino Mikami. Sorry, but I can't let this man go with you. You and the Emperor should understand that. Well, that's none of my concern. Mikami lightly folded her knees and formed a gesture with her hands. Iman continued explaining the situation, muttering, "Troublesome. The Emperor is also involved in this matter concerning this man. Even my coming here to retrieve him seems to follow the script. You and your Emperor dislike having the script disrupted. I can't guarantee what will happen later if we cause trouble here. Is that so? It's not certain what repercussions there will be if we intervene." With her usual calm and relaxed tone, Mikami muttered so and caught the snow falling from the sky in her palm. After observing the snow on her artificially white hand, she gently cradled it with both hands. "Is that charming man capable of joining our side? Perhaps, but it's still uncertain." Hearing Iman's response, Mikami approached gracefully, swaying her clogs as she walked skillfully on the snow. As they closed the distance between them, tension began to build amidst the pleasant sound of their footsteps. With Tsushima lying at her feet, near death, she dropped the snow she had been holding in her hand onto him. The snow turned into a shimmering drop of light, like a diamond, as it fell onto Tsushima's body. Melting the snow that had accumulated on his back, it made a sound as it soaked into his body. Then, after a few moments of silence, Tsushima's breathing suddenly became heavier. Like someone awakening from drowning, he repeated rough breaths. Having many good men is never a bad thing. While showing her back, Mikami directed a seductive glance towards Iman. It was likely some form of therapeutic action. Although Tsushima should have sustained significant damage not only to his brain but also to his entire body, he seemed to be recovering, even if he hadn't regained consciousness. Iman tipped his fedora hat and returned a slight bow. "I appreciate your consideration. No need to mention it. It's just a side task." With that, Mikami, with her leisurely movements, reached under the snow and lifted up Fine, who had been buried beneath it. Like Tsushima, she seemed to be in a severely damaged state, and her survival was questionable. Iman's expression hardened as he witnessed Fine's condition. "She can't die here. Your Emperor wishes it so." Mikami tilted her head at Iman's warning-like statement. Her attitude clearly indicated that she was already aware of this fact. "Well, the Emperor? I can't understand. Since she's my dear junior, it's hard for me to let her die." Light gleamed in the eyes peeking out from under Mikami's mask. Seeing this, Iman raised both hands gently, signaling that he had no intention of opposing further. Mikami gracefully formed a gesture and effortlessly lifted Fine. Then, she nodded to Iman. "Until we meet again." "Indeed. Farewell." After bidding farewell, she vanished enveloped in a glow of blue information particles. Iman relaxed his shoulders as he confirmed that her presence had completely disappeared. Then, he looked down at Tsushima. "Truly, you're a lucky man." Muttering a complaint under his breath, there was a warmth in his words that hinted at affection. Iman roughly turned Tsushima onto his back and dragged him by one leg. Tsushima, being dragged over the snow, didn't move an inch, resembling a dead body. Iman, whistling as he walked, executed the code, creating a rift in space-time as he entered a different dimensional space. And then, in the shimmering rift of space-time like a mirage, Iman and Tsushima melted away and vanished. After their departure, all that remained was the relentless snowstorm and the scenery of the mountains. There was no one here. From the beginning, there was nothing. Only that scene remained. Section. In the central conference hall of the independent city of Elba, there sat two figures facing each other across a round table. With no windows in sight, the eerie space was dominated by a vast, dome-like expanse. Despite their composed expressions, an intense sense of tension emanated from the guards lurking in the darkness behind them. And rightly so, for the two individuals facing each other were none other than formidable adversaries vying for world domination through the cunning use of strategy, Causa Insania and Tochibana. In the midst of the chilling atmosphere, Tochibana's voice echoed through the space. Well, I never expected you to grace us with your presence. It pains me greatly to provide such an inadequate venue for our meeting." With an air of nonchalance that belied the tense atmosphere, Tochibana spoke. In response, Causa replied with a friendly smile. "I appreciate your sudden visit. It's a blessing in itself. After all, outwardly, We are sworn enemies. Ooh. To still use the term outwardly is quite something. The nuances of adult etiquette are formidable, especially when it involves individuals burdened with the weight of their nations and their vested interests. To be honest, we cannot deny that we have suffered setbacks in this matter. However, there are times when we must endure such pain. That is the nature of our world. While adopting a slightly stern tone, Causa maintained a dignified demeanor equal to that of Tochibana, who stood before him. In fact, the Empire of Balga had suffered a blow far from simple due to the incident involving the rebellious princess that had stirred the world. The news of the princess's execution, which spread throughout the world overnight, served as a catalyst for the impression that the solid foundation of the Balga Empire was beginning to waver. Furthermore, to add insult to injury, came the shocking news of the fall of the renowned 6 Emperor swords, known as the Empire's strongest. It was reported that not only had the knight of the second prince, one of the 6 Emperor swords, perished, but also that the knight of the first prince had sustained serious injuries. As a result, the Balga Empire suffered a loss of international authority and incurred significant economic damage in addition to its military might. Rumors circulated that several investors and economic heavyweights were withdrawing their investments from Balga and initiating investments towards the next hegemonic state. Naturally, it goes without saying that behind these inducements lies the presence of Elba. Causa was aware that Elba was behind the dissemination of unfavorable information about them. However, he seemed to anticipate that rather than escalating tensions and worsening relations with Elba, there was a better move to make. Suppressing any lingering resentment deep within him, he projected an air of royal composure, showcasing his aristocratic poise. Tochibana returned his effort with an appreciative smile. While it is true that the Balga Empire has incurred considerable disadvantages as a result, one might argue that this outcome was within your expectations, wouldn't you say? After all, even the Emperor's power is waning. It seems the time for the esteemed Causa, rumored to be the next emperor, is drawing near. Surely not. My role is to be the shield and the spear for His Majesty the Emperor. As long as His Majesty remains in good health, such thoughts never cross my mind. Despite claiming to be merely one of the Emperor's servants, it was evident from Causa's demeanor that ambition lurked beneath the surface. However, there was one aspect of this incident that exceeded my expectations. That's why I've come to seek your counsel. As the business smiles they had been exchanging gave way to seriousness, Tochibana straightened his posture, sensing that they were about to address the crux of the matter. It concerns Tsushima Rindu, whom you sent on the mission of defection. He was responsible for killing my younger brother's knight in this incident and even repelled my own knight. Subsequently, I heard that he was killed by another 6 Emperor sword who came to reinforce us. While I regret the loss of Elba's valuable asset, there are aspects of his true identity that I find unsettling. With a smile lingering only at the corners of his mouth, Causa directed a sharp gaze at Tochibana. While pretending not to understand on the surface, he knew deep down. There weren't many intelligence operatives capable of single-handedly taking down a member of the 6 Emperor swords. He intended to uncover the identity of the operative who had infiltrated under false pretenses, their motives, and the reasons behind the outcome. Tochibana responded with a gentle expression that seemed to imply he knew nothing. Tsushima Rindu is one of the tactical weapons our city boasts. If there's a request, we'll send him in, whether it's an enemy nation or the other side of the world. That's the kind of talent he is. So, he's not just an ordinary 7th-rank intelligence operative? Haha, of course not. There's no way a mere 7th-rank intelligence operative could defeat a member of the 6 Emperor swords. Causa felt a significant sense of unease at Tochibana's surprisingly straightforward admission. He had commissioned him as Lapuz's defection and protection. Was it really necessary to send such an exceptional individual for that purpose alone? It didn't seem like Elba would desire Lapuz's talents to that extent. As countless possibilities unfolded in Causa's mind, the logical threads of the conversation began to connect. Eventually, he arrived at the prediction he feared the most. Causa's expression darkened, and he directed a hostile gaze at Tochibana. To what extent is His Majesty the Emperor involved in this matter? Upon reaching his conclusion, Tochibana deliberately altered his expression before returning to his usual smile. Well, now, whatever do you mean? It was a statement that no longer seemed to conceal any intent. Hearing it, Causa understood everything. The current emperor of the Balga Empire was fully aware of all the conflicts among his princes. Moreover, he had taken action in response to the intentions of Causa and Los, aiming for the downfall of the current emperor. When the time came, it would be impossible to kill the princes who would eventually succeed to the throne. However, as long as the emperor's eyes remained dark, rebellion was also not an option. The princes, possessing strategy, power, connections, and violence, were deemed too dangerous to leave unchecked. At least, their ability to exert violence had to be neutralized to weaken them. That was the purpose of the incident. Causa realized the truth and masked his tense expression with his hand. How terrifying. So the world is still not mine, muttered Causa in the face of Tachibana's unsettling smile. It was the words of someone who had tasted defeat, yet also served as the driving force to rise again as a challenger. This has been a valuable lesson. I look forward to continuing our good relationship with the independent city of Elba, Causa said, not out of sour grapes, but from the depths of his heart. We, the independent city of Elba, are always allies of our clients. We would be honored to have your favor in the future, replied Tachibana, knowing that through this incident, they had not only shown their strength to Causa but also to the emperor of the Balga Empire. We in Elba possess a hidden force, one that does not flinch even in the face of the 6 emperor swords and can reach the throat of the emperor, Tachibana declared. Despite accepting defeat, Causa remained remarkably composed. He rose from his chair, seemingly unperturbed. Then, he redirected the conversation, perhaps still intrigued by something. As a follow-up to my previous question, I'm curious about the identity of Tsushima Rindu. Is there any chance you could share that information with me? Causa inquired. Well, that's classified information, more of a personal matter. Well, if you happen to meet him again, why not ask him yourself? Tachibana replied. Tachibana didn't explicitly reveal any secrets. Rather, he subtly hinted to Causa that Tsushima was still alive. It was also a form of marketing for Tsushima as a tactical weapon. A figure as formidable as the 6 emperor swords, capable of enabling assassinations and disappearing into the shadows while concealing their identity. Truly, a marvel of existence. That was the information officer known as Tsushima Rindu. Causa licked his dry lips, gave a faint smile, and waved his sleeve as he turned away. Well then, Mayor Tachibana, I'm sure you're quite busy. I'll take my leave here for today. Even though Causa had completely turned his back, Tachibana remained vigilant. He knew Causa was likely already plotting his next move. Despite being in a position that seemed close to defeat this time, Causa was not the type to be discouraged by such setbacks. Tachibana bid farewell to Causa, feeling a sense of anticipation for their future encounters as worthy adversaries. As the spatial distortion caused by teleportation algorithms opened up a path, Causa suddenly halted. Oh, by the way, is she doing well in this country? Causa deliberately avoided using a proper noun. However, the word he used at the parting moment carried only one meaning. Tachibana quickly understood and responded cheerfully. She seems to be enjoying themselves immensely. She has been attending Elba Academy since this spring, or something like that. She is sailing smoothly through everything. I see. That's good to hear. Muttering more to themselves than to anyone else, Causa vanished into the spatial transfer calculation beyond. Once everyone on the opposing side, including the information officers for the guards, had disappeared into the distortion of the transfer, Tachibana stretched widely. Seriously, whenever the Empire gets involved, things just get more troublesome. Tachibana said with apparent annoyance, but contrary to those words, a smile could be seen on his lips. As one of the world's foremost strategists, Tachibana always weaves schemes and seeks opponents to challenge. Surely, the rise of young talent is something to be pleased about. Hoping that they will eventually surpass him and reach even greater heights, Tachibana left the room. Epilogue. As time passed and the turmoil surrounding the rebellious princess subsided, Lapuz found herself under the still chilly yet sunny skies, gazing up at the cherry blossom trees. In front of the main gate of Elba Academy, the premier educational institution in the independent city-state of Elba, a multitude of students clad in the same school uniform walked about. Today marked a day filled with hope for many young individuals. It was the day of the spring and autumn entrance ceremonies for new students. Clad in the school uniform she had secretly admired since long ago, Lapuz attended the entrance ceremony with a mix of excitement and clouded emotions. Because, since the day she fled from the Balga Empire to this very day, she had yet to find what she was searching for. As she passed through the main gate, her bag swaying with her steps, she noticed a peculiar presence along the path to the school building. Without turning back, Lapuz called out to the man standing in the shade of the trees. "What do you want?" Quite an unfriendly attitude, isn't it? Is that how you are with everyone? You seem to have some idea of why that might be, Ayman. Even as spring arrived, Ayman, unchanged in his three-piece suit, sighed with his arms crossed. Don't trouble the elderly too much. As an information officer of your caliber, you could have brought Tsushima back. Ignoring that was a mistake. Are you still upset about that? I'm still not forgiving you for it. Facing Ayman without flinching, Lapuz asserted confidently. She harbored significant distrust towards the Elbaran administration. Tochibana, who had promised Tsushima's return on that day, ultimately watched events unfold without rescuing him from the Empire. According to reports, the information officer suspected of assassinating the 6 Emperor swords was promptly executed by the Emperor's order. Learning of his death, Lapuz was deeply saddened. During her days of escape in the Balga Empire, Tsushima not only protected her but also gave her the courage and determination to step into a new life. Thanks to him, she overcame many painful past experiences and gained a new life in Elba. However, as a consequence, Lapuz ended up sacrificing the life of her benefactor, Tsushima. This fact invaded her conscience with regret and self-reproach. Lapuz directed feelings towards Ayman that were almost akin to those directed at an enemy. Ayman, for his part, seemed reluctant to be regarded with animosity by a girl as young as his daughter. Lapuz knew this and deliberately confronted him strongly. "So, what brings you here?" asked coldly. Ayman shrugged his shoulders. "I heard it's your entrance ceremony today. And are you here to offer your congratulations?" "Well, something like that." With that, Ayman took out a letter from his pocket and handed it over. Lapuz frowned at the ordinary envelope, devoid of any noticeable features. "What's this?" "Someone asked me to give it to you." "Who? Do you really need to pry that much? I find it rather tasteless." Seeing the smile beneath his beard, Lapuz caught on. Snatching the letter from his hand, she hurriedly tore it open, forgetting about the onlookers. Watching her back, Ayman wore an expression of exasperation. Inside the envelope was a similarly unadorned piece of stationery. There were few lines of text, with only a single sentence written there. Reading it aloud, Lapuz hugged the letter close. "Satisfied?" asked Ayman teasingly, as Lapuz turned her dampened gaze towards him, puffing out her cheeks. "This matter is fraught with diplomatic complications if made public. There were certain pieces of information that both sides deemed appropriate for disclosure and those that were not. It couldn't be discussed until everything was over. Besides, I thought it best for the most important matters to be conveyed directly from the person themselves." Well, it took longer than expected for him to wake up from his injuries. "Injuries? Is he hurt?" Seeing Lapuz's expression darken suddenly, Ayman chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, nothing serious. It's just typical for him. Always getting himself into near-death situations at every opportunity. He's still the same reckless brat even as an adult. For details, you can ask him yourself. His address should be written in the letter, right?" Pointing at the letter, Ayman prompted Lapuz to hastily glance at the back of the envelope. There, in small letters, a modest address was written. It was the number of a building near the urban area of Elba. Lapuz looked up with a bounce in her step upon seeing the information. With a half-hearted exasperation, Ayman opened his mouth as if to restrain Lapuz, who seemed ready to bolt at any moment. "Whoa there. There's one more message for the girl. It seems he wants you to come after the orientation is over. Looks like I picked the wrong timing to deliver this letter then." Lapuz held up the stationery next to her face, sporting a smug smile. "The path I choose to take is my own. That's the decision I've made." With that declaration, she dashed towards the main gate, defying the flow of students. Her footsteps were remarkably light, almost as if she were walking on the moon. "It seems I've lost the bet. Just as you predicted, she's quite the tomboy." Watching Lapuz run off, Iman vanished into thin air. In his place, a voice called out to her as she emerged from the main gate. "Hey, have you finished your enrollment procedures?" At the gate where cherry blossoms scattered, Lapuz turned at the sound of the familiar voice. Her lively breath and flushed face captured the figure leaning against the gate. He was dressed the same as the day Lapuz first met him. From his disdainful gaze to his insolent attitude, nothing had changed since then. But the impression he left on her eyes had completely transformed. Seeing Tsushima's exasperated expression, Lapuz felt her words catch in her throat as if her breath had been stolen. She bit her lip, fighting back the heat in her eyes, and sniffled before spinning around on the spot. "Hey, what do you think? Does it suit me?" Lapuz forced a smile to mask her overflowing emotions. Tsushima, watching her, held a cigarette in his mouth. "Well, at least enough to make me glad I came back alive." Tsushima spoke with his usual sarcasm. Hearing his words, Lapuz could no longer contain her emotions. Unable to bear the thought of him seeing her tears of joy, she embraced Tsushima tightly. "Hey, don't cling to me like this." Tsushima, nearly losing his balance, protested with annoyance, but Lapuz paid no mind as she pressed her tear-streaked face against his chest. Through tears, she confessed, "I thought you were dead. I thought you'd never come back." Good grief. If the one who told you to come back alive had given up, there'd be no point, would there? That's not the issue here. As she held on tighter, Tsushima, looking flustered, lit his cigarette. Looking up at the warm spring sky, the smoke he exhaled rose high into the air. As he gently stroked Lapuz's head as she sobbed quietly, Tsushima felt a sense of relief at finally returning to a place he could call home. As Lapuz's sobbing subsided in Tsushima's arms, he felt a sense of something beginning. As if to embody that feeling, Lapuz began to speak. "If, by some chance, Tsushima were to return alive, there's one thing I'd like to ask of you." Her voice was fragile, befitting of a maiden. Tsushima responded in a gentle tone, "What is it?" In response to his voice, Lapuz slowly lifted her face. Her eyes still moist with the emotion of their reunion, Tsushima couldn't help but catch his breath. Looking straight into Tsushima's eyes, Lapuz spoke slowly and clearly. "There's still one person who needs to be taken care of. So, please, lend me your hand, Tsushima." The smoke from his cigarette dissipated into the spring sky. Tsushima felt as if he saw a depth within Lapuz's eyes. End of Volume 1.